Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. There is also a link in the description to my Patreon. It has Naruto fanfiction that cannot be posted on YouTube. There is some free content on there. So, you don't have to be a paying member to enjoy listening to excellent fanfiction.
Chapter 9. 1 year later. A house in the middle of the forest surrounding Kumo was in an uproar of panic as the two remaining occupants ran for their lives. One was a brown-haired man with a cut running down the side of his face, leaking fresh blood. The other was an elderly woman who was struggling up the stairs. They were both covered in blood that wasn't all theirs. The brown-haired man pushed the older woman to make her move faster. When they were on the second floor, he pushed her into the hall closet and shut the door. They both scrambled to the back wall, hidden in the shadows of the hanging clothes. The man was holding the woman's mouth shut to stop her whimpering. In the distance, they could hear the sound of someone screaming for their life. It was a man, one that they both seemed to be quite familiar with, as his cries incited more and more tears from them. Then, suddenly the screaming was stopped, and they both knew why. Now, the only sound was the faint yet clear sound of footsteps slowly treading up the stairs. With every step, there was an extra 2 thuds that they couldn't place. Then, whoever it was, finally reached the top step and stopped. The house fell deathly silent for a short few seconds. Then, the assailant began walking again. This time, they could clearly hear something being dragged across the floor. It sounded sharp and metal. 2 doors away from the closet they were in, the door was kicked in roughly. When the person saw no one in there, they went to the next door and kicked it in. Again, no one. Through the shutters of the closet, the brown-haired man could now see the body of the person as they walked in front of the door. It was clearly a female by the curves of the body. She was dressed in a white form-fitting shirt underneath a red jacket that only went down to below her ribcage, which she left unzipped. She also wore a short tight pair of black shorts that didn't reach below her mid-thigh. The whole outfit drenched in blood splatter. In her hands were 2 swords, held in reverse grip with the tips touching the ground. Most likely the dragging sound he heard. She was staring at their door. This one being one that opened out, she went and grabbed the doorknob, and the brown-haired man tightened his grip on the elderly lady's mouth to keep her from screaming. Hoping and praying to whatever divine power that they somehow made it out of this. He shut his eyes awaiting the inevitable. Suddenly, there was a crashing sound in the room next to theirs. The girl released the doorknob and turned her head. Now, the brown-haired man got a peek at her hair, which was blood red towards the bottom but faded into a bright blonde. She walked away to investigate what the sound was, and the brown-haired man breathed a sigh of relief as quietly as he could. He loosened his grip slightly on the old lady and whispered to her to stay quiet. Slowly and gently, he crawled his way over to the door. She had already partially opened the door, so he just pushed it open a little more. It creaked ever so slightly, and he cursed his luck. Looking down the hall in the direction she went, he couldn't see her. He couldn't hear her either. Seeing a chance at an escape through the window at the end of the hall, he crawled back to the old woman. Very quietly, he whispered his plan. Okay. The window at the end of the hall is wide open. If we can make it, then we can run for it. The old woman was vehemently shaking her head, not liking the idea. We have to. Hey, we have to. He said more harshly. If we stay here, we will die. The old woman bit her lips together and shut her eyes, mentally judging her odds. Figuring there was no other choice, she nodded her head. He nodded back at her and prepared to crawl towards the door, but quickly jumped back against the wall when he heard whistling from down the hall. Again, walking by their room was the girl stained with blood. She was still dragging one of her swords across the ground, but she was swinging the other around as she whistled. She was just about to pass by when the old woman could no longer hold her breath. She exhaled as quietly as she could, but that seemed to be enough for the girl to stop in her tracks. The brown-haired man clamped his hand over her mouth once more. The girl walked back until she was standing in front of the door again. This time, he knew they were found out. Reaching to his right, he felt around for something to use. All he could find was an old umbrella that he held shakily in his hands. The door swung open and he drove the umbrella forward, but it was quickly knocked to the side and the right side of his chest was impaled into the wall behind him. Staring up at her, he was horrified by the mask she wore. It was a traditional Japanese porcelain doll mask complete with the small lips, thin eye holes, and a small nose. The mouth of the mask was smothered in red lipstick and both of the eyes were smudged carelessly in red eyeshadow. Beneath her right eye was a small heart, and along the jaw line was the word, rotten. I found her, love. She called out with an ominously happy tone. They heard another pair of footsteps casually walking up the stairs. Don't worry, Granny, she said, looking at the old woman. My honey just wants to talk to you. The brown-haired man tried to pull the sword from his chest, but she twisted it more and more, causing him to continue screaming. Then, they were greeted to the other masked assailant. He was wearing a blood-red shirt, black pants tucked into black tape with black sandals. Over the red shirt, he wore a black hoodless jacket with a high collar that he left unzipped. The jacket and pants had many pockets on them, and he had an empty sword sheath on his back. His mask was a plain, expressionless white mask that cut off at his hairline. The design of the mask was a blood red, very jagged, and crudely painted on smile that went from cheek to cheek. The eye holes were hardly visible amongst the blacked-out smudged eyeshadow that covered them. His blood-red hair was slicked back and seemed wet or oily as a strand or two hung over the front edge of his mask. Well, he said, squatting down in front of the terrified old lady. Miss Kibby, former secretary to the Rakage. The old lady did her best to sink into the wall behind her. Don't be afraid. I would just like to talk to you. My name is unimportant as I am nothing more than an idea. What do you want? Yelled the brown-haired man. The masked man looked over to him in curiosity. Then he looked back to his assailant. Why is he still alive? Sorry, hon. Thought you'd want to use him as leverage. She ripped the sword out of his chest and slit his throat. Flicking the blood off of the blade, she shoved it back into the empty sheath on the masked man's back. The old woman cried in desperation, seeing the blood leak out from his throat. Hey, he said, getting closer to the woman and stroking her face gently. There's no need for that. He whispered to her. Just answer my questions and we'll be all right. Now the Rakage. Sitting in his office, the Godame Hokage Minma Namikaze looked over the recent report he received on the masked assailants. It was a cry for help from a second village, this one unexpected. 2 months ago he received a distress message from the Hidden Sand Village's Kazekage, Gara, about 2 masked individuals who massacred one of his former associates' homes, apparently fishing for information regarding himself. It was just a simple heads up for the Hokage to ensure all of his associates were accounted for. Now, he received a letter describing the same situation from the new Mizukage, Chojuro. Kiri being a sort of neutral nation of Konoha, it was an unexpected warning. Apparently the masked assailant allowed one of the witnesses to live to relay a message to him. It was cryptic but threatening and seemed to be in pieces. This entire ordeal was becoming a headache, especially for someone who's only been in office for about 4 months so far. As of now, the issue wasn't that great since the only people out of the village connected to him in any way were Sasuke and Mito. They embarked on their honeymoon a few weeks ago to Spring Country, but they could both pretty much handle anyone they came against. They were of course told to be on the lookout for Naruto even after all this time. There would be hell to pay if the other villages were to find out that the lunatic brother of the Hokage was out and about causing trouble. To Minma's knowledge, he hasn't done anything yet. He was spotted a few times with Ino of all people within a few of the minor villages, but he could never pinpoint their location. It also wasn't known if Ino is an accomplice of his or merely a victim in all this. While his father was in office, he sent multiple search and seize missions out for the two, but only a few were able to spot them, but none able to catch them. Without Jiraiya's spy network, finding anyone became a much more difficult task for Konoha. Naruto, being a former Umbu, did not help, as he was well aware of each and every tactic they used for certain missions. He was starting to understand his father's wary warning to him when he took office. He told him that this job was not simply about being the strongest in the village or making the tough decisions. He said it was a very hefty task of balancing not only the problems in and outside of the village, but your own life's issues as well. Naruto's escape influenced both of those tasks negatively. His disappearance led to many issues within the village, including the many demands for his head from not only the council members, but his own group of friends who believed he kidnapped Ino. Even Sakura, to Minma's disappointment. He understood it was her best friend, but Naruto was his brother, and he expected her to at least understand how he felt. Ino was his friend too, so he got her point of view, but that didn't change things. As a father, Hokage, and husband, Minma had a lot on his plate. Hopefully in time, everything would work itself out. He was even thinking about going to his father for help with the whole masked assailant thing. Not that he couldn't handle it. He was actually planning on relaying to every shinobi, jonin, or higher, to be on the lookout for the 2 individuals with the orders to either capture or kill. He wasn't sure how effective that would be with the vague description of simply 2 masked assailants. He wasn't aware of their affiliation, ability, or even gender. It would be like chasing blank faces. For now, his plan was to wait for more information to rise. If things continued the way they were and Kumo or IWA reached out with a similar complaint, then he'd definitely step up and think up a plan of action. A knock at his door broke him from his thoughts. Come in. He called out, writing something down on the document before him. Sakura walked in with a baby carrier hooked onto her left arm and a diaper bag slung over her right shoulder. Minma smiled and stood up to greet her. Walking over, he gave Sakura a kiss and received the beautiful baby laying carelessly in the carrier. Hey there, Sumi reckon, he said, pinching her cheeks. Sakura smiled, tickling her little feet. She's been missing her daddy all day. So, I thought we'd come for a visit. Minma smiled gratefully and walked back to his seat with his daughter in his hands. Well, I'm certainly glad you did. Taking a seat, he began to rock back and forth, uttering baby noises to make her laugh. Today has been nothing less than stressful, I'll tell you that. Sakura walked around and set the carrier on the ground next to his chair and the diaper bag on a free spot on his desk. I can tell. Have you even eaten today? Minma smiled bashfully with a chuckle. No, I must have forgotten, he said, scratching the back of his head. Sakura chuckled. You baka. Wait here. I'll go get us something to eat, she said, walking towards the door. Minma chuckled and nodded, holding Sumire up so that they were face to face. Your Ka-san is so mean, Sumire-chan. I hope you're more like me, he mocked so that Sakura could hear. Don't corrupt my daughter, Yubaka, she called out casually as she shut the door. Minma again chuckled at her and put his daughter back into the carrier next to him so that he could continue working. When she started crying, he shoved her bottle into her mouth, silencing her instantly. A few minutes later, another knock at his door interrupted him. This time it was Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi. What is it? He asked, picking up some ire so that he could feed her properly. Meh, just stopping by to check up on you, he said, casually strolling in and taking a seat in a chair off to the side with his book in his hands. Mima's expression displayed playful annoyance. As per my father's request? He asked him in a knowing tone. Kakashi just smiled from behind his book. Can't blame him for worrying. There was a lot going on when he handed you the hat. Mima sighed and looked down at Sumire. I know, but still, I am Hokage for a reason. He doesn't have to worry about me all the time. Kakashi shrugged. Guess it's a parent thing. Mima smiled at that, looking down at his daughter, figuring he'd probably do the same thing. Well, tell him thanks for checking up on me, but I'm fine, he said in amusement. Kakashi smiled and nodded. Will do. While I'm here, anything you'd like to talk about? He asked him. Mima looked up and thought. Well, yeah, actually. He shifted some ire to his other arm. There could be a possible issue brewing that could possibly affect us later down the road, he said, getting serious. What's the threat level? Kakashi asked, putting his book away. Mima shook his head at the question. I'm not truly sure. 2 masked individuals attacked associates of the Kage demanding information on them, he explained. Kakashi looked up and thought. What do you mean by associates? Mima used his free hand to rummage through the piles of paper on his desk. Former sensei of the Kazekage. And the previous Mizukage, Madarumi, he said, reading the report. A former Kage? Kakashi asked in surprise. Mima nodded his head. Well, that means that they definitely have some kind of power, he remarked. Both of them sound as though they would have some kind of knowledge on their Kage's personal life. That's what I'm afraid of, he said with a nod. Sasuke and Mito are out on their honeymoon. And you think they would dare attack them? They are both S-ranked shinobi within the bingo book, Kakashi said. Mima nodded. Yeah, but if they were confident enough to attack a former Kage, I doubt they'd shy away from that, he said. True, Kakashi said, thinking of all the information presented to him. Well, maybe we can use that, he said, thinking up a plan. Yeah, inform Sasuke and Mito of the imminent threat of 2 masked assailants, and they may possibly be able to defeat them and end whatever the 2 have planned, he explained. Cut the head of the snake before it can strike. Mima thought it over. It was a sound plan, but he didn't really want to give his sister and new brother-in-law a mission during their honeymoon. Though, this was a matter of village security, so he may have to. It would be better to have them vigilant out there if someone were actually planning to attack them. No matter how good of a shinobi you may be, you are still vulnerable to unplanned attacks. The key was to prepare for everything. Yeah, okay, he said with a nod. I'll send a carrier pigeon as soon as possible. Wiping the blood from her mask, Ino happily strolled alongside Naruto, who, as usual, had a book shoved in front of his masked face. It's been a year since their escape from the village. Immediately after the whole chemical death initiation thing, they began a string of very confusing missions. It was like Naruto had planned out everything he wanted to do when he got out. Ino knew it was along the lines of malicious intent and most likely criminal activity, but she didn't really care. In fact, she was starting to almost enjoy the things they did. They were bad, but for some reason they gave her a rush she hadn't felt in. Well, ever. Their first 2 months of freedom were spent traveling the various nations, digging up dirt and learning of the brewing alliances among the nations. There seemed to be more than a few. IWA was apparently in contact with Konoha about squashing the recent conflicts between them in place of joining into an alliance with them and Suna. Kiri was still remaining neutral but was very interested in the budding alliances of the other nations. And Kumo was for the most part interested. It almost seemed like the world was nearing a peaceful time. They also dug up the dirt of the underground organizations of each of the nations. Konoha's route was seemingly in conflict with Kumo's Bolt organization. It was all very interesting to Naruto. He and Ino had been plotting their game plan every step of the way. As of recent, they've been hunting down personal information on the Kage themselves. For what? Ino wasn't truly sure, but she knew it would be something. Currently, according to Naruto, they would need an army of their own before beginning their true goal. So, they were now traveling through the fields of Kusagakure in search of something. Or someone. Ino peeked over his shoulder. What you reading? She asked in a playful manner as she slipped her mask back on. Oh, it's an absolutely dreadful book about this man's ridiculous theory on where we go when we die, he explained. Ino put her hands behind her back and swayed her shoulders as they walked. What does he think? Naruto pulled the book down from his face. Well, he believes there is some sort of purgatory that we go to await our judgment from Kami, he said, shaking his head in disbelief. Ino smiled beneath her mask. You don't think that place exists? She asked him, leaning forward to peek into his eye holes. No, he said immediately. No, that's just a scare tactic to force people into acting like civilized individuals. So what happens when we die? Ino asked him. Naruto sighed and looked up to the night sky and thought. We're just gone. There's no purgatory, no afterlife, no heaven, no hell. There is just non-existence. So you've never believed in religion? No. No, you see, religion is the human race showing its fear of being the top of the food chain. Aside from what people may believe, we are the superior species. Some could argue the tailed beasts, but they have been captured and contained for over a century. We are the most intelligent, and intelligence is power. Ino was confused. Well, how does that tie in? Humanity fears power even though we all crave it. Therefore, they create stories of something a step higher so that everything that happens is for a reason in their eyes. He explained. Ino just smiled at him and grabbed his free hand in her own. You sure have thought about this, haven't you? She leaned her head against his shoulder as they walked. Naruto chuckled. Well, when you're locked up for 5 years, it gives you some time to think. I'm sorry I didn't get you out sooner, she said sincerely. Naruto waved her off. That is not important. Patience is a virtue. I would have waited another year if I had to. Well, you didn't have to, she said, hopping onto his back. Effortlessly, Naruto caught her with his hands beneath her knees as he continued walking. And I am grateful for that, he said as Ino moved the strands of hair hanging over his mask. Which is why I keep you around. Ino snickered in disbelief. TCH, yeah, it's not because you love me or anything like that, she said in a playful tone. Naruto chuckled. Dr. Yamanaka, you are too much. Up ahead they could see a group of people walking their way. Looks like we have company, dear, she said, swinging her feet playfully. Naruto just snorted and continued along the path, undeterred. As they got closer and closer, they could make out what seemed to be a 4-man squad, possibly a team of Jinin and their sensei. Getting even closer, they could now see that they were from Konoha. The sensei was someone neither of them knew personally. It was a fairly muscular man with dark brown hair. His 3 Jinin stood behind him in fear of the 2 masked individuals they were about to pass. Naruto's eye holes peered into the brown-haired sensei with absolutely no emotion. In an attempt to maintain his composure, the man gave him a nod. Naruto paused for a slight second before nodding back. Ino was playing with the children behind him, staring at them with a smile beneath her mask. She tilted her head cutely, completely creeping them out with the blood-smeared markings on her mask and the few droplets still clinging to her legs. The sensei and his students breathed a sigh of relief when they passed the 2. Naruto just continued walking, not paying them any more mind. Ino was looking back at them for no apparent reason. The sensei turned around to check on his students and saw her looking back. He pushed them in front of him and continued walking. Ino turned back and chuckled into Naruto's ear. Scene break. Hours later, Naruto and Ino walked into a bar in the outskirts of Kusa. Sticking to the shadows of the shady place, they made their way to a very dark corner overlooking the people within. They sat there for a few hours until the individual they seemed to be waiting for finally made an entrance. A man with curly black hair and a scar running down his right eye. Naruto nudged Ino, and she nodded, taking her mask off. Ino walked over to the free spot on the bar right next to the man, with a sway to her hips and a seductive smile plastered on her face. Leaning on the counter, she tapped her fingers against the countertop. Hey barkeep, I'd like a few shots, she said, getting the attention of the target. She could feel his eyes on her as she waited for her order. The barkeep came back and asked her how many she wanted, and she replied 2. When he filled the glasses up, the target took that as a conversation starter. Hey, he quipped. Those both for you? Ino smirked his way as if she hadn't noticed him there. Of course they are, she said slyly. Girl's a little thirsty, she said, downing one of the glasses with little effort. The curly-haired man watched her the whole time. Well, in that case, let me buy you 2 more, he said, pulling out his wallet. The barkeep poured 2 more glasses. I'm Kai. He held his hand out for her to shake. Ino, she replied, shaking the appendage. She smiled at him, knowing she was successful in her tactics. From there, she laid on the charm to the best of her abilities, which were a lot better than most. She talked him up with small chat that made her want to slit her own throat. He wasn't necessarily dumb, but he was nowhere near the level of intellectual dialect she was used to. For the next 3 to 4 hours, she did well in talking him up and utilized her knowledge of psychology to get the information she needed from him. Somewhere along the way, they decided to leave the bar, with Naruto, unknowingly to Kai, following close behind. Naruto was spot on with picking this target. Apparently, he was the leader of a very large group of nuke ninja and rogue samurai who despised the major shinobi countries for various reasons. They were a nameless underground circuit that has been around for more than a few years but had yet to take any major action for what he idiotically admitted to her was cause of his own fear of being found out. Knowing the new information, Ino showed him her headband and expressed her want to join his organization. Kai was at first unsure about it, saying they didn't usually take anyone who wasn't marked nuke in the bingo book. That's when she revealed she was one of the masked assailants that attacked the Kazekage sensei in the previous Mizukage, the 2 cases people were likely aware about at this point. Kai was surprised by that information since those 2 individuals were starting to pop up on everyone's radar. He seemed to have a spy network a lot more complex and functional than the one the Sanin Jiraiya had in the past. Ino found it strange yet fitting that it seemed the only thing holding him back from causing true trouble for the world was his own cowardice. More importantly, she knew more about what Naruto was trying to do. They needed an adequate army, and it would seem as though they found one that could use a new leader. The more Kai explained it, the better it seemed to get. After he agreed she could join, he explained the functioning of the ranking and the members they have. They worked in a fairly organized manner with higher-ups consisting of the highest-class nuke ninja who reported information to himself directly. There were over 200 members in Kusa alone at the moment. At least 200 more either undercover or stationed elsewhere. All of them with a deep hatred for one or all of the major villages. Ino continued to lay the charm onto him until he finally decided to take her to the headquarters. On the way, Ino began badgering him about questions of himself. He was sure that he was the most powerful shinobi among their ranks, claiming he had to be to remain in power. Apparently, he was tested by a few high-ranked members before. They were actually notable individuals as well. People Ino had noticed from the bingo books whose bounties were cashed in, the most notable being the puppet master Sasori of Sunagakure. Kai instilled fear of his power among his ranks to gain the respect of his people, but he feared he was losing it. The problem was the people wanted action. They wanted something to ensure them that this organization was going to do something soon. Kai, however, was unsure about this. His grandfather was the one to start this many years ago, and it was passed down to him as his father died in service. He was trained by his grandfather ruthlessly, and he admitted to Ino he really had no passion for harming the major villages. He had no reason for it. He was born and raised with the underground headquarters since birth. Ino decided, to keep it real, she would give him some advice. You know, if you don't take action soon, your people won't respect you, she said with a knowing tone. Or someone may come around and take them from you. Kai smiled bashfully. Yeah, I know. I don't know. Maybe we'll start our own village. We've got a lot of members, he said. Ino shook her head with a hum of uncertainty. Changing your purpose will make them leave faster. Kai explained he knew this and said he had been working on a way to propose the idea to the forces. He had just been too nervous to actually do it. Ino saw this as an opportunity to possibly take even more action. She pecked him on the cheek with a seductive smile. They say a strong woman can give a man strengths he never knew he had. Kai looked over to her with a small grin tugging at his lips. What is it you're proposing, Ms. Ino? She placed her hand inside his with a bashful smile. Tell your troops your idea. I'll be with you every step of the way. Kai looked around the forest floor and thought. I don't know, he said timidly. I'll lose some of them. Ino nodded. True, but the ones who stay are the ones who are really there for you. She could see the realization and subtle belief in her words play out on his visage. He looked at the ground in front of them as they walked, and he squeezed her hand gently. After a few moments, he looked over to her with a small smile and he nodded. Ino understood the gesture and rested her head on his shoulder. They walked for a few more minutes until they crossed a field. Reaching the other side, he pushed chakra through the ground in a 3-round burst, and a pathway opened up, leading underground. They were greeted by someone Ino knew very well. Dayara, Iwa's Mad Bomber. Kai, another night of bar hopping, huh? He asked him incredulously. Showing the respect he demanded, he walked right by him with his arm around Ino. It's Leader Sama to you, and yes, another night of bar hopping. Dayara scowled at the back of his head as he followed the two. How many men are here? With a deadpan tone he replied. Close to 200. Great, have everyone in the main room. I have an announcement, he said, walking further in with Ino. Naruto was a few paces behind the three, silently watching and casually strolling along, unnoticed. Dayara split away from the two to relay the message. Walking through a corridor, Kai and Ino passed two throne-like chairs looking out to what she assumed was the main hall, as there were already more than 100 people scattered around, either training, eating, or just casually talking. The room was absolutely massive, much larger than she assumed it would be. She and Kai walked forward, passing the beautifully sculpted thrones down about 3 steps, onto a small balcony overlooking the room. There were a lot of other corridors lining the sides of the gigantic room, with people funneling out, filling the main room within minutes. Ino watched from Kai's side as men and women chatted amongst themselves, waiting for the meeting to start. Below them was a raised and rounded area seeming to be a platform for battle or entertainment. It was connected to a hall directly underneath them. Funneling out of it were 7 people she assumed to be the higher-ups. Individuals such as Deidara Iwa's Mad Bomber, Kisame Hashigaki, the Tailless Tailed Beast, Haiden, the Immortal, Aoi Rokushu, the Thief of the Sword of the Thunder God, Zabuza Momochi, Demon of Kirigakure, Kakuzu, the man who fought Hashirama Senju, and Pakura, former hero of Sunagakure. It was a very lethal group of individuals that Ino found impressive. They were all S-rank criminals with a deep hatred for the major villages. Now, she was actually feeling slightly nervous. If they were faithful to Kai, then this wouldn't work. Squeezing Ino's hand once more, Kai began the announcement. There was a seal placed on the balcony that allowed him to be heard around the entire room. He walked forward and got the attention of the waiting listeners. People, he said, I have an important announcement. The entire room was completely drenched in silence, some of them thinking up what they thought he was going to say. Most of them hoping they were finally going to do something. As you all know, the primary goal of this organization has been the destruction of the major villages. He looked back at Ino, who nodded at him with 2 thumbs up and a comically insane-looking smile. He found it weird but ignored it and continued. As of recent, we've been dormant in our actions. This statement got a wave of chuckles and giddy noises from the crowd, everyone believing they knew where this was going. I have a plan, he said, getting the people even more excited. Ino could see the eager body language of the 7 higher-ups below them and felt more reassured. They wanted to attack just as much as everyone else. His next statement caused an even greater reaction. My plan is to abandon our previous objective and instead start our own village. The people were dead silent for a moment, trying to process what he said. When they did, the room erupted into outrageous shouts of anger. Kai watched them yell their discrepancies at him silently for a moment. Flashing his highly intense killer intent, he froze the room almost instantly. Ino was actually surprised by it. She realized he was a lot stronger than she imagined. The 7 higher-ups jumped up to the balcony to demand an answer. Haiden, being the most vulgar, began badgering him immediately. Kai, what the hell are you talking about? He yelled incredulously. I didn't waste 3 years of my fucking life to be pulled back into another fucking village. You're a mortal jackass, but he's right, yelled Deidara. The hell is wrong with you? Kai stared at them indifferently with his hands behind his back. We won't be a regular village. He tried to explain, yeah, no shit. We're made up of missing ninja. Aoi said casually as if he were speaking to an idiot. Zabuza pulled his sword from his back. The only reason we are here is because of the mission, he said, pointing his blade at him. Kai stared at him unintimidated. Oh, Zabuza is going to challenge him? Hisame said with an amused tone. This is making shark skin tremble. Kai walked forward and stared him in the eyes. That mission was started by my grandfather. He was a fool to believe he could take on the likes of the 5 Kage. He said in a threatening way. If you wish to try and take my place, then by all means. He said threateningly. Zabuza couldn't even maintain the eye contact with him. The others could see his sword slowly sinking down out of Kai's face. It was a strange sight for Ino to see, the demon of the mist shying away from an enemy. In front of a fellow swordsman no less. Know your place, Momochi. Kai said casually, stepping past them to continue his speech. The 7 of them turned along with him, seemingly going along with him. I understand the issue with this, but I urge you to allow me to explain. He said, waiting for someone to say something. When they didn't, he continued. The qualms of my grandfather do not extend to me. I have no hatred for the hidden villages, and I understand that you may. If so, I urge you to take it upon yourself to take action in your own way. If your hate is pure, then you will have no issue doing so. Well, if that's not cowardice, then I don't know what is, said a new voice from behind him. The group upon the balcony turned around in surprise at the man brave enough to disrespect this monster before them. Naruto stepped around the thrones with his mask on and his hands behind his back. Ino, who was still behind the group, smirked at Kai, who looked at her in suspicion. She slyly placed her mask back on her head, and when Naruto got next to her, she leaned on his shoulder. Kai Okataka, he said slowly. Who are you? Kai asked blankly, showing no fear or emotion of any kind. Naruto tilted his head slightly. It is of no importance who I am. What's important is my plan, and the necessities I need to complete it. He said casually, walking around. You see, like these beautiful people around you, I have a certain abhorrence for the hidden villages. Kai just stared at him in confusion and slight annoyance. Aoi, kill him, he said suddenly. Aoi drew his sword, but Naruto opened his jacket, displaying the paper bombs inside, and formed a hand sign ready to blow them. Shaking his head. Let's not blow this out of proportion. Listen, Kai, as I understand, you are a man who invites challenge. Kai turned his way, staring at him. You wish to challenge me to take my place? He asked him threateningly, flashing his killer intent at the redhead, who was not affected in the slightest. Why, that's a splendid idea, he said with a smile beneath his mask. You see, these people deserve a better leader, he said, addressing the crowd of onlookers listening to the tense conversation. They don't need a spineless man afraid of his own demise. Kai jumped back and off of the balcony, landing on the circular platform, ready to fight. Naruto rolled his right shoulder out and slowly walked forward, paying no mind to the 7 high-class killers who looked at him as if he were a fool. You will die here today, Kai. It is your fear of death that will be your demise, he said, stepping off the ledge. He landed on the opposite side of the platform, staring across the way at the curly-haired man. You seem so sure of yourself, Kai said with a bit of a smirk. If you had any common sense, you'd look around and see that your confidence may be misplaced. It is not, Naruto said simply, rolling up his left sleeve. He pushed chakra into the marking on his forearm, and a sheathed sword and strap popped up. I am merely aware of the ending to this match. You know nothing of me, but I know everything about you. He strapped the sword to his back and unsheathed it. Kai raised an eyebrow in confusion. Have we met before? Naruto shook his head. No, but I've met you. You're a cowardly man, hiding behind power, he said, holding his sword in a reverse grip. You are too kind for the role you play, which is why you refuse to take action. A man like you does not belong in an organization like this, period, yet you lead it because no one has been able to best you. And you believe you can? He asked him casually. Naruto gave him a curt nod and said nothing else. Kai nodded back cockily and walked to the edge of the arena. He held his hand out to one of the nearby men, never taking his eyes off of Naruto. Sword. The man pulled it from its sheath and handed it to him. Well then, let's see it. With that, the two rushed forward. Kai went for a wild diagonal slash that Naruto blocked with his own. Spinning with the block, Kai went for an elbow to Naruto's face, but Naruto caught it and pushed it forward, spinning him back the other way. Ducking under the next violent slash, Naruto spun on his knees with his sword out from his body, nearly cutting Kai's leg. Getting to his feet, he jumped back, avoiding the stab from above as Kai lodged his sword into the ground. Pulling it out, he jumped towards Naruto, who had just landed. Naruto fell back to his back as Kai came in for a roundhouse. While his leg was above him, Naruto jabbed him in the spot behind his knee. Kai landed and fell over when his leg gave out. He rolled out the way when Naruto threw his sword down where his chest would have been. The unarmed Naruto rolled forward and caught Kai's wrist before he could continue his slash. He leaned his head out of the way of the right straight and kicked him in the chest, sending him tumbling backwards. Kai stood up on his unresponsive leg and scowled at the redhead. Naruto rushed him and grabbed his sword on the way. He slid on his side, avoiding the bunch of kunai thrown by the curly-haired man. Kai jumped and threw his sword down, hoping to impale the still-sliding enemy, but Naruto expertly shifted his body over, missing the blade by a hair. He rolled again, barely missing the ground-breaking stomp that nearly crushed his body. Kai yelled in rage and threw his sword forward, missing the blonde and instead impaling one of the watchers in the head. Naruto looked back momentarily and paid for it when he returned his gaze as Kai was already in his face, delivering a kick to his chest that made him lose grip on his blade. Before he could grab it, Kai jumped up and kicked it away. Naruto took that distraction and grabbed onto his raised leg. He held it until Kai fell back onto his back and kicked him away. They both rolled to their feet and rushed again. Kai slid down, avoiding the flying straight kick as Naruto flew over him. Getting back to his feet, he blocked the redhead's follow-up spinning back kick with ease and delivered a barrage of his own punches into his momentarily exposed ribs. Naruto hopped back and cradled his chest with green chakra emitting from his hands. He didn't have much time as barrage of kunai flew his way. He jumped out of the way, and the watchers behind him deflected the blades, suspending them above the platform. Acting quickly, Naruto kicked one forward and grabbed another. The one he kicked forward was caught by Kai, who was already rushing him. Naruto parried his strike with a slash of his own. The two were deadlocked in a struggle of strength. Hand in hand, kunai and kunai. Kai peered into the black eye holes, faintly seeing the cold, lifeless blue staring back at him. Loosening his wrist, Naruto allowed Kai's kunai to soar towards himself, stabbing him in the shoulder as he plunged one into his thigh. Arg! Kai yelled, kicking him back with his other leg. Naruto rolled with the hit and stood back to his feet, now fresh out of weapons. Kai was now limping as he struggled to stay on his feet. Naruto rushed him, ignoring the injury to his shoulder. He engaged him, throwing a faint right hook that Kai leaned back to avoid. When he did, Naruto jabbed him in his injured thigh. Arg! He yelled again, dropping down to his knee. Naruto stood over him as if he already won. His breathing was steady, and he didn't seem as though he even fought yet, other than the blood leaking from the hole in his shoulder. Kai's eyes were traveling around the room, looking at the people who were looking at the spectacle in shock. No one said a word, they just watched on in disbelief. This is the peak performance of your so-called unstoppable leader? He asked in a condescending way. Not bad, but I have definitely had better battles. Kai chuckled and stood back to his feet. Oh, believe me, I've got a lot more, he said as he started to walk back into the tunnel. Naruto raised his eyebrow, wondering if he had given up. Close combat is not my forte. If you'd really like a battle, we should take it outside. Naruto watched him for a second before following. HN. Scene break. The hefty group of people now circled around the field outside of their hidden base, everyone trying to cram around to see the fight. It had been so long since they witnessed their leader go all out, and it would seem he would have to if he wanted to win this fight. When everyone settled in, the field was completely quiet aside from Ino, who was sharpening Naruto's discarded blade off to the side with the 7 higher-ups. Naruto stood calmly on the other side of the field waiting for Kai to do whatever it is he believed would win him this fight. Kai was still trying to get used to the pain in his leg by bouncing on the balls of his feet a few times. With a sigh, he stopped. He pulled his shirt off, revealing a body riddled with tattoos all kinds. He looked over at Naruto, who was as unintimidated as he had been the whole time. I am finished with this game of cat and mouse, he said with conviction in his voice. You wish to lead my people, I will not make it easy for you. Naruto said nothing. He took off running across the field intent on continuing their battle. A few feet away from him, he jumped to his left, dodging the ball of flames headed his way, immediately being forced to move again as another one came soaring towards him. Using his limited knowledge of earth jutsu, he slammed his hands into the ground and a wall shot up in front of him, barely standing up against the ball of flames that collided with it. Kai watched the smoke clear away for a brief second before jumping up and away from the hands that popped out trying to snag his feet. Naruto jumped out of the ground and began rushing him again, performing a string of hand signs along the way. Kai blew another fireball his way, which Naruto jumped over. Seeing this, Kai blew another one, but Naruto had finished his hand signs and blew a ball of water bigger than Kai expected, dousing his flame and coating the field in a thick mist. Kai jumped from the mist, not wanting to be caught in a trap. He stared into the cloud of white, awaiting some kind of movement. A shot of an air bullet tore through the mist too quickly for Kai to avoid completely, so he leaned out the way slightly, causing the bullet to shoot through his arm. Grimacing at the pain, he jumped out of the way of the next two, avoiding them narrowly. Naruto went through even more hand signs and blew a ball of flames at the curly-haired man. When Kai jumped away to avoid it, Naruto smirked beneath his mask, pulling at the thin ninja wire in his hands. Kai noticed the wire just in time and contorted his body clear of being tangled in it. In doing so, he didn't notice the redhead come in with a brutal knee to his ribcage, sending him tumbling back down to the ground. He held his ribs and looked up at the two redheads who began walking towards him. He looked around at the people that were giving him the same look they were before. The look that told him he was losing. In truth, this was all he had. This man before him was too powerful. The people feared his almighty strength because he was able to easily beat Sasori, but in truth, he had help in doing so. It would seem he needed that help here as well. He stood up with a very intense look in his eyes. He took a few steadying breaths before he rolled his shoulders out. With a somewhat painful expression, a tattoo on the back of his neck began to glow an orange, almost red color and began to expand. Like markings of flames, it began expanding across his body rapidly, stopping just past his nose, almost reaching his other eye. The orange faded to black and the markings looked like regular tattoos. He felt amazing. Naruto watched him in interest. I knew you were a snake, he said lowly, crouching down lower into his fighting stance. Kai's eyes lit up in excitement. The power within him was overbearing but incredible. With a crazy look in his eyes, he took off. Chapter 10. Charging in, Naruto jumped over the barrage of kunai that flew faster than they had previously. When he landed, Kai was already in his face. He leaned to the right to avoid the fist flying towards his face. He immediately had to block the follow-up right that shook his body. Kai spun around and delivered a brutal kick to his stomach, sending him skipping across the ground a few yards. Naruto rolled back to his feet and tried to lean out of the way of the roundhouse coming to his face, but it was too late. He took the hit and was once again sent skipping across the ground. Kai stood in his spot with the black markings still covering his body. Naruto picked his mask up enough to spit the blood from his mouth. Standing back to his feet, he rolled his neck out and rushed again. Kai rushed as well. When in range, he went for a right hook that Naruto sunk under and delivered a jab directly beneath his extended bicep. Kai grimaced and kneed him in the side. Naruto rolled with the hit immediately and jumped into a 360 to avoid the low kick directed at his knees. In a spin, he brought a fist out that connected brutally with Kai's chest. The two got back to their feet and traded another series of blows until Naruto's superior speed allowed him to gain the upper hand. Kai rolled at his back and kicked himself back up. He leaned back avoiding the roundhouse kick that almost took his head off. When he righted himself, he lunged forward giving Naruto a shoulder charge that threw him off balance. With an opening, he gave a spinning back kick to his side, sending him again tumbling across the field. Naruto rolled out of his tumble and leaped as hard as he could to his right, avoiding the much more potent ball of flames heading his way. When he landed, he saw Kai performing more hand signs. He awaited his next move. Kai finished his string of seals and put his hands out to the side. Miraculously, two whips made of flames shot out from his hands. Naruto was still unfazed. Kai swung one around above his head and snapped it towards Naruto. Naruto rolled out of the way of it and immediately had to jump to avoid the other one that swung just underneath him. He allowed himself to fall to the ground, avoiding the next one that swung right over top of him. Then he rolled across the ground, avoiding the next strike coming straight down at him. Acting quickly, he rolled to a crouch and slammed his hands against the ground, causing another wall of earth to shoot up in front of him. Kai sent both of the whips around either side, trying to hit him from within his cover. To his surprise, he heard him pop out of the ground from a few feet behind him. Turning around, he saw him going through hand signs. Kai snapped his whip towards him in an attempt to cut his jutsu. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid it. When he landed, he stumbled, almost losing his footing. Kai took the chance and swung both of his flame whips his way. Before they could hit, however, they dispersed without his doing. He tried to bring them back, but they refused to manifest again. What the hell? He muttered, running through the hand signs again. As he was doing that, the onlookers were watching in both amusement and amazement as the real Naruto stood directly behind their former leader, having just gently placed a seal on his back. It was a remarkable thing to see their seemingly all-powerful leader being made to look like a fool. Borrowed power makes you weak when it is no longer within your reach, Naruto said, casually, alarming Kai. He quickly jumped off to the side, facing off against Naruto and his clone. What the hell did you do? Kai asked darkly. He grabbed at his neck as his cursed seal began retracting. Naruto began walking casually towards him and dispelled his clone. I have cut your contact with that seal upon your neck, he said as everyone else grew confused. A gift from Orochimaru, I assume, he said casually, further shocking the crowd. Up to this point, they had assumed it was simply a technique of his that involved some kind of boost in his abilities. So, you've seen it? Kai asked, rolling his body out, now that he would have to fight without it. Naruto shrugged, his pace never changing as he stalked towards him, as calm as he's been the entire fight. Once before. Kai couldn't admit it, but he was a little scared at this point. This is exactly what he had been so afraid of. He feared his death before he was ready. All this time, he held his army back for fear of the Kage taking action upon him and ending him. Now, in an ironic turn of events, his fear of death from the Kage had led to his much more humiliating death at the hands of a man he didn't even know. It was a laughable death for a spineless leader. When Naruto came into his vicinity, Kai threw a basic punch his way, in an effort to fight to the end. Without the curse seal, he could now feel his injury, so he had a very wobbly base that killed him in this situation. Naruto caught the fist with ease and held it in place, staring him in the eyes. All that power you claimed to have, and this is all you could put up? He asked, amplifying his voice to further humiliate the man in front of his army of onlookers. If you were a lesser man, I'd excuse your childish boasting, he said, snapping his arm with a violent flick of his wrist. But you are a supposed all-powerful, fearless leader. Kai looked around at the onlookers, noticing the faces of absolute disappointment, amazement, and hope. He was losing his people. They weren't here for him, because he wasn't there for them. Everything his father fought and died for. Everything his grandfather created had gone to waste because of his cowardice. He wobbled on his feet a bit before using his remaining good hand to take another swing at him. Naruto punched Kai in the throat before he could even completely throw his punch. Kai's hand instantly retracted to his throat. Naruto watched him for a second, tilting his head in wonder at the vehemently coughing man. He then jabbed him in his shoulder, causing his last remaining arm to fall limp to his side. It is men like you that truly disgust me. Kai, he said, spitting his name out in a mocking way. Kai glared at him, and for whatever reason attempted a headbutt. Naruto just sent a sharp jab, breaking his nose. When Kai lifted his head back in order to both soothe the pain with no hands and stop the bleeding, Naruto spun around and delivered a brutal back kick to his exposed kneecap, dropping him to his knees. "It is men like you," he said, again amplifying his voice, "that eat away at the fiery passion of the scorn for your own selfish gains. In truth, if you were honest with your people, they'd know the true reason for your so-called new plan." Naruto once again mocked, air quoting the last two words. Kai spit the blood from his mouth, but couldn't speak with his crushed windpipe. "People," he said, pacing around and addressing the crowd of onlookers. "This man that you have all so graciously devoted your services to has had no intentions of fulfilling the acts he has promised." He stopped his pacing and placed his hands behind his back. He bounced on the balls of his feet in an almost amusing childlike manner. "You see, Kai here." He gestured to him. "Kai fears death." The crowd of onlookers were looking on in confusion. "Of course, I know what you're thinking," Naruto continued, starting up his pacing once again. "Everybody fears death. It's only natural," he said, speaking for them, basically summing up what it was swimming through their heads. "But, ladies and gentlemen, you must believe me when I say that no man has ever changed the world with the fear of death holding him back. No man has liberated an oppressed nation with the strings of death securing his feet to the cliff of safety. It's preposterous to believe in a leader who is not willing to give his life for his own cause," he said. The surrounding men and women were muttering amongst themselves. Naruto couldn't tell if he was winning them over or not, but he was determined to drive his point home. "From the looks of you, I just know there is a passion for the cause. I can tell you people want retribution for the true evil of this world. Most of you I'd assume view that as the major villages," he said, receiving more than a few chuckles and murmurs of agreement. Naruto nodded to them. "Believe me, I get it. But, listen to me now. Your hatred is misplaced." The crowd was silent, intent on listening to what he had to say. The major villages are merely victims to the chaotic clutches of the established order. Order that has been instilled by the brutality of many years of war. Ino stood behind the group of the 7 elites, watching their body language and noticing the subtle signs that Naruto was slowly winning them over. So far, it already looked like Zabuza and Kisame were on board, if their nod of agreement towards each other was anything to go by. The villages are victims, yes, but the Kage are the perpetrators. At this the people actually cheered a bit, clapping lightly in acceptance of his words. The unspoken truth of the matter is that they are the guardians of the modern standards of civilization. The ones that hold the leash upon men and women who seek something more. Who seek a future of equality among us all. The crowd returned to their murmuring, apparently trying to discuss amongst themselves if Naruto was telling the truth. "I too seek this future. And I can assure you, I am more than willing to die for such a cause. I can almost guarantee that I may when this is all over. But if I am to die in the process of exposing these false gods for what they truly are, I want my actions to mean something. In order to do this, I am in need of an army," he said. "I need an army willing to fight and die for the cause. Just as I am willing to do the same." No one said a thing as they just stood there. "That is my purpose," he said casually. "I don't want to kill them," he said, shaking his head. "No, that's too easy. There's no pain in death. I want to humiliate them. I want to strip them of everything they hold dear and make them understand me. They have to understand that they are the antagonists." To everyone's surprise, Pakura stepped forward. "How do we know you're not just blowing smoke like Kai?" she asked daringly. Naruto turned to her and slowly paced towards her. "Because, unlike Kai, I have a vendetta. I have a mission that I will complete if not with an army then by myself. Unlike Kai," he said once more, kicking the still immobile man over so that he was laying on his back. "I do not fear death. I don't fear the Kage. Unlike Kai, I have real power." "Real power, huh?" asked Aoi, stepping forward alongside Pakura. "You didn't look like much to me. Kai was just a lot weaker than I had imagined. If I had known, I would have killed him myself. If you wish to take his place, then you will have to fight me for it," Naruto said casually. Everyone could tell Aoi was afraid, but for some reason, he stepped up to the plate. Pakura saw the coming battle and stepped back to watch. Everyone knew Aoi was strong, so if this man could hold his own against him, then there was some merit to his words. Aoi drew his sword and stared across at his opponent. Naruto just stood in his spot undeterred by the fabled sword. Aoi waited with bated breaths, hoping Naruto would make the first move. When he didn't, it only boosted Aoi's confidence that he wasn't as strong as he led on. He took off in a sprint, determined to end this quickly. When he made it to the masked redhead, he swung his sword wildly and Naruto sidestepped it. Aoi was thrown off balance and stumbled forward. Naruto caught him in a chokehold and with absolutely no effort began closing his windpipe. Aoi tried to free himself by stabbing at Naruto over his head, but a clone he didn't see him make plucked the sword from his hands. "I was lenient with Kai, because I wanted to see what he could do," Naruto said eerily so that everyone could hear. "You, however, are quite famous for your prowess, so I have no need for a prolonged battle." With that being said, everyone was shocked beyond belief when he spun his neck completely around with no effort at all. The crowd of people were all stunned in silence. Even the remaining 6 members couldn't believe it. They had all sparred with Aoi at one point, so they knew he wasn't that easy to take down. Or he shouldn't have been. Naruto picked up the discarded sword of the Thunder God and walked around the field until he spotted something. He walked over to the man that had lent his weapon to Kai. "I do believe you are in need of a new blade," he said, handing it over to him. The man was absolutely stunned to have received such a famous blade. The onlookers themselves were stunned to see someone hand a relic of that magnitude over so willingly. As if it were a casual thing, Naruto just went back to addressing the crowd. Believe me when I say I have the strength to carry out my ideals. I have the knowledge of how to do it. I have the unquenchable drive to see it through. All I need is an army willing to do so as well. Everyone looked around at each other weighing their odds. If you are still not convinced, I am willing to take any of you on to prove my point, he said daringly, mainly directing his statement at the remaining 6 higher-ups. To everyone's surprise, Deidara stepped forward. Naruto eyed him suspiciously, expecting him to attack. To everyone's surprise, he kneeled and bowed his head. Gasps and murmuring erupted around the area. Everyone watched on as Kisame and Zabuza joined him. Then, Haiden and Kakuzu, and finally Pakura, who was now convinced. Seeing their higher-ups bow to a man that had just defeated their previous leader, slowly the 200 men and women began dropping down, bowing before the man who had promised action against the Kage. Ino walked over happily to him, skipping a few times in a childish manner. Looks like we have our army on, she quipped happily. Naruto smiled and wrapped an arm around her waist. Looks like we do. Any news? Mima asked as Kakashi walked into his office. The message of warning had been sent out to Sakura and Sasuke a week ago. They were due back in a few more days. Kakashi scratched the back of his head. Meh, Sasuke and Mito responded with some mighty big news. He said casually, plopping down on the chair in front of his desk. What is it? He asked him cautiously. Did they run into the masked individuals? Kakashi stopped him before his string of questions ran wild. No, nothing like that, he said, waving him off. It's a bit more personal. Mima shook his head in confusion. He didn't understand what he was getting at. Kakashi rolled his eye. Mito's pregnant. Mima sat back in his seat in surprise. Mito was. She's pregnant? He asked with a smile slowly creeping onto his face. Well, now, I'm gonna be an uncle, he yelled out, pumping his fist in the air. Father, Hokage, and uncle, he said to himself. Yup, impressive rap sheet, Kakashi remarked from behind his book. Mima was all teeth. Are you not excited? He asked him in amusement. Kakashi shrugged. Well, there's more news. I just wanted to give you the good before the bad, he said dangerously. Mima sat up in his seat ready to listen. Well, I'm waiting on one more person who needs to hear this, he said. What does it pertain to? Mima asked, now getting a bit worried about what he was about to say. Kakashi just stared at him and shook his head as if telling him he couldn't say it without saying all of it. Mima just leaned back in his seat, his mind running circles thinking about what it could be. Had Sasuke been killed? Had they been captured? Had Naruto died or something? He wasn't certain, but he just had a feeling he knew who was on their way. Sure enough, his father came in, raising his worry. If his father was here, then it definitely pertained to either Sasuke and Mito or Naruto. He wouldn't be too thrilled about either of them. Kakashi? What is it? Asked Minato, taking the other seat. He only nodded at Minma, who nodded back. If Kakashi took it upon himself to actually call him out for something, he knew it was something big. He and Minma stared at the dazed-looking silver-haired man waiting for him to say it. With a sigh, Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck. There was word from Kiri. We sent word for a more detailed description of the 2 masked assailants, he said with a heavy tone. Minma and Minato stared at him with an uneasy feeling welling up. Somehow, they both knew. We know who it is. Don't tell me, Minato said, shaking his head and dropping his gaze down to the floor. He didn't even want to hear it. It's Naruto, isn't it? Mima asked timidly. Kakashi didn't respond, but his silence said enough. Mima shook his head and sighed. Now what? He's attacked 2 nations already. There was no leniency for that. If the other villages were to find out, they'd demand his head immediately. Well, Suna and Kiri at least. Kumo and Iwa, to his knowledge, had no issues with the masked individuals. Then, the issue of it being Ino with him. That was another headache. Now it was certain, she was no victim in this. She was his accomplice, in the most likely way he escaped. What now? Minato asked. He couldn't believe it. His name was already tarnished as is, but now with having attacked 2 nations, no one would dispute it. Naruto Namikaze was no longer salvageable. What's worse, his actions could cause more problems for Konoha. For Mima especially. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. Mima, I know this puts you in a tight spot, he said, drawing his attention. But, if it comes to it, and Naruto becomes a major problem for Konoha and the other villages, then you must be Hokage first and his brother second. Both Minma and Minato understood what he was saying. Minma immediately wanted to dispute that, but how could he? Minato's heart ached, but he understood what he was saying. If Naruto was truly set in his ways, then he would have to be put down before he hurt anyone else. It hurt him more knowing that he was partially responsible for what his son had become. Kakashi. I couldn't possibly. Minma began. Minato butted in before he could finish. He's right. Minma was completely shocked by that statement. Tusan. Had he really just agreed to kill his own son? How could you even say that? Minato shook his head sadly. Minma. Naruto is not well. And if he's running around killing people, we may have no other choice but to put him down. Minma sat back in his seat again, his heart shattering within his chest at the mere thought of having to do such an unspeakable act. Believe me. I know how you feel, but if it comes to it. It just has to be done. What if we find him before he does more damage? Mima asked, trying to find a way around this. Kakashi and Minato shared glances with each other. I mean, we're the only ones who know who he is, so if we could find him and Ino before then, we could probably take them back undetected. Kakashi sighed. Minma, it doesn't work like that. He said, scratching his head. Even if we did get him back, he'd be thrown in a prison immediately, or worse. Well, what's a better option? He asked in frustration. What? Just kill him. Minato sat up in his seat. Minma, there are just things that must be done. I doubt Naruto would even let us take him alive. What do you mean let us? I'm sure with me, Kakashi, and Sasuke there wouldn't be much he could do. Minma responded, letting slip a bit of his arrogance. Kakashi wasn't as confident. Minma, do not underestimate him. He looked much more serious than they were comfortable with. I can't explain it, but this is not the time for arrogance. Minma shook his head in confusion. Kakashi, I said me, you, and Sasuke. Kakashi just shook his head. Just, don't take him lightly. Kakashi said, looking down at his own foot. Naruto, Ino, and the 6 higher-ups sat within a room with a round table. Ino was on Naruto's lap with her bare feet propped up on the table as she stroked his hair. Naruto and the others were speaking of Naruto's plan. Or as much as he was willing to tell them. What was the estimation? Naruto asked, directing his statement towards Pakura. She shuffled through a few papers. About even all around. About 50 for Konoha, 40 for Kiri, 45 for Suna, 40 for Kumo, and 50 for IWA. Naruto nodded as he absent-mindedly rubbed his hand against Ino's exposed thigh. Well, if I were to guess for you lot, I'd say you Pakura are definitely leaning towards Suna. Deara, without a doubt, IWA. Zabuza and Kisame Kiri, and that just leaves Konoha and Kumo. He continued to rub Ino's leg and thought, well, in any case, everyone will have the choice of which village they decided to lead their attack on. If there are any shortages, we will have to balance it out with willing individuals. When is this whole attack business happening anyways? Asked Deidara. Naruto tilted his head up and thought. Well, immediately of course. He said casually. No beating around the bush. Although I am a patient man, I have been waiting for many years. Now is the time. If we allow that alliance of theirs to solidify, it will only make our task a lot harder. He said casually. Well, there are 8 of us here. First things first, we must first take our incentive. He said darkly, confusing them all. Yay. Sounds like fun. Ino quipped, happily wrapping her arms around Naruto's neck. Flying atop of his explosive clay bird, Deidara stared down menacingly at the village below. Familiar streets he knew all too well, with maroon flags waving proudly upon every building. It had been so many years since he's been here, and it was so technologically advanced. TV's new stores he had never heard of. It was impressive. It'll look even better in rubble. His hatred for this place stemmed from their mistreatment of him in his younger years. In IWA, you were either born fortunate enough to survive on your own, or you were handed over to the military for either experimentation or early training. With both of his parents vanishing, he was handed over to them and subjected to the former. His eyes caught a glimmer of something in the outskirts of the village. He tossed down another of his flying creations, which swooped down to the spot. Moments later, the bird returned with a blood-splattered Haiden on its back. Haiden, did you get the information? He asked. Haiden nodded, licking the blood from off the edge of his sickle. Oh, you bet your fucking ass I got it. Man, this is the most fun I've had in years. He yelled out, looking down at the village he had no quarrel with. In truth, he just enjoyed destruction. All around destruction. They had left right after the meeting. Naruto had explained a condensed version of his plan to the entire army and had them divide themselves based on which village they decided to attack. He explained that they were to wait at the base getting as much training in as possible until they were called to action. The higher-ups left for their assignment of sending a message. Everyone had their task in mind and were determined to do it. They had more than a few objectives they were told they must complete before returning. There was a spark that was ignited within them all now that they were actually taking action. When their new leader said he had a goal, he was definitely not one to beat around the bush to make it happen. After only a week, they were already taking action. Deidara chuckled as he mentally ordered the birds to take them up into the cover of the clouds for the time being. His eyes staring intently at the setting sun, waiting for it to be swallowed by the horizon. Standing atop a very high cliff overlooking their previous home, Kisame and Deidara readied their blades. Kisame had a very excited grin on his face, and Zabuza's was set in a nonchalant manner. Oi, this sure brings back memories, doesn't it? Kisame asked, peering over at the man. Zabuza just rolled his shoulders out. He said in reply with a small nod. It's been a while since we've actually fought together, he said, looking back to him. Kisame's grin widened. And what better way to get back at it than against our own home? He finished with a chuckle at his own joke. His shark-skin sword was already purring in excitement. Kisame had a dark history with this place. He refused to admit that he at one point admired their psychotic Kage who was intent on destroying bloodlines. Ironic given his unusual mutation. So, you want to grab the kid? Or me? Zabuza chuckled. It'd be dead before its use ran out if I let you do it, he said in amusement. You just handle the distraction. Kisame grinned wider, displaying his sharp teeth. Zabuza's eyes dazed over, staring at the gentrified village he had left behind all those years ago. It was almost sickening how peaceful it seemed, as the last time he was there it was nothing more than a stain upon the elemental nations. The last time he was there, the war had taken the last bit of life he had left in him, killing the child he had taken under his wing just a few years prior. That was his vendetta. That's what brought him to Kai, who promised the vengeance he sought. He wanted the village to suffer the way they made him suffer all his life. From his blood-filled academy days to his last few years of service. He wanted them to suffer for all of it, and now, with the help of their new leader, they finally would. So, you trust him? He asked the blue-skinned man to his right. Kisame looked over at him to ensure he understood the question. It's been a week, and we're already attacking, he said as if there was no question. Zabuza nodded. Yeah, but there is something else, I know it. He's got some other objective he's not telling us. Kisame shrugged. If we get the revenge we need, I don't care what he's planned. Zabuza just nodded and looked out to the horizon. The sun was almost down, it wouldn't be too long now. Standing on a giant sand dune, two beautiful women, one green-haired and impressively muscular, the other a dainty-looking blonde who was bouncing on the balls of her feet in excitement. Oh, I can't wait to work with you. Ino chirped happily, looking over at the stony-faced woman. Pakura looked over to her, just mentally wondering what the hell was wrong with this psycho. She was far too happy for someone who had killed a group of genin on their way here. Dido. In truth, the mask creeped her out as it seemed to match the girl's tone of voice. Misleadingly sweet. Do you want to grab the package, or would you rather be the distraction? Ino asked her. Pakura just shrugged her shoulders. For whatever reason, something inside of her was telling her she did not want to get on this girl's bad side. It wasn't just because of her boyfriend being her leader either. It was something that was just screaming that this girl was far more dangerous than she let on. It's up to you. Great. She quipped happily as she clapped her hands. I'll be the distraction. I get to use my new toys. Pakura wasn't sure, but she knew it wasn't something she would have liked to face if she were on the other side of this attack. Had it not been for a few bad events, she may have been on that other side. Luckily for her, the higher-ups hated her for what she was and they tried to kill her. That was their first mistake. After 2 years of following Kai, Pakura was losing hope in her ever having the revenge she so desperately wanted. Now, with the directing of Naruto and a firm plan set in action, it was finally time. What they did was unforgivable and she refused to let them get away with it. Turning to the horizon, there was still a bit of time before their attack was due to take place. In an effort to dig up some kind of feel for her new leader, understand their relationship, and get used to the blonde's personality, she started a conversation. So, what's Leader Sama's deal? She asked casually. Ino looked over to her in confusion. Are you asking me about my honey? She asked in an almost threatening way. Pakura noticed and quickly diffused whatever deranged thoughts she may be having. No, I was just trying to understand who he is, she said quickly. Ino gave her a very unsure look from beneath her mask. Well, don't get any ideas, lady. And you don't need to understand who he is. What is he? Your husband? Soon to be, she said happily, placing her hands together and tilting her head in a cute way. Pakura was weirded out but continued anyways. Well, who is he? You know, under that mask. Ino looked at her eerily for a few seconds. You don't need to know who he is. This time, it was definitely said in a threatening way. It's almost sundown. Get ready. Pakura was alarmed by how hostile she seemed to turn all of a sudden. She turned away and prepared for the mission. Standing on a lower mountain, Naruto and Kakuzu awaited the fall of the sun. It was almost time for them to attack. It was decided that Kakuzu would take the role of the distraction as Naruto was much more stealthy and deadly within close proximity, which is where their target resided. The sun was a sliver away from being completely consumed by the horizon. It's time, he said to Kakuzu, who simply nodded and followed him as they jumped towards the bridge to Kumo. Naruto looked up and the sun was almost non-existent. As soon as darkness takes over, began the assault, he ordered. Kakuzu said nothing as his body began to bubble and his sticks began to come apart. 4 of the masks connected to his body shot out and created bodies of their own. He nodded to his red-headed leader, who nodded back to him. It will take no longer than 20 minutes, he said as he jumped off the side of the bridge, intent on taking a different path. Kakuzu watched the last ray of sunshine slowly disappear until it was completely gone. Wordlessly, the creatures on his back sprinted towards the entrance to the mountainous village with the only purpose of causing as much damage as possible for 20 minutes. He jumped onto the back of his creature containing the infinity of fire element, and they shot into the air. While there, he went through hand signs and blew an enormous ball of flames at the busiest section of the village he could see. The people had no time to react and were burnt to a crisp. Within seconds, the shinobi within the surrounding area were on him, demanding what he was attacking for. He remained silent and continued to wreak havoc upon the citizens of Kumogakure. Using chakra, Naruto clung to the bottom of the Raikage office. He waited closely to the nearest open window, listening for his chance to enter. He could feel the vibrations of Kakuzu's attacks, so he knew the Raikage could feel it too. What was that? Yelled a fairly drowsy-sounding voice from within the office called out. He could hear a few footsteps charging towards his office. Raikage-sama. Another male voice yelled, this one much more urgent-sounding. We're under attack. Naruto could hear the Raikage chair slide out. All right, he said. Samui. Take Riwi into the vault. You'll be safe. Okay. You better come back, Darui. After that brief yet heartfelt commotion moment, Naruto heard a heavy door shut, and footsteps charging back down the hall. Slowly, he crawled up to the open window. Climbing in, he looked around suspiciously, making sure no one was around. When he was certain, he walked further in slowly. He could hear small pouts and reassuring whispering from somewhere. Turning his head, he grew alarmed when he saw the Hachibi form near the front of the village. That means Kumo's Jinchuriki were still in town. At least one of them. He had to be quick. Going up to the vault, he knocked on the door. From within, the woman called out to him timidly. Darui? Naruto did his best impression of the man he had just heard a few minutes ago, adding a bit of labored breathing to make it real. Samui, it's me, open the door. We have to leave, now. Daddy? What's wrong? A child's voice called out. Riwi, everything's okay. We have to go, now. He said with the same level of urgency. He could hear Samui urgently trying to open the door, and he tapped the door as if he couldn't contain himself. Samui was shocked to see someone other than Darui. She stepped in front of her son with a kunai in hands. Who are you? She demanded dangerously. I'd love to fight you, but I am afraid I am pressed for time. If you believe me, I'd rather not hit a woman in front of her son, he said casually. Samui's fight or flight syndrome was kicking in, and the only thing on her mind was the will to save her son. She rushed forward, slashing at the assailant, but Naruto grabbed her wrist, spun her around, and delivered a sharp chop to the back of her head, putting her to sleep. Then, he was left staring across at the 5-year-old dark-skinned boy looking at him in fear. Chapter 11. Flying above the silent village, Deidara and Haiden watched the horizon. As soon as the last sliver of light ate itself, Deidara dropped the strange-looking creature from his hand. As they watched it fall to the ground, Haiden leaped from his own bird towards the target they were told to retrieve. Deidara just watched on as his creature suddenly expanded into a very huge blob of white that looked like an incredibly obese bird. Before it even hit, he could hear the screams and a small smile teased on his face. When his creation impacted, there was nothing but silence. Then a flash of light blinded him momentarily, followed by a booming explosion that he could feel from his bird. He smiled, seeing Ninja rally to the point of impact to recover survivors. Jerking his hands forward, he threw out 2 more creations, both of which expanded into different creatures that shot forward like missiles in a nosedive straight for the bulk of the people. No longer needing cover, he swooped down on his clay bird and began throwing out smaller creatures that still packed more than enough bang to decimate a target and then some. He swiveled and swerved away from the pitiful jutsu thrown his way as he continued attacking shinobi and civilian alike. He jumped off of his clay bird just as 2 earth spears impaled it. Quickly, he created another and looked towards the origin of the attack. He saw none other than the yondaime Tsuchikage herself, Karatsuchi. Deidara grinned and dodged her next barrage of rock missiles, countering with a barrage of his clay creatures. Scene break. Haiden used his sickle to climb up the side of the mountain. When he made it to the top, he ducked down in the bushes as a group of individuals were being escorted towards a shelter away from the village by 2 chunin. The 2 ushered the group into a cave and prepared to shut it with a boulder. Before they could do so, Haiden had decapitated one of them with a clean strike with a sickle. The other one he only managed to nip his arm. Sadly for the unaware man, that was all he needed. Performing hand signs, his body turned black and the outline of an apparent skeleton appeared over his skin. He pulled a black rod of some kind from somewhere on his form and impaled his own heart. The man grabbed at his pouring injury and Haiden turned to the cave. With his sickle dragging behind him, he strolled casually inside. When there, he could see a few wealthy-looking civilians, and a few who seemed to have been luckily close when the attack began. The people gasped at the sight of him, as they could just tell he was an enemy. Good evening, ya pompous pricks, he said with a strangely excited tone. I am here to retrieve someone important, he said casually. Since this seems to be the VIP bunker, I just know she's here. He clicked his tongue in thought as he casually paced back and forth, looking into the fear-riddled eyes of everyone there. He seemed much creepier as he just ignored the rumbles and booms of explosions in the distance. Feeling the tension getting to them, a middle-aged man wearing expensive-looking clothes tried to make a run for the exit. Being the closest to the mouth of the cave, he felt he had it. Before he took more than 2 steps, Haiden's sickle impaled him through the back. The bottom blade pierced directly through his chest, and the second sliced through the base of his neck, protruding out the front of his face, leaving the top blade dug within the very top of his skull. He said, waving his finger as he continued looking around. Can't have you fuckers leaving on me now. Not that I couldn't let you go. I just don't want to. His eyes stopped on a woman nearing her early 20s with long brown hair and green eyes. She looked to be a fairly rich girl and exactly who he was looking for. He said, stepping around the people to get to her. Makatsuchi? He asked. The girl quickly shook her head no, and pushed back further, trying to sink into the rock behind her. Her eyes were darting everywhere, trying to focus on something else, hoping he would leave her alone. Haiden could tell she was lying and he could have just taken her, but he decided to have a bit more fun. Well, that's really too bad, he said, standing up. Everyone else was afraid to move, so no one else tried to dash for the door. Haiden leaned his sickle against his shoulder. I guess I'll just have to start killing people until I find out who Makatsuchi is, he said with a shrug. He turned to the man closest to the exit, other than the one he had already killed. The man saw his intention and tried scrambling away. No, it's her. No, he yelled before Deidara cut his head clean from his body. The others screamed in horror at seeing it roll across the floor. He looked around for an answer to his unasked question. With a chuckle, he held his hands out. Really? No one? Not a single person moved. Well, fuck me. I thought you people cared. He said, shaking his head. How inhumane. As he was saying this, he brought his weapon up again and prepared to bring it down on the next individual, which, to everyone's horror, happened to be the previous victim's shell-shocked son, not even 10 years old. Wait, yelled a feminine voice. Hayden looked over to the girl he knew was Makatsuchi to begin with. It's me. Please, it's me. She said with fear oozing from her tone. Please. Don't hurt me. She was clearly on the verge of hysterical tears. Hayden was still holding his sickle up above his head. He looked around the room at all of the hopeful faces. He then looked down at the kid with his head down who he was seconds away from butchering. What the hell? I already brought it up. With a disgusting sound of impalement, he split the kid's skull in half. The room fell quiet at the horrific act. Scene break. Zabuza sliced through yet another guard as he rushed towards his destination. Just a while ago he watched the new Mizukichi, a young blue-haired man with glasses, walk out the building giving instructions to protect her with your life, so he knew he was in the right place. He was disappointed with the skill of the shinobi he's run into thus far. Only one of them was able to put up a somewhat adequate fight that lasted all but 20 seconds. Rounding another corner, he dropped into a slide, avoiding the sword slash that was inches from taking his head off. He turned around and looked the young swordsman in the eyes. The young man was holding his shaking blade in Zabuza's face, trying to keep his composure. Zabuza slowly stepped forward until the man finally decided to try his luck. Zabuza pulled his giant blade up and blocked the strike with absolute ease. You are unfit to be a swordsman, he said, slicing his body in half straight down the middle. With that finished, he turned and continued running, ignoring the tremors of the building as he threw his sword forward. It impaled whoever was on the other side of the wooden door with a grunt. Zabuza ran forward and kicked the door open, gripping the handle of his blade to pull it out. He flicked the blood off of it and ignored the now dead man who slumped down behind the door. He jumped, avoiding the slash from the man to the left of him. While in the air, he scouted the room. There were 3 remaining enemies and the chair of the desk was spinning, meaning someone jumped out of it. He used the hole in his sword to wrap around the neck of the man that tried to attack him. When he landed, he dropped down, avoiding the overhead slash from the man behind him. He yanked the man and his sword over top of him, causing the man who slashed at him to catch him. When he did, Zabuza had already kicked his sword through both of their bodies. Before he could collect his weapon, the last wannabe swordsman rushed him, swiping his blade wildly at him with a war cry. It was an extremely pitiful attempt at wielding a weapon of any kind. Zabuza grabbed his wrist and kicked his leg over the man's arm. He then brought the appendage back around his neck and put him in a sort of reverse armbar. Then, he dropped down to the ground, bringing him with him. The man's face was pressed to the ground beneath Zabuza's legs. With a jerk of his body, he broke the man's arm, causing him to loosen his grip on his sword. Zabuza rolled to his feet and grabbed the screaming man's sword, impaling his head to the floor. Silence enveloped the room as Zabuza sighed and plucked his bloodied weapon from the bodies of the 2 men laying lifeless on the floor. He leaned it up on his shoulder and followed the muffled breathing of fear he heard. With ease, he flipped the wooden desk over, revealing the frightened woman beneath. She tried to scramble away from him, and Zabuza just stared at her, before stabbing his sword into the ground next to him. Jumping towards another roof, Ino planted another paper bomb before heading to another one to repeat the process. It was almost sundown, and she had planted hundreds around the city. They were needed for her plan. When she was set up and ready, she headed back to the rendezvous with Pakura. You ready? Pakura asked her timidly, afraid she was still a bit touchy about their previous conversation that ended in a heated declaration from the masked blonde. All set, she said with a smile and a thumbs up. Let's have a blast. Pakura looked at her strangely but nodded nonetheless. There was but a sliver of sunlight remaining. I'm going, Pakura said, jumping off the wall in the direction of her target. Ino didn't respond as she sat on the edge, swinging her feet to a tune in her head, watching the sunset. When it was time to act, she stood to her feet and stretched her body out. Okay, time to make my love proud, she said, looking down at the village. Performing a few hand signs, she pulled her mask up slightly so that her soft lips were exposed. With a deathly innocent smooch to the air, a condensed ball of light shot out of her mouth in an arch that traveled high and far towards the center of the village. For a second, it seemed to just disappear within the city. Ino waited casually for the final product. Then, with a flash of light, an explosion erupted, followed by a very deafening boom that rocked the ground she was standing on. She cheered loudly at the destruction until she was spotted by a patrolling chunin. She stopped her shouts of praise and pulled a scroll from her pouch. Unsealing its content, a sword appeared in her hands. She rushed the boy who was trying to form hand signs. Before he could finish, she threw her sword into the center of his chest. Rushing forward, she plucked it from his body before jumping and shooting off a fireball that was a fairly decent size at the village below. When it hit, she jumped from her high vantage point, avoiding the puppet that shot towards her. Looking for the assailant, she saw none other than Kankuro utilizing his personal puppet. Ino smirked beneath her mask and took off through the village, letting off more and more deadly attacks as she went along. Scene break. Pakura jumped through the window of the building she assumed the target to be in. Walking further in, she performed a few hand signs and 3 balls of flame surrounded her body as she walked. As she ran down the hall she was in, she could hear footsteps rushing down the adjacent path. She simply willed one of the balls forward and it cut the man off, slamming straight through his form. He fell to the ground looking as though he was drained of all of the moisture in his body. She picked the carcass up and quickly threw it into a nearby closet. She could hear multiple steps from above her, but assumed them to be soldiers based on her time here. As she continued running, she jumped up to the ceiling, avoiding the detection of a voice she was sure she knew. It was the Kazekage, Gaara. He was heading down the hall in the company of his apparent advisor, discussing the current attack. How much damage has been done? He asked urgently. The brown-haired man quickened his pace to keep up with the redhead. The assailant has destroyed a very great chunk of the market district. There are a heap of civilian casualties and a few shinobi as well. He debriefed. Kankuro-sama is currently giving chase. He finished as they rounded the corner. Pakura was impressed by her partner's destructive capabilities. She had assumed she'd be a bit more dainty in battle, maybe relying on speed rather than power to handle a fight. She actually doubted she had the ability to play the role of a distraction, but clearly her unease was misplaced. If the Kazekage was on his way, however, she'd have to do this quickly. Dropping back down to the floor, she ran down the hall at full speed and rounded the corner. At the end of this hall was a room reserved for important meetings that could not be discussed around prying eyes. The perfect place for the Kazekage to hide valuables. Before she reached the door, she threw a kunai with an explosive tag on the end of it. The door was blown open and within, still sitting in their seats, were the elderly council members. These were the same fuckers that tried to kill her years ago. Ignoring that fact, she had a mission to do. One of them saw her rush in from the smoke and immediately grew worried. No, wait, Paku. He stopped as she jumped over their table and blew the door behind them off its hinges. Within was a woman nursing a child. The men at the table stood to their feet, seeing her intentions. She's after the Kazekage's nephew. One of them yelled. Pakura had no time for any sort of pleasantries as she reformed the balls of chakra around her. She sent one out and drained the woman who had set the child down to face her. The woman's drained body fell to the ground and she quickly rushed to the crib she had just laid the baby in. Picking him up, she turned around and sent another one of her balls into the room. She stepped to the side of the door and waited. The ball she sent into the room burst into a sort of mist that quickly drained the life of the 5 remaining men within. As soon as it did, she took off, staring down at the disgusting men on her way by. Rushing back down the hall, she busted out of the first window she saw. Covering the baby to protect it from any sort of injury, she jumped away from the building. As she ran along the top of the wall of the village, she looked in at all the damage that had been done. The city was in utter destruction. In the distance she could see sand tendrils chasing after the masked blonde who was too quick and nimble for the Kazekage to catch. She created a clone and sent it that way to inform her that they were done and needed to escape. She didn't want to alert the Kazekage of the true purpose of this mission. She couldn't let him see the bundle for fear of him giving chase. Scene break. Pakura's clone reached the center of the commotion and threw an explosive kunai at the sand tendril coming down on the still recovering blonde. Ino looked up to see Pakura empty-handed. The green-haired woman just nodded at her and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Understanding the message, Ino came to a stop in a crouch. Looking across at the sand-wielding man, she smirked beneath her mask. This was fun, Kazekage-sama. She said in a cute tone that was eerily unsettling considering how many people she killed. Gaara looked absolutely furious as the sand seemed to just bubble along with his anger behind him. Why have you done this? He demanded. Ino just shrugged. How about I tell you later? She said, using her hand to gesture herself, blowing a kiss to him. You're not going anywhere, he said, bringing his sand up in a threatening way. Ino smiled and made a hand sign. Oh, I think I am. Gaara's eyes grew as he was unsure if she was bluffing or not. You've got a village to save. She simultaneously set off the tags she had placed all over the village before taking off. Gaara turned around to see all the explosions. He peered back over his shoulder, tearing himself apart on what to do. Should he go after her? Or save his people? Begrudgingly, he made his decision and flew towards anywhere he could hear people calling for help. He ordered every shinobi near him to assist in recovering the injured. Pakura waited on the other side of the wall until she heard the massive amounts of explosions. Ino came jumping down and began running with her, giggling in excitement. Hee. We did it. She cheered happily as they made their exit. Pakura remained cautious of the girl, but ran alongside her regardless. The 5 higher-ups who had all returned from a mission complete, lounged around in the meeting room, talking about how great it felt to take action. It has been a week since their simultaneous attacks and they were still waiting on the ladies to return. Naruto was absent from the group, opting instead to sit on the throne overlooking the main room with a book in his face. He was planning the next move in his head. There was one more task to complete before they were ready. It would be the most taxing, of course, but the most satisfying to complete. Getting to a section in his book that made him think, he read the section out loud. War is but a mere stepping stone in the struggle of humanity. A struggle to survive, not only in the basic sense, but to survive in comfortability. Survive with pride. It made sense. Humanity is selfish, arrogantly driven by a need to have more than the next man. More power, more intelligence, more money, more land, more lovers. It was all just a pointless objective to blind everyone of the truth. That truth being, I love. We're back. Ino's voice yelled out as she landed in the throne next to his. Naruto smirked beneath his mask and looked over to her. Ah, at last, he said, putting his book away and standing up. He held his hand out for her to take, which she did gracefully. Did you retrieve the target? Yes. Well, no, Pakura did. I was the distraction, she said, hugging onto his arm. Naruto looked over to her. Were you now? He asked rhetorically, receiving a nod of her head against his arm. MHM. In love. My kiss of doom worked, she said excitedly. Naruto slowed his pace. I thought I told you. I don't like you using that, he said, holding onto her mask. You nearly killed yourself the last time you did. Ino rubbed his hand. I've got it down now, she said casually as she shrugged her shoulders. I can do it from up to 50 feet away now, she said with a nod. Naruto shrugged. Well, if you say so, he said nonchalantly as he began walking again. Ino rushed him and jumped on his back as she always did. Naruto cupped his hands beneath her knees and carried her to the meeting room as she once again played with his slicked back hair. Even though it was slicked back, it was extremely moist. It was as if he perpetually took showers. When they reached the meeting room, the others were still chatting away about their complete missions. They were all giddy about what was next, even though they of course expected a few months of inactivity. Well, that's what they expected. Be ready, Naruto said as he tilted his head so that the now maskless Ino could freely attack his neck. We leave for the final portion of preparation in an hour. With his piece said, he turned to leave. Final portion? Pakura asked for the group. Naruto turned back around and looked at them as if it were obvious. Konoha, of course. We're all going, he said nonchalantly before continuing down the hall. The 6 higher-ups all exchanged glances with each other. Hayden stood up with a chuckle. Oh, I love this fucking guy. The others didn't verbally agree, but by the way they all stood up with either a grin or a chuckle, they were very pleased as well. Scene break. Naruto and Ino walked down a hall that led to the containment area in which the 4 kidnapped victims remained within a cell. Well, the 3 that could provide for themselves. The Kazekage's nephew was being cared for by one of the women of the army a few rooms over. Naruto had set Ino down and they were just casually walking until they got to the front of the cell. When they peered inside, the 3 victims scrambled away from the bars. What do you want? Yelled the woman Zabuza and Kisame had taken from Kiri. Naruto just stared at her. Welcome, Raisama, he said pleasantly. You must be wondering why you lot are here, he said, pacing in front of their cell. Despite her outburst, she was still very much afraid and backed up to the wall. She even tried to block Naruto's view of the child, letting show her motherly instincts. I am horribly sorry, but you are here because of your fiancé. I need him to accept my invitation. And if I have you, he'll come running. Makatsuchi decided to question him next. Then, why am I here? Her voice was timid, as she already knew the answer. Naruto just shrugged. From what I was told by Hayden, you are widely known to be the closest friend to the Tsukikage, Karatsuchi, he said. At least that's what the informant told him. Makatsuchi remained silent after that, certain that lying would do her no good. Naruto just went back to pacing. What are you going to do to us? Rai asked in fear as she pushed the little dark-skinned boy further behind her. Naruto tilted his head at her. Nothing. As I said before, you are only here as incentive for your fiancé's attendance. Rai began crying even more hysterically as she slid down the wall. In due time, Rai-sama. Until then, remain here. Shout out to this gentleman here if you need anything, he said, grabbing onto a random soldier who was passing by. The man looked absolutely star-stricken standing in front of their leader. Yes sir, he yelled with a salute. Naruto patted his shoulder and he and Ino walked back. Scene break. A few minutes later, and the group of deadly ninjas stood within the field above their base. Now, Naruto said, turning to address them. The attack must happen now, and we have to get there as soon as possible. It takes about 10 days total for a message to be sent from Suna to Konoha, meaning we have an estimated 3 days to beat it there, he said with a deadpan tone. Oh, we'll make that no problem. Deara said, throwing out some clay. It expanded into a huge dragon, large enough to carry them all. Naruto nodded to him in apparent appreciation before continuing. The reason we are all going is because of Konoha's strength. He could see some of them were immediately offended and he defused their anger quickly. Not as a nation, but individual shinobi-wise, they possess the most extensive listing within the bingo books. Everyone will be need to play the distraction other than Ino, who will retrieve the target. Gotcha, hun, Ino said from his side. As everyone climbed up on the clay creation, Naruto turned to them. We attack with no mercy. Cause as much damage as possible. Keep the attention on the main battlefield and off of the objective, he said, looking out towards the ground that grew smaller and smaller the higher they got. Then, on Daidar's command, they were zipping through the sky. Menma and Shikamaru stood on the roof of the Hokage Tower looking out at the clear day. He was going over everything they discovered, hoping Shikamaru had a different viewpoint on the whole ordeal. You know, huh? So she's alive, he said solemnly, thinking about his old teammate. Menma understood what he was going through on a much deeper level. It was his brother, his own flesh and blood. Even though in the past it didn't seem like it, they were a lot closer back before they started their training. It was the common infatuation that any kid would feel for his older sibling. Mito as well, but it was to a different extent with him. They were brothers. He could remember the days of climbing into Naruto's bed when he had a nightmare, or jumping on him and crushing his ribs to wake him up in the mornings. Those were much better times. The three Namake's children were inseparable in those days. Crazy when he thought about it being his own selfishness to start training that caused the whole neglect thing to happen. If he had just waited until after they graduated the academy as they planned, then maybe his mother and father would have trained Naruto while they spent their time being children. But instead, all of their attention was focused onto him and Mito, leaving Naruto to fend for himself. For a while, in his Chunin days when they left on their training trip with Jiraiya and his mother, Mima wondered why it was Naruto was so forgiving of them. When he was younger, he wasn't worried about it. His young mind just focused on them returning to normal, and Naruto was a part of normal. By the time he made it to the academy, he had so much pride in his brother that he constantly boasted to everyone on how great he was. Of course, he was always overshadowed by Sasuke, whose brother was Itachi Uchiha. Regardless, on the trip out the village, he began to mature and understand the world a bit better. When he did, he thought back to those days in the past where they sometimes wouldn't see Naruto for days upon days, then weeks, then ever. It was the first time he truly understood the reason he sometimes found his mother crying alone every now and then. He understood what neglect was, and he couldn't imagine how it could affect someone. So, why was his brother so okay with it? Minma was certain that had it been him in that position, he wouldn't be that carefree about it. He saw him in a new light, even from miles away. To him, at the moment of that realization, Naruto was unbreakable. He was too strong both mentally and physically to let anyone or anything hold him down. Then, they received word, midway through their trip, that Naruto Namikaze has been arrested. Without hesitation, the trip was dropped, and the four of them ran home demanding answers. It was a shocker to Minma when he returned to a cold-shouldered Sasuke who seemed to hate him for some reason. It wasn't until later did he learn the circumstances of the whole incident. Naruto had killed Itachi Uchiha by the manipulation of the snake Sannin. It was a heartbreaking story to even hear about, knowing how close the two were. It seemed as though Sasuke would never forgive him, but apparently after their fathers made up, Fugaka gave Sasuke a talk that set his misplaced anger to rest. He absolutely hated Naruto though, which Minma understood of course. It was only a natural human emotion. Regardless of their friendship, he was determined to free his brother for an act that was not his fault. Point is, he knew exactly what Shikamaru was going through, and then some. What do we do? Minma asked him, gripping the railing in front of him. Shikamaru sighed and looked around the village. Minma, if it comes down to it, we cannot spare them if they plan to continue their actions. Minma shut his eyes in defeat. Hearing it from Shikamaru just sealed the deal. Everyone had already suggested it to him so far. Now hearing it from the one person he knew could come up with a better solution just solidified what everyone else had already told him. He would have to face his brother the next time they met. If he wouldn't listen to him, then he would be forced to kill him. Do you think you can do it? He asked him, referring to Ino. Shikamaru leaned over the rail as well. Minma, I have a son. If Ino jeopardizes his safety in any way, shape, or form, I will not hesitate. It destroys my heart, but for my son, I will do what I have to. Minma rubbed his neck. This was already so much stress for just having taken office. He looked up to the cloudy sky in confusion. Why were there so many clouds? It was just completely clear a few minutes ago. As if an ominous warning, a faint clap of thunder from miles away shook the village. There was a storm coming. Ugh, I thought we were in for clear skies. Shikamaru said, looking up at the gray clouds looming above. Damn, weather is so unpredictable these days. He said. Yeah. Minma replied, trying to ignore that feeling welling up within the pit of his stomach. Naruto and the others were hidden above the clouds, preparing to attack the village below. Ino grabbed the kunai in her hand and jumped off the bird down into the forest they were gliding over. Deidara brought the clay bird back to the center of the village awaiting the order. Naruto was mouthing down numbers slowly, as if he were following a clock. The others were already preparing their first attack. Deidara had two of his clay birds in his hands, Pakura manifested her chakra orbs, Zabuza and Kisame had their swords drawn, the masks on Kakuzu's back tore from his body and took their own forms. And Haiden was itching to leap from the bird and wreak havoc. Naruto went through hand signs and stuck his hand out. A Rasengan began forming above his palm before a number of things happened to it as it emitted a high-pitched screaming sound with blades of wind surrounding it. Then from the center of the orb, sparks of flames began spitting out before changing the color of the orb to a very bright white. He held it over the edge of the clay creature with the others watching in wonder, the wind around them twisting violently. Naruto just continued counting down quietly to himself. 6, 5, 4, 3. He went silent as he stuck his hand out more. Then, he casually turned his hand over, causing the deathly-looking ball of light to fall from his hand. The others watched it in curiosity at what it would do. The ball of chakra fell within the crowded market section of Konoha with a few people looking at it in wonder. When it hit the ground, it seemed to melt into the ground momentarily before a deathly ground-shaking explosion encompassed the entire area. Silence followed it for more than a few blocks until the deafening sonic boom followed right behind it. The others watched on in amazement as that single jutsu took out block after block. Before they knew it, they were spotted and balls of fire were being sent their way. Go, Naruto said as everyone dug from the clay creature that spiraled towards the ground like a missile. While in their free fall towards the village, the group swerved around the projectile attacks coming from all directions. It would seem as though every ninja within the village was already attacking. Bakura sent one of her chakra orbs flying to the most densely packed area she could see. When it hit the ground it exploded, causing the resulting mist to drain the unlucky individuals nearby. Haiden was using his sickle to slice through the attacks with the help of Zabuza. Kisame was absorbing everything that came within his vicinity, and Kakuzu was on the back of one of his black-masked creatures that was protecting him from anything that came too close. When they neared the ground, they grabbed onto whatever pole or slid off of any building to break their fall. Without question they dispersed, to split the troops apart. Haiden and Zabuza hurtled off towards the entrance of the village until they were attacked by two very well-known jonin. They split apart, avoiding the wind-enhanced kunai that would have impaled one of them. Rolling to their feet, before them were Kakashi Hitaki and Asuma Saratobi. Nay, Kakashi. Yes, we'll take these two, Asuma said, ashing his cigarette onto the floor. Kakashi had his sights set on Zabuza as he lifted his headband. I guess so, he said, drawing two kunai. Zabuza wasted no time in rushing him. Deara zipped through the sky, throwing around his clay creatures until he was forced to jump, avoiding, surprisingly, another piece of flying art. This one created with paint. Turning around, he locked eyes with a pale man with a blank expression, eyeing him intently from a bird. His grin widened as he took off, zipping through the sky, throwing more creations out along the way. The pale man was forced to either save the people or attack him. Bakura landed on the ground and was immediately blown back by a gust of wind. She pulled a kunai while in midair, deflecting the massive barrage of weapons sent her way. When she landed, she saw none other than the Kazekage's sister standing next to a girl with two buns in her hair and two scrolls in her hands. Oh. It's you, Bakura said casually as if she wasn't threatened in the slightest. Bakura, Tamari yelled, stepping forward with her fan at the ready. Why have you come here? She demanded. Bakura ignored her question and formed two more chakra orbs that circled her form. Tamari stepped back to talk to Tintin. Don't let those touch you. You'll die instantly. Tintin nodded and jumped back further, figuring support was her role since Tamari had knowledge on the enemy. Bakura rushed forward, dodging the wind-enhanced blades being flung in her direction. Kisame was using his shark skin to slice down any shinobi foolish enough to try and engage him, simultaneously eating the chakra that they used from the techniques they were sending out. Just as he was about to kill another man, he jumped back, avoiding the kick that destroyed the wall next to him. Looking at his next opponent, he stifled a laugh at his ridiculous appearance. He was clad in a green spandex suit with an idiotic bowl cut atop his head. Heh, what the hell are you? He asked, pointing his sword at him. Before he received an answer, he jumped back again, receiving a slight feeling of deja vu when another one came crashing down, wearing the same get-up but a few years younger. Guy-sensei, let us fight to win and better ourselves while we are in the springtime of our youth. He yelled ridiculously. Carefully, said a new voice, this one coming from behind him. Turning around, Kisame was greeted to a member of the famed Hyuga clan. This guy's no ordinary opponent, he said as the veins around his eyes began to bulge. His chakra is unbelievable. Lee, Guy called out to him with a serious expression. Remain vigilant. For some reason, I'm getting the vibe that this guy is very dangerous. We will beat him together, he proclaimed with a thumbs up and a smile that was unnaturally bright. Kisame just watched the spectacle in confusion before readying his blade. Kakuzu walked casually alongside his masked blobs of thread as they destroyed everything in their path. He didn't have to do much, but he did reach out and kill individuals every now and then. He continued walking until he physically couldn't. He forced his eyes to look down at his feet to see his shadow was a lot longer than it should have been. He followed it to a young man who was crouched down with his fingers in a strange position. Standing next to him was a pudgier man with swirling patterns on his face, a Hyuga girl, a man on the back of a huge dog, and a kid releasing bugs from his body. Shikamaru said with a sigh. This one was easy enough. Hinata, put him to sleep. Hi. She responded, dropping down into a taijutsu stance and activating her Byakugan. When she did, she gasped and looked to the ground. Before she could warn him, a hand thrusted from the ground in front of Shikamaru, grabbing his neck and slamming his face against the floor. Kakuzu retracted his hand from the hole in the floor next to him and began walking forward again. The group of shinobi readied themselves for a fight as his 5 masked blobs of thread shot forward. Pulling herself through the window, Ino ran down the hall of the Hokage building in search of her target. She had already checked 2 different places they could be, but came up empty-handed both times. This was the last location she could think of. Hearing footsteps, she dropped down into a slide and cut the shinobi running the other way at the kneecaps, dropping him instantly. With no intention of putting him out of his misery, she continued on. Rounding another corner, she saw a door at the very end of the hall with a light peeking through the bottom of the door. She ran full speed and kicked it open. Within was a room with nothing but a single table. But the light was on and no one was there. Ino grunted in frustration before turning to leave. Before she took a step, she heard something ever so slightly, like a thud upon a metal surface. Turning back, she looked around the room, wondering what it was. She walked further in and looked in every possible location there was to hide. But the room was empty. She was just about to leave when she noticed something unnatural. The chair was pushed too far away from the desk and she hadn't touched it. It wasn't at a distance that could have just been chalked up to someone leaving in a hurry, it was too far. She peeked under the desk again to notice a small fissure in the carpet. It was almost unnoticeable, but she saw it. Walking over, She pulled at the fissure until a good chunk of the carpet seemed to come up with it with ease. It was like a cutout that perfectly hid the cut when you laid it back into the spot. Pulling it more, there was a metallic door that obviously belonged to a bunker. Ino stared at it with a bit of a grin. She pulled the door open and dropped down into it. Looking around, she spotted what she assumed to be the target. Laying in a carrier was the daughter of the Hokage. She chuckled a bit before throwing her hands up to the side, blocking the kick that came for her head. It was hard enough to kick her off to the side of the bunker in which she rolled away from, getting out of the way of the fist that came flying to her. Ino stood at the exit to the bunker, her old friend and rival standing protectively in front of her child. "Who the hell are you?" the pink-haired girl yelled, drawing a kunai in her hand. Ino smirked beneath her mask and swung her sword around. She chuckled watching Sakura's poor stance. A few years out of training was very apparent already. "Sakura Namikaze," she mocked slowly. Sakura crouched lower with a will to protect her child. "Look, how about you just step aside before you get hurt, sweetie?" Sakura adjusted her grip on her kunai, realizing she'd have to fight for her son. The bunker was such a small place that she couldn't fight the way she usually did. She'd have to play defense to protect her daughter. Walking down the street, Naruto used his sword to easily cut through anyone who attacked him. He had so far decimated a group of Chunin, 3 Umbu agents, and a number of Jonin. He was fearlessly strolling through the village killing anyone he saw. By now, he expected to have been at least engaged by someone more worthy like Kakashi or maybe Guy. Not a single sight of them anywhere. He reminisced his time here and also looked casually at the new scenery, well, whatever was still standing. There was much more than what he knew growing up. Pulling up his sword, he blocked the kunai headed to his face. Following behind it was an Uchiha police member with his Sharingan activated. He rushed Naruto with another kunai in hand. Most people would feel some type of urgency when faced against the legendary Jujutsu, but Naruto had experience in fighting someone who was known as one of its greatest users. He blocked the slash headed towards his face and slashed lazily towards the man's neck. As expected, the man leaned back to avoid it. When he did, a clone of Naruto sliced his head off with ease from behind him. He stared down at the head of the wide-eyed kid and stabbed both of his opened eyes, knowing full well the kind of vultures that preyed around Konoha. Continuing down the road, he was greeted to 2 more people. Deep in thought, he didn't even realize he had already killed them until he looked up and their blood was gushing out. The liquid sprayed out and covered the side of his mask. Naruto ignored it and continued on. Turning the corner, he was on the main road of Konoha, staring straight down the road at the big red building. Without warning, a kunai flew towards his face. Stopping it before it impaled his eye hole, he realized immediately that it wasn't a regular kunai by its 3-pronged shape. With seemingly no reaction, he stuck his hand up, catching the fist of Minma who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Minma was shocked and quickly jumped back. "Hokage," Naruto said, slowly walking towards him. The look Minma gave him told him that he knew who he was. Please don't do this." Naruto stopped a few yards away from him. "You've grown," he remarked casually, ignoring his plea. "Hokage now, huh?" Minma tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand. He looked across at his masked brother with a painful expression. Why are you doing this?" he yelled at him, demanding an answer. Naruto didn't react. Instead, he caught the throat of some random jonin who jumped from an alley next to him. Minma stuck his hand out as if telling him not to. Naruto could see his hand cocking back to throw the kunai. With no mercy or patience, he snapped the man's neck with ease. "No," Minma yelled, throwing the kunai forward. Chapter 12. Pacing around the small metallic bunker, Ino stared at the ferocious-looking pink-haired woman standing in front of her objective, a bit of a smile gracing her unseen lips. She would make this fun on so many levels within the time limit she was given. Rolling her neck with a feminine sigh, she suddenly threw a kunai her way and rushed in behind it. Sakura knocked it out of the way with her own kunai and leaned back a bit to avoid the sword slash. Immediately, she had to parry the next slash as well before it took her head off. Caught in a deadlock, she looked into the dark eye holes of the woman's mask but saw nothing but darkness. Ino released her sword, allowing it to drop to the side of the bunker, and immediately went for a punch to her face. Before it connected, Sakura knocked it out the way and tried to slash at her with her kunai. Ino brought her knee up and hit the inside of Sakura's elbow, blocking her slash. Landing, she caught the fist that Sakura threw to counter. Sakura tried to slash again, but Ino used her elbow to block it again. Before she could counter, the masked assailant delivered 3 very quick and sharp strikes to her abdomen. She coughed up spittle and couldn't avoid the kick that smashed into the side of her face, sending her to the side of the bunker. Ino strolled over to her and stood over her with a dominant aura, watching her try to scramble back to her feet. "You're not as strong as they say you are, huh?" she asked her in a mocking way. Sakura made it back to her feet and threw a few punches that were all blocked with ease. Ino caught her last hit and twisted her arm. Before she could break it, Sakura flipped over her and kicked her in the back, sending her into the wall. Before she could turn around, Sakura had her pinned. "What do you want?" she demanded, feeling as though she had the upper hand. She pushed her forearm up against the back of her neck. Ino only giggled at her laughable attempt of a threat. She pushed off of the wall just enough to slip underneath Sakura's hold. She rolled away, delivering a sharp kick to her knee. Sakura yelped in pain and limped back towards the carriage to protect some ire. She began healing the injured knee while keeping a sharp eye on the masked woman. Ino watched her silently. Who are you? Sakura asked again in desperation. There was a very disturbing feeling she got from fighting this woman. She couldn't describe it. It was familiar in a sense, as if she knew her. The hair gave her a thought that she just wouldn't even dare consider. Ino giggled, knowing for a fact Sakura had a feeling it was her anyways. She brought her hand up and covered the mouth of her mask. Gripping it gently, she slowly pushed up on it, revealing the face Sakura was praying she'd see again one day. Not anymore. Ino, she yelled in shock. Ino giggled and placed her hands on her hips with a very twisted closed-eye smile on her face. Hey, she said cheeringly. What the hell are you doing? Sakura yelled. She couldn't understand. Ino, as casual as ever, gave her an answer. Well, I'm here to get your child. Duh. Sakura's eyes squinted threateningly. Why? Ino tilted her head to the side and gave her a condescending smile. Well, because my honey needs her for a special project, she said with a nod. Sakura's face scrunched up in confusion. Ino understood the unasked question and answered before she could speak. Oh, you don't need to know his name. Just know he's a brilliant man, and he's just here to help. Sakura stepped back closer to Samaya, raising her fist defensively. I don't care who it is, you're not taking her. Ino raised an eyebrow at that. Oh come on, billboard brow. You know you're no longer a match. She mocked. Especially not in this conveniently tight space we're in. What are you good for other than destructive punches? You really want to risk tearing this bunker up and endangering your own child? Sakura's head and guard slowly lowered at the mental bombardment of words. She had neglected her training for the sake of motherhood. Over a year of no combat has dulled her skill immensely. Now she wasn't even able to properly protect her own daughter. Raising her guard with a fire in her eyes, she readied herself for a battle to the death. Because that was where she was willing to take this. Ino watched her ready herself once again. Figuring she couldn't keep this going on for too much longer, she raised her fist as well. Before she left, she had to prove the point that she was far stronger than she was. She had been on the raw end of the deal with this woman for far too long. Sakura got the training at one point, and she blew it with her lack of focus. Love can make you weak, but it could also make you strong. Ino was about to show her what the latter looked like. Sakura rushed forward and threw a wild haymaker at the blonde. Ino ducked the strike and jabbed her twice below her bicep. Sakura ignored the little hits and swung her other arm. Ino rolled out of the way and rushed her again. Jumping up, she used her left knee to block her blind right hook and drove her right one through her chin. Sakura tumbled to the ground face first. Ino waited for her to get back to her feet. When she did, she rushed the blonde again with no hesitation and a fire in her eyes that had to be felt. Flipping back, Naruto avoided the Rasengan that destroyed the spot he was previously standing at. He landed in a crouch on the side of a building, staring down at Minma, who shot towards him with rage in his eyes. Naruto waited for him to reach him before cutting the chakra to his feet and falling towards him. Minma skidded to a halt, seeing Naruto shoot towards him like a bullet. He leaned back, causing the red head to fly past him. Turning around, he leapt from the side of the building, avoiding the ball of flames that destroyed the entire wall. While in the air, he noticed another one heading his way. Throwing his kunai through the flames, he teleported to it and had to pull his head back before Naruto's knee caught his chin. In his outstretched position, he couldn't avoid the heel coming down towards his face. It smashed into his face, sending him shooting head first into the ground below. Kicking up off the ground, Minma turned and was met with a soaring Naruto who smashed brutally into the side of his body, kicking him into the shop behind him. Naruto rushed in and grabbed a chunk of debris that was falling from the top of the wall. He threw it at the blonde Kage, who was trying to pull himself out of the rubble he was thrusted into. Minma dodged it and rolled away before Naruto's heel struck his chest. Before Naruto could correct his footing, Minma tackled him into the table behind him. Hitting his back on the edge, he caught his balance and flipped Minma over him. Jumping up, he drop-kicked the table back to Minma, who had just landed. The table smashed into his body, briefly pinning him to the wall. Naruto ran up right behind and kicked both the table and Minma through wall and back onto the street. Naruto jumped out and avoided the paper-bombed kunai that shot into the shop. He rolled forward, avoiding the flying debris from behind him. Rolling back to his feet, he quickly hit his back again, before Minma's knee connected with his masked face. He kicked himself up and jumped the follow-up leg sweep. Minma took advantage of his suspended form and hit him in the side, sending him tumbling towards the ground. Naruto rolled out of his tumble and continued running up the side of the building with Minma chasing him. Before he reached the top, he stuck his hand out, catching the wrist of a sword-wielding shinobi who tried to catch him off guard. He pulled the guy from the top of the roof and jumped away. While in the air, he kneed him in the face, causing him to release his grip on his sword. Before they hit the ground, Naruto had already decapitated him and kicked the head at the still chasing Minma. Minma dodged the disturbing projectile and continued with a rage in his eyes. He pulled two of his kunai on the way and threw one at his opponent. Naruto threw his own kunai, stopping it between the two as he rushed forward as well. Before Minma made it to him, he was tripped up by a hand popping out of the ground. He rolled until he was on his back. He quickly pushed his feet up, kicking the wrist of Naruto, who was falling towards him with the sword ready to execute him. He brought his leg back and delivered a strike to his knee, dropping him down. He quickly disarmed him and pulled one of his arms down over his shoulder while he wrapped his legs around his neck, putting him in a triangle hold. He pulled as hard as he could, trying to black him out, but Naruto picked him up and slammed him on the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. Minma's grip loosened just enough for Naruto to free himself. When he did, he picked him up by the collar of his cloak and swung him around until he let go, throwing his limp body into the side of the building behind him. Mima stood up painfully, wiping the blood that dripped from his mouth. Naruto just stood in his spot menacingly, staring at the downed form of his little brother. Mima stood to his feet and rushed again. Naruto waited for him to reach him, and when he did, he delivered a brutal kick to his chest, stopping his charge. Mima staggered back in pain for a second before he was kneed in the face, audibly cracking his nose. With no time to recover, he flipped away and landed on the side of a building, clutching his face in pain. Before he could react, another Naruto kicked the wall from within, sending him flying through the air. He set his eyes on landing on the building across the street, but before he could make it, he felt two hands clasped down on his ankles. Naruto began spinning violently through the air to pick up momentum. When at the peak of his speed, he released his grip, sending the blonde crashing painfully into the ground. When Mima landed, he flipped over and barrel rolled out the way before Naruto crushed his body as he landed in a crouch. Standing back to his feet, he rushed towards him and pulled two of his kunai. He threw them both to either side of the redhead and went through hand signs. The two blades became mini and lodged into the ground around the waiting redhead. Mima grew agitated at the seemingly undeterred manner of his older brother. He showed him absolutely no respect, even now given his position. Naruto stood stock still awaiting Mima's next move. Mima rolled his shoulder out, staring at his masked brother intensely, planning out what he wanted to do. Throwing another kunai down next to his own feet, he disappeared. Suddenly, the area around Naruto lit up in multiple flashes of yellow in an attempt to blind him. Naruto didn't even react. He just stood in the center of the field of kunai. As if a practiced routine, he threw his hand up, blocking Mima's right hook with ease. Mima disappeared again, and the blob of flashes continued. Naruto ducked, avoiding the kick to the back of his head before Mima continued. With a sigh, Naruto turned around and stuck his hand out, somehow grabbing the neck of his younger brother as he flashed to the kunai beneath his dangling feet. Otuto. He mocked from behind his mask. It's like you don't even truly understand the jutsu. He said casually. Maybe the yellow flash himself can enlighten you a bit. He released his grip on his neck, letting him fall before he flashed away. He landed on his, but at the kunai he placed away from the redhead who didn't seem to be looking at him. Tracing his eyes, his father stood a few feet away staring at Naruto. "Two-san, get back." Minato looked over to him for a second before looking back towards Naruto. "Naruto." The redhead remained unfazed, staring off against two of the Hokage. "Why have you done this?" He remained silent. "What was your plan?" Naruto scoffed. "Do I look like a guy with a plan?" he asked ominously. Mima stood to his feet and positioned himself next to his father. The two of them stared over to the other male of their family with steely resolves. "We will not allow you to destroy the village," Mima called out with finality in his voice. "Destroy the village?" Naruto asked casually. "Is that what you believe I was doing?" Mima and Minato sunk into their stances ready for anything. Naruto looked up to the sky and saw something that seemed to catch his eye. "Well, in any case, I'm done here." He turned around and began walking away. Mima stepped up in haste. "Wait, after all of this, you think we're gonna let you walk away?" he yelled incredulously. Naruto just continued walking as if he couldn't hear him. "Hey, try and impede my gracious retreat and I can promise more damage will befall the village," he called out over his shoulder. "Risk it if you wish." Mima readied his kunai before Minato grabbed onto his elbow. Mima turned to him in question. Minato just shook his head sadly. "We can't beat him here. It'll cause too much damage." Mima clenched his teeth and stared at Naruto's retreating form. "I don't like how easily he's giving up." "Go check on Sakura." Mima's eyes shot open and he focused his chakra. He couldn't sense her seal. Before he could voice his concern, Minato calmed him. "The bunker blocks the signal of the Horrican to avoid all detection." Mima nodded and took off. Naruto, now on the back of Deidara's clay bird, did not care to wait and call out to the others down below on his way out. They just joined as he and Deidara passed low enough for them to jump on. Soon, everyone was on board aside from Zabuza, who had Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through his chest. Naruto spared him but a slight glance before ordering Deidara to continue on. "Haha," Hayden chuckled, swinging his sickle around. "That was fucking amazing. I killed so many of those rat fuckers." Kisame chuckled. "Heh, what's your count?" he asked him with his and Zabuza's swords slung across his shoulder. "Too fucking many," Hayden replied with a grin. "Where we going next, oh great leader?" he asked in excitement. Naruto stared over the side of the bird, looking through the trees until he spotted Ino. "We're going to greet an old friend," he said ominously. Pakura looked at him in confusion. "What, right now?" she asked. "You don't allow rest, do you?" Deidara, Hayden, and Kisame chuckled at her as they continued on the way. Kakuza didn't seem to care much and Naruto ignored it as well. They swooped down and scooped up Ino before shooting off away from the hidden leaf. By the time they realized the Hokage's daughter was gone, they'd be too far to catch. 3 days later. Mima sat in the chair next to his wife's hospital bed. He was staring at her bandaged form, trying to think up their next move of action. Naruto attacked the village, tried to kill him, and has taken the most important thing in his life. Before, he had in his mind the thought of trying to speak with him and talk him out of whatever it was he was planning. Now, there was nothing but a will to kill him. Never before would he have thought that he'd have a will to kill his own brother. It would have never crossed his mind, but now it wouldn't leave it. With the absence of their most loved family member, the whole family had made up their minds, even his mother. There was still a heaviness in his heart that was praying for another way, but when his own daughter was at stake, there was no other way. No matter how sure he was in his own abilities, he knew for a fact he couldn't beat Naruto. That last battle told him as much. Maybe had he used the QB he could have forced him to fight seriously, but for fear of losing control, he held back to his strongest technique which he just recently found out was useless against another user. Naruto could have ended him at any time, and it wasn't until the end of the battle did he realize that. It's like his intention was to humble him. It would seem that this endeavor of ending this was not Konoha's own responsibility anymore. He received 3 letters in the past 3 days. From Kumo, Kiri, and Suna, all describing their attack and the theft of their Kage's loved ones. Minma had no idea what Naruto could be planning, but he felt as though it was falling into place. Maybe he was planning on inciting a war? It held all of the components of such a task, but that would be quite obvious for someone as intelligent as Naruto. Maybe it was the simplicity of the objective that made him want to do it? Possibly, but it was too risky to assume anything. All he knew was that every living shinobi connected to a village was calling for his head. Well, aside from IWA as far as he knew. A knock broke the silence, and before he could even answer, 2 people marched into the room. Is it true? Asked Mito with a very heated and desperate look in her eyes. Sasuke stood behind her, just as alert. Mima sighed and stood to his feet. He walked towards the window and stared out at the destroyed village. He took some Chan, he said, letting that ring in the air for a few seconds. Mito held her own stomach as she looked down to Sakura who was still out cold. She couldn't even imagine. Well, what the hell are we going to do? She asked him urgently. Mima spun around. We are not going to do anything, he said firmly, drawing attention to we. Why aren't you out there trying to find her? Why haven't you just teleported to her? She began again, feeling her anger slowly rising. Mima shook his head. Naruto has tampered with her seal. We can't feel the pull, he said in disappointment. We've tried everything. So, what we just sit around and do nothing? Mito asked, taking a seat next to Sakura and grabbing onto her cold hand. What if he kills her? Mima's focus was on the white blanket, contemplating her words. He wouldn't do that. He tried to tell himself. Mima, Sasuke said, for the first time making his presence known. Look around you. Look at how many people he's killed. Are you still trying to defend that monster? No, I'm just... He couldn't find the words. We'll find her. He got out, staring out the window once again, his eyes staring out to the horizon. We will. All 3 of them were alerted by the sound of very urgent footsteps charging down the hall. The door was flung open and the gate guard burst through. Hokage-sama, we've received another note. Mima walked over to him. Is it IWA? He asked. The man looked down at the note and shook his head. Mima took it from his hands and a look of shock and hope lit his face, all tied together with an underlining of worry. What is it? Sasuke asked, walking towards him. Mima turned around, reading the message a few times over before reading it aloud. Note. Dear Hokage, it is to my greatest pleasure that I offer you this invitation to an event that may allow you to retrieve a certain prize I have taken from your village. Since it is a prize, you must follow the rules of the game I have set up down to the T. Any ulterior actions will be taken as an immediate forfeit, and your prize is eliminated. The rules of this game are simple. You must meet me at the location marked on the back of this scroll in 3 days. Bring with you nothing but yourself, any Kage of your village still living, your strongest Jonin, and one other individual of your choice. Optional. Arm yourself for a battle. The rest of the instructions will be given in person among your arrival. I pray you heed my warning and stick to the rules. My patience is far from what it used to be. No late entries will be accepted. Failure to comply with the rules, failure to attend, and failure to cooperate throughout with result in forfeit. Good day, Otudo. Mima clenched the scroll shut and stared at the ground beneath his feet. What was this? Was it some kind of game to him? He snapped his fingers, and an umbu dropped from the shadows of the room, kneeling before him. Bring my father and Kakashi, he said with finality. Sasuke looked at him in question. I'm going, he said, as if he were demanding it. Mima shook his head and walked towards the window. No, I need you here. Mima, he's the strongest Jonin. Who's stronger than him? Mito asked, defending him. Kakashi is. He responded quickly. I am sorry, Sasuke, but you are not matched for Naruto. I don't even think I am. Sasuke stepped around Mito and made his way over to the blonde Kage. We can take him together. You know we are strongest together. Mima sighed and rubbed his head. Yeah, but you have a personal vendetta that will cloud your judgment. I can't take you, Sasuke. I need you here with Mito. Here with Mito. I'm going too. She yelled in anger as if him even suggesting she wasn't with some kind of insult. Mima spun around. Are you kidding? Mito, you're pregnant. You're not going anywhere. I don't have to fight him. I could just talk to him. Mima just stared at her. She didn't yet understand. Mito, he's not the same anymore. There will be no talking to him. His eyes held a finality to them that Mito had never seen before. He took some ire. So you really want to kill him? She asked. You don't? That's her niece. He yelled back at her. You don't understand yet, because you haven't had your child. He's right. Came a new voice. Walking into the room, Minato held the hand of Kushina. Mito, I understand how you feel. We all do. Kushina couldn't even make eye contact with anyone in the room. Naruto has done the unforgivable. He's attacked our home and taken some ire. We cannot allow him to do any more damage. Mito looked around at all of them. Everyone else seemed so content with the decision. Then, I'd rather not go anyway. She said, leaning back into Sasuke's chest. I am taking Kakashi and Tusan. Mima said. I don't know what he has planned, but it can't be good. What about the special guest? Sasuke asked, piquing Kushina's interest. Mima shook his head. It says it's optional. I don't think it's Nisi's. I'm going. Kushina interrupted, shocking everyone. Mima stared at her, shaking her head as if he were preparing to refuse. Mima. Please. Minato was looking at her with remorse. Kushina. You can't save him. That's not why I want to go. She quickly said. Minato. This is our fault. This is all our fault, and we have to be the ones to fix it. Minato didn't reply as he refused to dispute her statement. He very much agreed with her, but he didn't want to let her know it was fine to blame herself. Ka-san. Mima said, getting their attention. You wouldn't stand a chance. I'm sorry for saying it, but Naruto is in a class of his own. And by the way she handled Sakura, Ino is far stronger than she was back then as well. I'm not weak, Minma, she said in a threatening way. I can handle myself. Mima sighed in frustration and looked over to Minato, visually telling him he would leave the decision to him. Minato looked over to Kushina and noticed that look in her eyes. It was a look he hadn't seen in a while. He slowly nodded and turned back towards Minma. Minma got the message and finally relented. Okay, Ka-san, he said, nodding towards her. Just be careful. Kushina shook her head in agreement, a fire in her eyes blazing with determination. 2 days later. An unnaturally placed earthen platform jutted out from the raging waters, far from the shore they had set out from. Naruto watched from the front of the boat as 5 other smaller platforms jut out from the front of the platform, and on the other side, a rectangular platform rose, this one with 2 throne-like seats placed on it. The creator of the construct, an orange-haired man with a weird series of markings on his face. Will that be all, Leader-sama? Naruto stepped forward. Yes, that is fine. You go, he said, jumping from the boat and onto the side of the rectangular formation. The other occupants of the boat headed up as well. They walked up to the respective platforms and began writing some kind of seals on the edges of the platform. Naruto and Ino sat on the thrones casually watching the others at work. Ino was holding Sumire in her arms, rocking her to sleep. She looked over to Naruto, who was now reading another book. In truth, worries clogged her mind. With 5 Kage now pining for their heads, she couldn't see Naruto's plan ending with them walking away, and victory and failure in this case meant death. Was this some kind of suicide mission? It made sense when she thought about it. She knew Naruto was not a big fan of life, and he admitted to her that he was not suicidal. Maybe, subliminally, this was some kind of plan to make his death a lot more likely. It wasn't an uncommon tactic among the people with his level of psychosis. Hey, babe? She called out to him, turning back to Sumire to seem nonchalant. Naruto looked towards her in question. What's the plan? Naruto just stared at her for a second. I told you, doll face. It's a surprise. Ino wasn't content with that answer. It doesn't feel like whatever this is gonna work. Or like we'll even survive. Naruto turned back to the people working on the seals. Ino, death cannot be a factor when proving a theory such as this. What theory? She asked, finally looking over to him. Naruto dropped his book and looked out in the distance and thought. Well, it is far from pointless. I'll tell you that much. With that answer, he stuck his nose back in the book. Ino got the hint he was finished talking of the matter. She didn't want to push for fear of him thinking she was beginning to question his plan. Instead, she went back to playing with Sumire. Naruto read a line in the book over and over. His new piece of literature was something he was given from one of his soldiers. It was a book that delved much deeper into the concept of conflict and the theory of chaos and order. What was strange about the book was the fact that it held no author. By the way it was written, he'd have thought he had written it himself based on thoughts he had yet to conjure. The wording of the book suggested a much darker understanding of the things in this world we view as precious. It was written in a nihilistic tone, of course, but the words were undisputable. It essentially boiled down to ramblings about the classic tale of the benevolent king and the revolting band of misfits. What was different was that there was no clear protagonist. Unlike most books, the line of good and evil was so diluted it was almost non-existent, leaving the decision of who to follow up to the reader. Strangely, however, the antagonist was clear, but there was no protagonist. For Naruto, it brought forth the realization that there was no impartiality between making either connection. A crowd was quick to point out an individual as evil when their ideals didn't exactly match up. Yet, when it came to picking a hero, no one could decide. It brought him to the realization that this entire scenario directly displayed that. He was the clear antagonist. The undeniable evil that stained this world with his existence, no matter what his reasonings were. He was no hero, not even for the people that followed him. He was simply someone who was willing to tilt the scale that balanced the peace with the chaos, and they craved that. In truth, they were all vultures that he refused to empathize with. They had their own vendettas and hatreds with this world, but were too afraid to stand above the crowd and deliver the first blow. The heroes were of course the Kage who so expertly had their people clinging to their feet in prayer, treating them like gods. It sickened him in a way to see a man bow at another man's feet so willingly. It was disgraceful for many reasons. He couldn't grasp the concept of it, even though he himself had done the same thing for most of his adolescence. The book described it as not a hierarchy of power, but a hierarchy of fearlessness. In other words, a man will bow to a man who fears less than him, or appears to. A man who is willing to draw the attention of death and not care. These Kage were ruling as false kings, yet they didn't know the meaning of such a position and how rotten it truly was. Especially Minma, and it irked him so. His own family seeping into such a vindictive cycle. He refused to stand for it. Standing to his feet, he watched all of the seal users had finished their tasks and were standing on the middle of the battle platform, chatting amongst each other, waiting for his orders. Seeing his movement, the crowd quieted almost instantly. Naruto stood at the edge of the long rectangular platform and eyed their work from a distance. Very good job. You are all free to take your leave. The men all nodded and jumped back down to the boats awaiting them down below. Naruto jumped down to the arena platform and inspected the seal personally, changing things as he saw fit. When he finished, he jumped to each of the 5 other platforms and did the same thing. By the time he had finished, the day was coming to an end. He jumped back up to the throne pillar and retook his place next to Ino, who had her body slung out across the armrest of her throne, feeding Sumire through a baby bottle. Everything good? She asked him, kicking her shoes off and resting her feet on Naruto's armrest as he sat down. Naruto nodded and sighed. Yeah. Now we wait. Ino looked up and smiled. Not for long. Looks like our cargo is here. Naruto traced her eyes and looked up to see Deidara's clay dragon approaching, carrying the bound and gagged forms of each of the prizes. Naruto stood to his feet and directed Deidara on where to place them. He had them all spaced out evenly along the rectangular platform in front of their thrones. Each of them chained down to the ground beneath them, facing the arena platform. Well, all but the one that was too young to even walk. They were lined up based on their village. To Naruto's far left was the son of the Raikage, with a chain around his neck connected to the ground. The next slot held the Tsuchikage's childhood friend. The third slot, which was directly in front of Ino, and him was left blank. The fourth slot held the Kazekage's nephew resting within his crib. The final slot had the Mizuki's fiancée, slouched over on her knees with rope tightly securing her arms behind her back. Step by step, Naruto went at each of the different slots and went through hand signs. He slammed his hands upon the ground behind them, causing their specific area to light up briefly before moving on to the next one. When he finished all of that, he retook his seat and sat with Ino, waiting for the fruition of this confusing plan to play out. A play he wasn't afraid to admit was a borrowed experiment. And so, they waited. The next day, Minma, Kushina, Minato, and Kakashi navigated the waters towards the coordinates listed on the back of their scroll. The silver-haired Jonin steering their boat. Everyone was fully armed and prepared for war. That's what it felt like at that moment. Like they were heading into war. Every wave that smacked into the side of their boat felt like a distant heartbeat that increased with the tension in the air. Nobody was talking, which increased the eeriness of the situation. Minma sat against the side of the boat, staring out into the foggy-looking waters. Fear was gripping his heart and his mind ran wild with thoughts. What if this was some kind of trap? He was sure it wasn't by how honorable Naruto seemed to be even considering his actions. It would be the perfect opportunity for an ambush, and that is exactly what he was expecting. He was really trying to clear his head so that his judgment wasn't clouded during the battle. Out of the 4 of them on the boat, he was the only one that has never experienced war. Everyone else seemed so calm or at the least composed about the situation. It made sense considering their history with events of this magnitude, but a piece of him wanted to argue that they just truly didn't understand the threat that was his brother. He himself had no idea how monstrously strong Naruto was until their last battle. Had his father not shown up when he did, Naruto would have killed him. They did not understand the magnitude of his strength yet. Of course, with their own many accomplishments, they had confidence in their own abilities, but this was something else. Something much more overbearing than he was willing to admit. That realization came to him during their fight. Naruto did much more than just handle him. He did it with ease. It was the first time he felt humbled in years. When he could finally match his father in a battle, a man who was marked as a flea on sight, shinobi in the bingo books, he figured he was on par with anyone he came up against. Well, this was a very different level altogether. Finally, his eyes caught sight of a set of rock formations with boats surrounding the bottom. It would seem that they were the last to arrive, which was strange considering the sun hadn't even risen yet. Staring up, they tried to get a feel for how high it was, but couldn't see past the mist. They pulled up next to the smaller pillar that held the symbol of Konoha on its side. The 4 of them nodded to each other and jumped up to the side of the platform and began running up. When they finally made it to the top, they were too late to hear the protest of the others, and a barrier shot up around them. They looked around to see the other Kage and their guests all bickering to themselves. Directly in front of them, the arena platform remained barren, and further away, the platform containing the prizes. Minato, Kushina, and Kakashi stared at Naruto, who didn't seem to notice them at all as his book was still plastered in his face. Minma stared at the blonde who was holding his daughter in her arms. "Hokage!" yelled a feminine voice off to their far right. Nice of you to finally show up. Mima finally tore his gaze away from his daughter and looked over to the platform right next to them holding the Tsuchikage who had addressed him. Tsuchikage-sama. He greeted with a nod. Maybe now we'll start this crap, said a dry lazy voice on the other side of her. Mima looked past her and nodded to Darui, the Reikage. He then turned the other way and greeted the Kazakage Gara who was to his right and Chojuro, the Mizukage on the end. So, any idea what we're in for? He asked them all. No. The piece of shit hasn't said a word since we got here, yelled the Tsuchikage looking up to the higher platform. As soon as I get out of this, I'm killing him. Then I guess this is just a race to see who can get to him first. The monotonous voice of the Kazakage replied. Mima just stared up at Naruto wondering what it was he planned to do. He had everyone here. It seemed like everything was set up, so what was he waiting on? Hey, he yelled up, thinking maybe you just didn't notice them yet. Don't waste your breath. He won't respond. Chojuro informed him. Minato stepped up next to him. Tusan. I can't feel her pull. He informed him. I know, the blonde man said. Neither can I. He must be disrupting it somehow. Even from such a short distance. What do you think about this seal? He asked him, examining its unique green-tinted glow. Minato just shook his head. I haven't seen anything like it in a long time. He said, running a finger over it, noting how solid it felt. You can't do anything about it? He asked hopefully. Minato seemed a bit iffy about it. I don't think I can risk it. Knowing Naruto, it wouldn't be as easy as tampering with its writing which isn't even visible. We should have planted kunai on the boat. Mima nodded his head in agreement. Make sure Kaa-san is holding up okay, he said as Minato nodded and stepped back to Kushina. Kakashi walked up next, looking much more tense than he's ever seen him. So what's the plan? He asked him lowly, not wanting to be heard by the others. We just wait? Mima shrugged his shoulders. Seems like we don't have a choice. Kakashi nodded and fell into silence. For the next 20 to 30 minutes, the groups of shinobi all fell into silence awaiting whatever was to come. Ino played with Sumire, trying to make her laugh. She looked over to Naruto wondering what he was waiting on. She got her answer when he finally looked away from his book and out to the sea. She giggled. Is it so important to wait on the sun? She asked. Naruto shrugged, still looking at his book. Gives them time to plan. He replied with amusement in his tone. Ino nodded and went back to playing with Sumire. Naruto continued reading his book, every now and then peeking over to the horizon, just waiting for the very first glimpse of light. Sometime soon, the prizes began waking up, garnering the attention of their respective parties. Naruto watched all of their interactions in interest. It was a few minutes of very dramatic eye contact and whispered words of reassurance. When the time allowed it, there was also planning among the Kage for ways they could take him down. It was laughable watching them seemingly form these sudden alliances, and it brought truth to saying the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Friendship among individuals who believed they were the main protagonist was such a fickle thing. It wouldn't last much longer than he wanted it to. Looking up to the horizon again, there was a sliver of sunlight. He grinned beneath his mask and snapped his book shut. Everyone turned their attention to him as he stood to his feet. He began pacing behind the prizes, ominously drawing their attention to their incentives. He still had yet to say anything, but he was walking as if this was the beginning. Finally, he stopped on the middle section originally reserved for his niece and stared out at the Kage and their parties. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you. Your being here means you have accepted the rules and regulations of my gang. That being said, let's have some fun. Chapter 13. Hey, you fucking psycho. You gonna tell us why we're here or not? Yelled the Tsuchikage from her position on her pillar. Naruto stared over to her without saying anything. Her group consisted of only herself and her selected jonin, a chubby man Naruto recognized from the bingo book as Akatsuchi. From the information he received on the hot-headed Kage, she was brash, vulgar, and very temperamental, so he ignored her impertinent statement. Ino, however, did not like that she was insulting her man. You bitch. Don't you fucking talk to him like that. Naruto simply put his hand up, ending the string of curse words resting on her tongue. She huffed and relent and went back to playing with Sumire, silently spitting out words of venom. Naruto stepped back a bit and walked towards the second prize slot where Makatsuchi was chained. Her watering eyes were piercing into her friends in desperation. I believe you are here to retrieve your prize. Naruto spoke, drawing the much more subdued-looking Kage's gaze. The Tsuchikage's tear-filled gaze was piercing Naruto's eye holes with a look that promised death. You're fucking right. And if you laid one finger on her, I swear I'll fucking kill you. She growled out, not intimidating him in the slightest. Naruto nodded at the statement and stepped back to the center of the platform. I assure you, none of them have been hurt. They are merely incentives for your participation, he said, walking to the very edge of the cliff and sitting down with his feet hanging over. The Kage were all visibly aggravated by the act. His casual demeanor about the whole situation infuriated them. Tired of the procrastination, the Reikage spoke up. The letter said we would receive more information upon our arrival, he said as if Naruto forgot or something. Naruto looked over to him and examined his party. There was a man he assumed to be the strongest jonin of their village, Killer Bee. Then, the blonde woman he knew to be the boy's mother. The previous Reikage was not in attendance, however, which Naruto found strange. He was unaware he had died. Yes, and you will Reikage. In time. First, I'd like to explain my reasoning for this venture, he said, receiving an uproar of disgruntled protests. Naruto simply waited for them to quiet down. No fucking way, yelled Tsuchikage as she took a threatening step forward that was useless in retrospect. I'm here for Makatsuchi. I didn't come to listen to your cracked out plan. We don't want to play your games, Chuckles. I want my son back, yelled a man wearing a strange black suit with face paint standing behind the Kazekage. He was the only one accompanying him. As do I, the Raikage said smoothly. We would very much rather begin whatever trial you have set up, he said, looking up to his son who was looking at his mother trying to reassure him. Naruto listened to all of their complaints impassively. He turned his head to the right and stared at the blue-haired Kage looking over at his wife. His group consisting of another blue-haired man with an eye patch and a bald man with two broadswords on his back. What have you, Mizukage? Do you have any complaints? He asked for no apparent reason. The Mizukage gazed at him in contempt and grit his teeth. Let's just get this over with, he growled out. Naruto turned back to the middle, staring across the way at the one group that remained silent throughout. The biggest group of them all with 3 Kage-level shinobi and his mother. He didn't address them directly, but he did speak towards them. Maybe my instructions were not as complete as I had thought they would be, he said, pulling 4 kunai from nowhere. He threw them up into the air expertly, and each one landed next to one of the respective prizes with a paper bomb connected to their loops. The group of Kage remained silent, all now more fearful for what they were to say from this point on. You do as I say, when I say, and you get your prize. You don't, and your prize is eliminated. Simple as that. He let that statement hang in the air for a few seconds, watching everyone's reaction. As expected, they were all staring at him with the intent to kill. Naruto was completely unfazed and met their gazes with little effort. Now to begin, he said, returning to a casual demeanor. I do not like you. They all looked at each other, finding that to be obvious. I don't like you. I don't like what it is you represent, and I despise the people that follow you even though they do so with no fault of their own, he said. You have a blatant hatred for the shinobi villages, the Kazekage said, summarizing what he was saying. Naruto shrugged. In a way, my hatred, as you called it, extends to a much broader spectrum, he said. Hypocrisy is something I despise, and you people have it in spades. So, what? You hate that we're hypocrites? The Tsuchikage asked incredulously. That's why you're doing this? Naruto shook his head. No. No, that is but a minor reason for today's test, he quipped, rubbing at his shoulder for some reason. Before we begin, you all must understand what it is that I propose and why I am proposing it, he said. So this is some kind of game to you? Asked the Mizukage in a threatening way. Naruto tilted his head in his direction. Well, of course it is. Which is why you lot of prizes, he said, as if it were obvious. Now, to further your understanding, I must explain the role you play in society. It is an awful thing you do, you just don't realize it. What are you talking about? Asked Minma, speaking up for the first time. Naruto stared at him. Patience, Hokage. We've got all day, he said ominously. You all are the respective keepers of order within your own villages. The pinnacle of apparent success that every wide-eyed child strives to achieve. Yet, what you're doing is far from righteous. Okay, hold on, said the Tsuchikage with an arrogant smirk on her face. I already figured it out, she said. Naruto just stared at her, awaiting whatever ridiculous set of words about to fly out of her mouth. Ridiculous they were. You were one of these wide-eyed children pining for the position of a Kage. When you didn't get it, you were thrusted into a life of hatred and self-loathing that made you hate the position and the system of the villages altogether. Now, you came up with this psychotic fucking plan to show everyone who's ever wronged you how stupid they were for not giving you the position. She finished, crossing her arms with a smug look as if she were certain she was right on the nose. The entire area had returned to silence, everyone pondering the possibility that she was possibly correct. A sudden outburst of untamed chuckles caught them all off guard as Ino bellowed out with a sincere laugh at the ridiculous statement. They couldn't see it, but they could just feel the smirk on the masked man's face and even noticed how his shoulders bounced slightly, indicating he was chuckling silently to himself. The blonde with the tears of overwhelming giggles is what caught everyone's attention. Ha ha ha. You ha ha. You dumb bitch. Ha ha. She yelled out through her fit of laughter. For no true reason, the Tsuchikage was starting to feel a little embarrassment at their blatant disrespect to her knowledge. It was a sound assumption considering the things he was saying. Shut up. You. She couldn't even find the words to insult the blonde woman, ignoring her completely in place of belly-aching laughter. Naruto seemed to finally calm down and raised his hand for Ino to as well. Slowly but surely her incessant laughter died out. Interesting theory. Not correct, but interesting, he said with a hint of amusement tickling his tone. No, Tsuchikage. In honesty, I have never truly cared for the position of a Kage until my recent despise, he admitted. What sparked it? Asked Minato, speaking up for the first time. Naruto stared at him for a moment. Literature. Believe it or not, he said, pulling a book from his pouch. Everyone was surprised by that answer. You mean, a book told you to do all of this? Kakashi asked, the question on everyone's mind. Naruto just shrugged. Not necessarily. This particular book simply unchained me and allowed me to leave my cave, he said cryptically. TCH, figures he'd live in a cave, the Tsuchikage said under her breath. Naruto ignored the statement and continued on. Figuratively speaking, he said. I believe you must hear this story to understand how it ties into you, he said. You see, There was a man who was chained to the back of a cave, facing away from the opening. He was born within it and had never seen anything other than the shadows casted from the various creatures and people that passed by. For all his life, the only company he had was that of a man's shadow that would stop and speak with him every day and tell him of the things he was protecting him from. This shadow man told him that the things he was seeing were creatures of unspeakable horror and that by being in this cave, he was safe from harm. I'm not seeing how this ties into us. This just seems like a fictitious story, the Mizuki said, speaking up for everyone. Naruto continued on. The shadow man successfully convinced the prisoner that he was doing the right thing by keeping him in there. Years later, when he was finally freed from his shackles, he remained in his position, too afraid to leave the sanctuary of his cave for fear of the creatures lurking on the outside world, unaware that they were just regular people. Yukage are the shadows to your villages. You keep your people in ignorance with your words. I mean, it's even written in your names. The Mizuki was the one to respond. You're wrong, he said. If what you were saying is true, then what are we protecting them from? Monsters like you? He asked. Naruto smiled beneath his mask. Oh, I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve. Wink. Naruto cocked his head in amusement. Chaos, Mizuki. You lot are protecting them from the joys and the serenity of chaos, he said, letting that ring in the air. You instill order because it is a belief of yours that was inculcated by your own predecessors that chaos is bad. In this theory, it's a little paradoxical how you are both prisoners and the oppressors. It is bad, Minato said, speaking up again. Since you enjoy explaining things so much, allow me to teach you something. Naruto nodded his head that way, gesturing for him to continue. If you're speaking of chaos in terms of war, then you truly have no idea what you're talking about. War is a time period in which you must do anything you are forced to do for the sake of your home. It is bad. Naruto didn't say anything for a few seconds. He just examined the blonde man, judging his resolve. War, he began, is nothing more than the manifestation of a struggle for order. It is a man-made catastrophe that would be imprudent to blame on something other than ourselves, he said, infuriating the older attendants who've seen it before. Is it really all that bad? Being able to cut loose and become the killers we were meant to be? He said, mocking their hatred of the subject. We were not made to be killers, the Kazekage said, a little ticked off by that statement. No one is made to be a killer. Naruto sighed. Wrong again, he said, rolling his neck out as if it were just completely exhausting talking to them. We were all meant to be killers, and I don't just mean shinobi. I mean all of the human race. That's why we were given the ability to kill. Think about it like this. A kunai was made for the purpose of killing, and it does it well. He nodded vigorously as if to say he knew that all too well. It was not made to be toilet paper, so it cannot function as such. Human beings were created to kill. It is how we survive in this world. It's why we were given such intelligence to advance our tactics. It's why war was invented. We were all made to kill, but modern society tells us it's bad, so at a young age we are taught that taking the life of another is wrong. This lesson is drilled into us so vigorously that once we are forced to do so, the action itself is sickening. Then, you do it again, and that guilt remains. A few more times and it starts to become routine. Until finally, you become who you were meant to be. And you get shamed for it. That sounds like the making of a fucking psycho to me. That such a kid chided in. Naruto just shrugged. If that's how you see it. But, by that logic, every shinobi that has ever taken the life of an enemy with no remorse is as psychotic as you claim. In this world of ours, there is no innocent power. Strength for us is based on our ability to take the life of another, and yet you all have the audacity to stand here and claim we weren't created for such a thing. If you weren't all so crazy, I think you were insane, Winky said, holding his hand up to his mouth as if he were whispering something. That Suchikid's lone guest, who had been quiet up to this point, finally lost his temper. You shut your mouth. You don't know what it's like, he yelled out in anger. Being an older man, it was fair to assume he was around during the time of the previous war. Naruto looked to him. Oh, I know what it's like. Believe me, I understand, he said. No you don't, Minato quipped with a knowing tone. Naruto looked back to him. No, I know for a fact that you don't, he said, raising his voice slightly to drive his point home. Naruto grinned beneath his mask. Is war not just a struggle between two sides to gain the upper hand, using every underhanded tactic imaginable? Minato remained quiet. That was a pretty fair description. War is much more than bloodshed and loss. You really don't understand. Naruto chuckled. Well then, yandere. What is war to you? Minato froze, noticing the stares he was receiving from the other older members of the villages. Everyone there knew of what a terror he was during the last war, but it was a different thing completely witnessing it yourself. War is complete and utter hell. In every sense of the word. To be functional in a world of such true chaos, you've got to kill off pieces of yourself that make you human. Before he could continue, he heard a scoff from the one he was speaking to. Naruto noticed Minato's hesitation. My apologies, he said bashfully. I just found it outrageous that you actually view war as true chaos. What was he saying? Most people would view it as the truest meaning of the word. Minato disputed. Everyone watched the blonde woman get up from her seat and place the child she was holding into a carrier and set her down on the middle of the platform behind Naruto. Naruto just shrugged. Then most people would be wrong. He replied, war is ordered chaos. Factions of methodical groups of soldiers facing off for the purpose of proving themselves. It's much more barbaric. He said as Ino plopped down next to him. You see, true chaos is actually irrelevant to me. Non-existent in a sense. At this statement, everyone looked at him strangely. This entire time he seemed to have been advocating for chaos, and now he was saying it didn't even exist? Paradoxical, I know. He said, putting their busy minds to rest. Chaos is described as something that one could not possibly understand. Complete disorder and confusion. Problem is, when this comes to mind you all have a single image that you associate with the word. He said, playing with the kunai in his hands. You picture a lawless world with people running around and killing anyone and everyone for their own motives, or just no reason at all. Yeah, is that what you're trying to make the world become? Asked Tatsuchikage. Couldn't hurt. He replied, the reason I do not believe chaos exists is because to me, there is no confusion. You all would view a world such as that as some kind of hellish struggle of life and death, but there is much more to it than that. Every word he said was accented by the wind that was beginning to kick up in the apparent brewing storm. While you see disorder, I see freedom. As you see illicitness, I see equality. Looking at the world in a different way does not make it a better place if it comes to what you are describing. The Kazekage argued with his ever-present monotonous voice. You are just blinding yourself from the horror of the crimes being committed. Oh, Naruto quipped up. He snapped his fingers and pointed in his direction. There goes that famed hypocrisy. He replied with amusement. You say this, Kazekage, but you cast this same fate upon your people without their consent. In the world I speak of, they would be free to choose which side they wish to view. What of the people that would view it the way you claim we would? The Mizukage asked. The people who would view it as a hell and search for a better life? Naruto continued playing with his kunai. Astute point, Mizukage. But there is something unique about chaos that sets it apart from its colleague. He said, they share a lot of the same qualities and possess radical differences. But one thing that sticks out to me the most is that chaos is fair. Wink, and you believe order is not? The Raikage asked from his spot. Naruto looked over to him. Well, of course not. You yourself are a testament to that Raikage. He said, getting a strange look from him. In fact, most of you are. He clarified. You all have this false belief that with a little hard work anyone with a strong enough will could climb their way up the ranks and make it to a position such as yours, yet you all neglect to see that your lives have all led you to your positions. You all held some sort of connection to your previous Kage, whether it be student, child, grandchild, or just simply a blatant favorite in the case of you Mizukage. My position was earned fairly, said the Raikage, receiving shouts of agreement from the other four. Naruto nodded. Oh, I'm sure. He said, I am sure every other child your age had the privilege of training under the Sandame Raikage. Or the Sandame Tsuchikage. Or the Yandame Hokage. Point is, regardless of what you may believe, your position was achieved with the advantage of tutelage under a powerful shinobi. Most of the other children of your villages were probably pawned off on some ordinary jonin who was at the least barely capable of teaching them the basics. There have been shinobi in the past who have achieved power without the tutelage of anyone. You would know about that, right? Minato asked with the underlining implication that Naruto was one of these people. Actually, I wouldn't. Naruto replied. If you are implying that I am self-made, then you are mistaken. Just because no one held my hand and walked me through the steps doesn't mean they didn't teach me. Okay, hold on. Tatsuchikage said. What the fuck is it with you two? She asked, looking at Minato. You've been sitting here talking to him like you know him or something. Who the fuck is he? He's from Konoha, isn't he? She yelled. Minato ignored her. If that's what this is about. Please. You don't have to do all of this. Just take your revenge and be done with it. Naruto just stared at him. You give yourself too much credit, Yandame. He said, standing up and throwing the kunai over his shoulder. It landed right next to Sumire's carrier, a paper bomb attached to the ring. I hold no anger towards you specifically, or your wife. My goal is much more interesting than petty revenge. It's not that kind of story. We gonna start, hun? Ino quipped, hopping to her feet as well. She looped Naruto's arm and followed him as they walked back to their thrones. Yes, we are. When they sat down, Naruto surveyed the group of shinobi. Okay, let's see. Why don't you pick doll face? Ino sat up happily. Oh, okay. I pike. IWA. Ainsuna. She said happily. Naruto nodded, appraising her selection. Very well, he said. He went through hand signs, and in a flash that Minma and Minato knew all too well, the Kazekage and Iwa's lone jonin appeared in the arena. The Tsuchikage ran forward and put her hands on the barrier. Hey, what the hell are you doing? He's no match for a Kage, she yelled. Akatsuchi. The Kazekage was looking at the man in question. It was a very hefty-looking man with a big nose. He then turned and looked up to the masked man. What is the purpose of this? Naruto shrugged. I just want to see what happens. He replied portentously. Don't wait on me. Start whenever you wish. Nobody moved a muscle. I have no quarrel with this man. The Kazekage said with his arms crossed. He refused to fight a man who had done him no harm. Of course you do, Naruto said. This man here is keeping you from retrieving your prize, he said, pointing over to the Kazakage's nephew. Everyone grew alarmed seeing that the explosive tag was burning. Wait, the Kazakage yelled, raising his hand up to him. Wait, I'll fight, he yelled, trying to get the man to stop the burning of the seal. Naruto shrugged. Oh, I'm sure you will, he said casually. That seal is a slow-burning tag. It will blow in 2 minutes unless I stop it. Sadly to say, as long as this man is still breathing, I will not do so. Everyone grew horrified at the implication. The Kazakage's eyes were burning with rage. He was trying to weigh what would be the right thing to do. From the deathly stare he was getting from the Tsuchikage, he just knew there would be hell to pay for this. Gaara, yelled Kankuro. Gaara, please. He looked across at the man who now held a shaky kunai in his hand. He looked back up to Kankuro, and then over to the worried look on the Tsuchikage's face. Wow, a minute wasted, Naruto said, staring at the half-burned tag. Gaara looked back over to his begrudging opponent, and the sand from his gourd busted out of the top. I'm so sorry, he whispered lowly, sending wave after wave towards the man who did his best to dodge the flood of sand. Losing his footing, he fell to his back and was engulfed completely. Gaara tried hard to kill the man, but for some reason he couldn't crush him. Suddenly a hand of stone burst from the sand. 30 seconds, Kazakage, Naruto said. Gaara grit his teeth and shut his eyes. Suddenly, his sand took on a much more demonic look with cracks covering its surface. His right eye turned black with a golden iris. With the help of the Shikaku, he was finally able to crush the man with ease. No, yelled the Tsuchikage, beating the barrier with all she had. Fuck, she bellowed out as she dropped to the ground. Gaara felt remorse for his action, but relief seeing that the tag stopped its burning. A flash of light blinded him, and he was back next to Kankuro. Everyone remained silent, staring at the mutilated body of the IWA shinobi. Naruto eyed the Tsuchikage, whose eyes were on the ground beneath her. He was waiting for the outburst, and sure enough he received it. She hit the barrier with all the strength she could muster. Let me out of here. I'll fucking kill you, she yelled. I swear on everything. I will fucking kill you, she yelled. Whether the threat was for Naruto or the Kazakage, no one knew. Naruto was not fazed by her worthless threats. He simply shrugged it off. A hand popped out of the ground within the arena and dragged Akatsuchi's body down. Well, revenge seems to be on your mind, he said, going through hand signs. The Tsuchikage appeared in the arena, staring over to her opponent. Shit, Kankuro whispered softly to himself. No, the Kazakage yelled, seeing the danger. Wait, Naruto just stared out, wondering what the Tsuchikage would do. Her hate-filled eyes pierced into the Kazakage's worried gaze. When can I start? She asked suddenly. Naruto shrugged. This one's on you. If you don't want to do it, you may return to your barrier, he informed her. Kankuro released the breath he didn't know he was holding. His heart skipped a beat when a rock spear popped out of the ground and nearly punctured his chest. He jumped back just in time to avoid it. Hey, what the hell? He yelled out to her, pulling his favorite puppet from his back. The Tsuchikage went through hand signs and spit out some kind of strange lime concoction that covered Kankuro's prized puppet. The slime also covered his feet, holding him in place. Hey, wait, he yelled out, throwing his hands up. Tsuchikage, please, the Kazakage yelled out, begging for his brother's life. He has a family. Please don't. The Tsuchikage stared at Kankuro's trembling body intently. Slowly, a rock spike rose from the ground next to her, and she snapped it off. So did Akatsuchi. With no mercy, she threw the spike forward, impaling the helpless man. It tore through his head with ease, splitting his skull in two. Silence rang through the area, with everyone's eyes on either the dead body or the ghastly look on the Kazakage's face. Let me out, the Kazakage said lowly, trying to draw on the powers of Shikaku. Naruto just stared at him. He knew at this point there was a blatant hatred resting between the two. It was an inevitability. I said, let me out, he repeated with a disgusted look on his face. In time, Kazakage, he said, looking back to the Tsuchikage. The Tsuchikage hasn't truly played yet, he said, going through hand signs. In a flash of light, Kakashi appeared in the arena. Hey, no, Minma yelled out until Minato put his hand on his shoulder. Minma, he'll be fine, he said. Naruto stared at Kakashi, knowing full well what was to happen. Now, he said, looking towards the Tsuchikage. Your revenge is out of the way. You fight for the survival of your prize. A muffled cry of desperation left the gauged mouth of Makatsuchi, seeing her tag lit aflame. Your time begins, Kuratsuchi, he said, using her real name. Without hesitation, she chunked spikes of rocks at the Sharingan wielder. Kakashi jumped to the side, kicking off the barrier to avoid the next barrage. When he landed, he leaned back, avoiding the next strike. Quickly, he jumped up, dodging the slime she used against Kankuro. Figuring the only way to survive was to fight back, he rushed her with a kunai in hand. Kuratsuchi pulled one of her own and clashed with him. She began slashing at him like a woman possessed, and Kakashi was able to avoid all of them thanks to his Sharingan. Feeling desperate, she yelled out in anger. Arg! Kakashi got her off balance and kicked her away. He slipped in between the two spikes she shot out at him. Immediately, he had to dodge another that shot out of the ground. Going through hand signs, he slammed his hands on the ground, and a wall of mud shot up in front of him, blocking the slime. He jumped away before the spike that jutted from the wall pierced his neck. Losing his footing, he rolled back and scrambled away from the airborne Kage coming down on him with another spike in her hand. To the horror of the Konoha individuals, she drove it straight through his chest. Naruto chuckled seeing the clone burst into a cloud of smoke and the real Kakashi pop out of the ground, delivering a roundhouse kick to the Tsuchikage's face, sending her into the side of the barrier. 1 minute. Naruto informed the frustrated woman. She growled again and went through hand signs. Puffing her chest full, she spit out big balls of lava that Kakashi had difficulty dodging. Jumping up, he was caught vulnerable in midair. She spit a ball of lava at his unprotected form. Thinking quickly, Kakashi packed his left eye with chakra and opened it, displaying his Mangekyo Sharingan. The ball of liquid flames was sucked into a portal in thin air. When he hit the ground, he covered his eye and nearly fell over from the backlash of using that technique. Quickly he had to roll forward to avoid the spikes shooting out of the ground. He was cut alongside the back of his calf in his escape, inciting a yelp of pain. 10 seconds. Naruto said, upping the adrenaline factor once more. That Tsuchikage's panicked look stared up into the eyes of her best friend in desperation. Like a child begging for something, she squealed out a hollow, "Please." That was either directed at Naruto or Kakashi. She threw everything she had at the silver-haired man who dodged each attack as best he could. He was just too hard to hit within the confines of 2 minutes. 5, 4, 3, 2. An explosion rocked the area as the kunai next to Makatsuchi shot off. A barrier shot up around her space, protecting the others on the ridge, but they all felt the violent tremor. None more so than Kuratsuchi, who froze in horror and stared at the smoked-out barrier that slowly cleared, revealing nothing but bits of what used to be her friend. Her face contorted into a look of true and undeniable pain. She hit her knees and covered her mouth to hide the silent scream that was stuck in the back of her mouth. "Arg!" she yelled out in sorrow. "Maka!" She hit the ground beneath her, and the surrounding viewers could feel her sadness from a distance. Kakashi more so than anyone as he sat back, trying to catch his breath. "It would seem that your prize has been eliminated. That means you have lost. If you so wish, you are free to go," he said, preparing to send her back to the platform her barrier once stood. She shook her head, causing him to stop to see what it was she would do. With tears still streaming down her eyes, she looked over to Kakashi with nothing but pure hatred. "Hey, no wait," yelled Menma, being somewhat mimicked by Minato and Kushina seeing that she was going to kill him. Kakashi scrambled back. In her last series of attacks, she was able to mess his leg up more than just the cut to his calf. He grit his teeth seeing her charge towards him. He was completely helpless at this point. He put too much chakra into that Mangekyo technique, and now he was left helpless. Naruto watched on in interest. In her rage-filled sprint towards the man that refused to die to save her friend, she pulled a spike from the ground. All she saw was red at this moment. In the span of an hour, she lost 2 of her closest people. She had long been sent over the edge, and she just had to kill someone. She had to. Bringing her hand down on the silver-haired jonin with a war cry, she was surprised when her wrist was caught by an unexpected man. It was the masked assailant responsible for all of this. He was here. Looking back up to his throne, she noticed he was gone. So this was the real one. "I cannot allow you to kill a participant. You have failed your task, so I give you 2 options. Either leave or die." She grit her teeth so hard they ached within her mouth. Seeing this as her chance, she drew a kunai from her pouch and swiped at him. In other words, she just agreed to die. Naruto hit her in the throat before her arm even came in range. Then with absolutely no mercy, he kicked her back, impaling her on a spike that she herself had made. Kuratsuchi gasped at the rock sticking out of her chest, and she brought a shaking hand up to grab at it. She could feel her body slowly descending further down the earthen spike, and every second of it hurt. Naruto walked up to her and grabbed her by her hair. "You've done well, Tsuchikage. Your people would be proud," he said. "Well, what's left of them?" With that said, he snapped her neck with no mercy. Now, the others finally witnessed what it was they were dealing with. This man just defeated a Kage with such ease. Some of them just wrote it off as her being too emotionally distraught to fight properly, but Menma knew. He knew now more so than ever. Kakashi as well, but as for Minato, who knew what was going through his mind. "I apologize for this minor hiccup," Naruto said, turning around to Kakashi going through his hand signs. Kakashi appeared back in the barrier with the others. It was of course expected as human emotions are a delicate thing. He went through hand signs again, and the area inside of the barrier returned to normal, as if no battle had even taken place. "Now that such a hiccup is out of the way, let's continue," he said, flashing back up to his throne. "Hokage," Darui called out, eyeing Naruto suspiciously. There is no longer any denying it. "You know this man." Menma looked at him in worry. It was an inevitability, though. He refused to speak on it. Thankfully, or unluckily, he didn't have to. "I know who this is," said a voice that had not yet been heard. One of the members of the Mizukage's group stepped forward. He was a much older man with blue hair and an eye patch. Years ago, during the rise of Konoha's popularity due to the growing fame of Itachi Uchiha, There was another name that arose throughout the nation as well. The second flash. His statement hung in the air, and everyone had their gazes split between the two Hokage and their masked oppressor. Is that you? Naruto chuckled beneath his mask. Heh, I'm a bit flattered. I didn't think that little title stuck enough for people to remember it, he said with a shrug. He is from Konoha. The Kazekage said, drawing everyone's attention to Minma, who was staring at the furious redhead. He is a shinobi of yours. And he has caused all of this. His hands were clenched so tightly on his sides. Minma had to say something. Kazekage. I am. I'm sorry. Who? Who is he? He asked lowly. He couldn't even bring himself to lift his gaze. That's where Minma froze. He couldn't spit it out, even if he tried. Who is he? He replied finally, staring the blonde in the eyes. Minma's gaze did not shy away. He just shook his head. With a chuckle, Naruto decided to instigate the situation. Heh, oh come on Otudo. Don't be ashamed of me now, he said, shocking the whole group. Everyone was staring at the Konoha group at this point. This was their family member? What? You didn't think just anyone could learn the Yondame's most prized possession, did you? He asked rhetorically. Finally, the red-headed woman that had remained silent throughout the entire ordeal finally stepped forward. Naruto. She called out softly. Tears were already brimming in her eyes. Her heart had been broken one too many times by the man in front of her. Most of it was self-inflicted shots of pain, but this was on a whole new scale. This monster couldn't be her son. Naruto. What is this for? Ah, Ka-san. Naruto said somewhat softer than he had been all day. Being an Uzumaki definitely has its benefits, huh? He asked, completely disregarding her question. You haven't aged a day. Even now he was. Naruto. Please stop this. He stared at her for a few seconds before standing up. He turned to look out towards the sea. The day was absolutely beautiful to him. It was a cloudy day with slivers of sunlight shining through the cracks in the clouds, causing streams of light to shoot down on the water. There was a faint clap of thunder that made its presence known every few seconds and brief sparks of lightning that didn't break the clouds. It is a beautiful day. Isn't it, Ka-san? He said, completely disregarding the others for the moment. It would seem that my hair color isn't the only thing I inexplicably acquired over the years that I share with you, he said with a chuckle, running his hand through his blood-red hair. Kushina didn't know what to say. Everyone else was at a bit of a loss of words as well. He seemed to be acting somewhat civil with her as opposed to his cryptic badgering of everyone else. He seemed, in a way, much more gentle. I guess that goes to show that I was right, he said, strolling back to his seat. He sat down and took Ino's hand. Tusan and I are more alike than I had imagined. Just as he put his books down for you, I put mine down as well, he said, looking at Ino. Well, sort of. Ino slid her mask off her face. Aw, babe, she cooed as she slithered over her throne and into his lap. Naruto chuckled. What a pair of beautiful young ladies we have on our hands, Tusan, he said as Ino snuggled into the side of his neck. Minma as well. I guess we've just got a thing for powerful women, he said with yet another chuckle. Please. Narukuin. Kushina said as she shook her head. She couldn't understand what this was. Why he was doing what he was doing. None of it made sense. He was mentally assaulting her with compliments? After everything he said, he still had the nerve to speak to them like everything was just completely normal. Please stop this, she said again, desperation pouring from her tone. Naruto just stopped altogether. He just stared at her in wonder. Then, as if someone flipped a switch, he went back to normal. I can't do that, Ka-san. You know I'll die if I do, he said casually. I'll die if I don't as well, but since I've already begun, I may as well have it mean something. Her pleading face continued to stare at him in confusion. Why are you doing this? Please, just tell me why, she begged. Naruto sighed and looked up to the sky in thought. He was trying to weigh his options right now. Ka-san. I am doing this because I want this all to end. I want someone to create a world better than this, he explained. In order for that to happen, it has to destroy itself. Kushina was confused along with everyone else. Before she could speak up, the Raikage butt in. If it destroys itself, there will be nothing left for creation. Naruto just shook his head. No Raikage, actually that's wrong, he said, tilting his head. Shamelessly, Ino was kissing his neck aggressively, as if she were trying to tally up how many hickeys she could give him. You see, creation and destruction go hand in hand. Think about how a man would cut down a tree to build a home, or a group of men would cut down a forest to build a village. It's all a cycle of destroy to create again. Erase a man's mind, and he's a new person. Erase the world, and it has a second chance at life. Regardless of what you believe, this world is doomed to fail. The world is not doomed, said the Mizukage with a bit of an edge to his tone. For sick people like you, it is doomed because it doesn't allow you to control it, he argued. For sick people like me, he said slowly, examining those words. Ironic how wrong you are, he said carelessly. I mean, if you think about it, there is more wrong with a man who resigns to being like everybody else. It's truly disturbing how each one of you are currently fighting for the right to walk around like dead fish floating down a stream rather than being an individual. Synchronization and normality have become the new social norm, but if you were to go back years ago during the days of the clan wars, they would have laughed at such a thing. He said, "That's the real issue. I mean, you laugh at me because I'm different. But I laugh at you because you're all the same. Wink, your theories are derived from a psychotic mind, and they will only make sense to you and that dumb bitch on your neck," came the smooth, feminine voice of the wife of the Raikage, who hadn't said much yet up to this point. Ino's head popped up instantly, and she stared at Naruto, who just threw his hands up in an I don't know kind of pose. Ino quietly got off his lap and began walking towards the edge. It looked like she was going to step off, but right as she took that last step, there was a flash and she appeared inside the arena. Simultaneously, Samui appeared in there as well. She was much more alert now, though, seeing the intense look in the blonde's eyes briefly before she slipped her mask back on. "Well," Naruto said, "this should be interesting." Chapter 14. Rushing forward, two swords held in reverse grip, Ino jumped over the short-haired blonde woman who swung her own blade at her. Landing in a crouch, she jumped back, avoiding the next slash. Kicking off the wall, she rocketed towards her, swiping her sword out the way and delivering a kick to her chest, sending her rolling back. She waited for a few seconds, allowing her to get up. How dare she disrespect her in front of her love? She would pay in the worst way imaginable. They had been at it for a few good minutes already, and she had to admit she was kind of strong. Samui finally struggled back to her feet and stared across at this psychotic blonde. Her movements were completely unpredictable. Whatever her kenjutsu style was, she had never seen anything like it. It was incredibly flexible and unnaturally quick. "Okay, ladies," Naruto said, drawing everyone's attention. "This little spout is taking longer than expected. You're the boy's mother, so what the hell?" He shrugged. "Fight for your son. Actually, let's switch things up. You stay alive, and so does your son." "Dull," he said, getting Ino's attention. "Try and kill her." Samui glanced over quickly to see her subdued child's tag lit aflame and wasted no time in rushing back into the fight. The Raikage placed his hand onto the hilt of his blade, ready to just bust through the barrier with force. He put his hand on his shoulder and shook his head. He has been extremely serious as opposed to his usual idiotic behavior. "No bro, let Samui handle it, yo," he said, eyeing the masked man on the other side. The Raikage silently grit his teeth, but released his sword nonetheless. Swinging her blade with unrivaled intensity, Samui was going for the kill, as the best way to keep from getting killed yourself was to put your opponent on the defense. She refused to lose to this blonde bimbo. Ino kicked her wrist away before her sword came within range. Attacking with both of her blades, Samui took the defensive and began backing away. Ino continued her volley of slashes, not letting up in the slightest. Feeling her time was running very thin, Samui planted her feet and kicked the blonde away from her. While she stumbled back, she drove her sword in the ground and went through hand signs. Pointing her fingers, the tips lit up in a very bright white light and shot off towards the blonde, who had just recovered. Ino jumped away from the bullets of white that tore through the ground beneath her with ease. She had to keep moving as the blasts continued to shoot towards her, each one coming closer and closer. Thinking quickly, Ino drew an explosive kunai and threw it towards the next bullet headed towards her. Samui paused for a second with her vision clouded by the smoke. Then, when Ino jumped away from the cloud of smog, she continued her firing. With an accurate shot that was sent on a straight path to the masked girl's chest, Samui was kicked into the side of the barrier by the real one. Getting to her feet quickly, she rushed her again. Throwing a punch, she was infuriated by the woman's unnatural flexibility as she swiveled out of the way of each attack. "1 minute," Naruto called out. Samui furrowed her brow and continued on, doing her best to dodge the blonde's unorthodox attacks. Eventually, the two of them found their blades back in their hands and they danced in a shower of sparks and slashes. Samui was getting completely demolished as Ino parried all of her attacks with one blade and delivered small, seemingly insignificant slashes with the other. Slowly, however, she noticed her body was refusing to do what she wanted it to. She was simultaneously using the hilt of her blades to hit her pressure points. Creating an opening, Ino made a deep cut on the back of Samui's calf, dropping her to the ground. She realized the masked girl's tactic too late, and her body wouldn't move. The Raikage Envy watched in shock as she brought her sword up for the finishing blow. Just as he put his hand on the hilt of his blade, Naruto called out, "Time." Ino's blade lingered right at the neck of the woman. "Babe," she whined as if begging him to let her kill her. Samui was left helpless, her arms and legs riddled with tiny cuts and bruises that seemed insignificant at first glance when in truth were a lot more effective than anyone thought. She couldn't even lift her fingers. She was completely humiliated with a blade pointing at her neck. Now, Ino," Naruto replied with a gentle tone. "You had 2 minutes just like everyone else," he said, nodding his head towards her. Ino huffed and flicked the small amounts of blood off of her blades. In a flash of light, she was back in her throne with her arms and legs crossed, clearly not happy about the whole ordeal. Samui breathed a sigh of relief as she looked up to her son, who was crying for her. Darui and B had also calmed down, as well, seeing everything would be fine. Hey, you gonna send her back? She's injured, the Reikage said, not liking that she was still down there. Naruto looked at her immobile form and began looking around at everyone. Ino could tell he was having an idea. When he stared over at the Mizukage's party, something in his mind clicked. He looked over to their prize, his wife. Then he looked back over to Samui, who physically could not move. Did you hear me? She's hurt, the Reikage said again. He noticed how the man's head looked around at everyone, ignoring him completely. Ino was trying to follow Naruto's head movements. What you thinking, babe? She asked. Naruto stood to his feet and began casually pacing behind the prizes, the direction of his mask never giving away the direction he was looking or what kind of sick action he was planning next. Actually, I think this is a perfect opportunity to prove a point, he said, strolling towards the right side of the platform. He stopped directly behind the last person on the prize slot. A woman with short brown hair, hunched over on her knees, trying to avoid his detection. Naruto stared at the Mizukage from this distance. The blue-haired man did not shy away from his gaze in part because he couldn't see it. A sickening feeling arose in the pit of his stomach, figuring it was their turn. All he had to do was follow the man's rules. If he had to kill someone, then he would do so without a shred of hesitation. He had to. Mizukage, your fiancé here. MS, Ayakaroyo? He asked him rhetorically, already knowing the answer. The Mizukage just glared at him dangerously. She has never been a shinobi, correct? He asked. Once again he received no reply, as expected. Well, she hasn't, he said, cutting the rope tying her hands together and ripping the chain from around her neck. He grabbed her by her arm and pulled her to a standing position, ignoring her muffled pleas for her life. Hey, the Kage in question yelled as he stepped up to the side of the barrier. He put his hands on it and leaned forward as if he were trying to get a better view. Don't hurt her, he yelled out frantically. Naruto ignored him and walked forward a bit. Ignoring him for the time being, he spoke to the other remaining members, namely Gaara. Now, you claim we aren't all monsters. I say, we are. He grabbed her by the throat and held her over the side of the cliff to the horror of the Kiri group and his family. Her hands wrapped around his wrist, and her bulging brown eyes stared into his eye holes, pleading desperately. Naruto. Wait, no? Yelled Minato, putting his hands out as if telling him to calm down. Naruto ignored all of the outraged cries of protest and continued on. Now, his mask was looking towards the woman in his hand. He spoke as if he were talking to her. When your way of life or your life itself is threatened, you will do absolutely anything to maintain it, he said, holding the kicking woman up with absolute ease. It's the law of human nature. If it's an action with an immediately positive outcome, even if there is another way, we will take it if that other way isn't a sure thing. Please, the Mizukage yelled, hitting the barrier with his giant sword. I'll do whatever you want, he said, his eyes darting into the middle platform, seeing that Samui was still there. You want me to kill her? I'll do it. Just please. That proclamation garnered a daring look from the Reikage party, of course, but he didn't even spare them a glance. Naruto looked over to the blue-haired man at that. He just eyed him lazily. Tempting, he said. But, no. Just like that, he unclenched his hand and Aya fell. Outrageous gasps and a hell-curling scream from the Mizukage himself filled the air. He packed his sword with chakra and hit it as hard as he could with a war cry. Before he hit it again, his attention was drawn to the middle barrier where Aya landed unceremoniously in a flash of light, her eyes nearly popping out of her head and her tears returning full force. She landed on her back and ungracefully rolled over to get to her knees. In another flash of light, a kunai appeared directly in front of her. I want her to do it. Naruto finished looking down to the fearful civilian woman. The Reikage and the Mizukage shouted out in protest, screaming their own words of hatred-filled threats at the redhead. Naruto casually walked back to his throne and sat down, his gaze landing directly across from him, into the unreadable expression on his brother's face. For your freedom, Aya, he called out, still looking into the eyes of Minma. Kill this woman, and you and your party are free to walk away, he said, surprising everyone. Aya's eyes were on the blade in front of her, tears streaming from her eyes uncontrollably. You choose not to kill her, and you and your party remain for the duration of the game in which your husband will eventually have to fight for you, he said. The first thought that ran through her mind was, of course, she wouldn't do it. She would just wait for Chojuro to save her. But then she thought about the Tsuchikage's violent end. The man she brought with her died at the hands of another Kage. Her eyes traveled up to their platform. What if Ao or Haki were chosen to face off against the Reikage or the Hokage? They wouldn't stand a chance. By choosing to stay, she'd be choosing for them to die instead, even though it wasn't a guarantee Chojuro would save her or not. She looked back down to the kunai and then up into the eyes of the immobile woman in front of her. Her heart and brain were tearing themselves apart, both making sound arguments for each scenario. She cried out hysterically. She didn't know what to do. A monstrous action for certain freedom? Naruto called out blandly. Or a righteous action for an unassured chance at life? He asked her ominously, further distorting her will. The constant screaming of those around her was feeding her anxiety as well. The look in the woman's eyes was eating her soul, even from the considerable distance. She hadn't said anything. She just stared back at her, tears beginning to fall from her eyes. Aya reached forward with a very shaky hand and grabbed the kunai. Holding it up, she stared at the very tip of it and looked back to the blonde woman. Standing to her feet, she slowly walked forward until she was right in front of Samui. She dropped to her knees and stared at her, trying to steady her resolve. She had to do it. This man was a complete psycho. As soon as she refused, he would do something worse to them. She knew it. He spoke as if he knew she would end up killing this girl. He was trying to prove a point to everyone here, and if she refused to feed in and made him wrong, there's no telling what he'd do. Don't do it, yelled the Rakage, pushing against the glass in frustration. Don't you fucking do it. He looked across the way at his son, who was witnessing the whole thing. Don't look, son. Look away, he pleaded. B was quiet behind him, watching the whole thing play out. It broke his heart, but he kept his composure, knowing nothing they did would change the outcome. The Mizuki's shouts were of course telling her to do it. If it was a sure way to save her life, he needed her to do it. Every now and then, he looked back to the masked man and cursed him for making his soon-to-be wife do something of this magnitude. But if it was a way out, he needed her to do it. Aya-chan. Just do it. Please, just do it. It'll be over quick. In their contradicting pleas to the woman, they locked eyes with each other a couple of times, shouting out curse words and hate-filled remarks before immediately going back to yelling their threats and encouragements at the weak-minded woman. The Konoha bunch tried calming the two down before things got out of hand, but their words were consistently overshadowed by the two adrenaline-fueled men screaming their heads off. Aya peered into Samui's eyes. She had never killed anyone before. Could she even do this? This woman had a husband who was watching and threatening what would happen if she did. A child who was watching. How could she take her life like this? Before she realized it, the sounds around her drowned out completely, and she was left alone with her thoughts once again. Her eyes were on the kunai in her hands. Hands that wouldn't stop shaking. They wouldn't stop. Tears were hitting her wrists as she tried to ration with herself and convince herself this was the right thing to do. Naruto sighed and looked out towards the sea. From the positioning of the beams of light, he could guess it was possibly a little past noon. The uproar of voices all mangling together was giving him a headache. Aya, you do not have all day. You either do it or miss the opportunity, he said loud enough for her to hear him over all the commotion. She clenched her eyes shut and opened them back up to look at the kunai in her hands. She steadied her heart and drowned the sounds of the others screaming at her out. With a heavy heart and shaking hands, she brought the blade up over her head, which simultaneously threw fuel on the fire, upping the intensity of the screaming happening around her. With her eyes shut and an unintentional scream of frustration, she drove the kunai down. Metal met flesh and bone, and she could hear and feel the blood gushing out from the chest of this woman in front of her. She couldn't take it anymore. She pulled the blade out and drove it down again. And again, and again. The area was quiet, stunned in silence at the brutality of the scene. The only sounds remaining were the grunts of effort and frustration from Aya, the squishing of her hands, and the blade plunging in and out of Samui's bleeding chest, and the muffled crying of the child who was watching his mother getting butchered to death by a woman that had cared for him in his brief time of captivity. The Rakage hit his knees. No expression on his face describable in any real terms. His hands rested on his lap, and he watched on as the woman stabbed Samui over and over again. The Mizukage was watching just as silently. He watched his fiancée's mind tear itself to shreds with every stab. She would never be the same. This was something he had never imagined seeing in his lifetime. Something he'd never wished to see. Sorrow and remorse filled his heart for the man on the opposite side of the formations. They didn't deserve this. They were all victims in this. He was glad his wife was safe, but the action she had to take to do so was horrendous. He set his heart to rest just rationalizing with himself that being put in the same situation, he would have expected his wife to do the same. He prayed he understood that. Aya had finally stopped her violent stabbing of the already deceased woman, and she threw the kunai away from her. She bent down and cried out continuous streams of apologies for the dead woman before her. She had to do it. She had to. That's what she told herself over and over again. In her hunched-over state, she threw up whatever was left in her stomach from the last time she ate. Tears and pleas for forgiveness rushed out along with it. Naruto watched the whole scene play out before him. His eyes were on the expressions of his family. They watched the sight with unbelieving gazes just like everyone else. It seemed like this was just too much of a revelation. The red-headed Kazekage watched on, in contained shock as well. None of them could grasp the concept of the actions just taken. Animal is a derogatory word that inaccurately describes what we are, he said suddenly, drawing the attention back to him. When someone is cruel, we are all so quick to call them an animal, yet when you truly nitpick it, humans are the only animals capable of such atrocities. So in other words, he said looking down to the two women in the barrier. Aya, you're a human. And you're also free to go, he said, letting the barrier fall. The Mizukage's barrier fell as well, freeing him and his two chosen attendants. He didn't waste any time in jumping down to his fiancée. He He wrapped her up in a hug, hiding her eyes from the horrendous sight of the mutilated blonde before them. He scrunched his nose up at the stench and looked up to the masked man. Naruto could see the anger in his eyes. If you wish to end up like the Tsuchikage, you are free to attack me as you please, he said ominously. Your prize has won her own freedom. Take this opportunity to leave while you can. The Mizukage glared up at him, and for a second, the others thought he was going to attack him. He picked his fiancée up in a bridal carry while still eyeing the masked assailant. If they don't kill you when this is all over, I swear I'll find you, he said with pure hatred resting behind his eyes. Showing no fear, Naruto nodded his head sharply, still unfazed by the meaningless threat. With his piece said, the Mizukage turned to leave, stopping as he caught the eye of the Raikage who was staring right back at him. Had it been your wife, you'd have expected her to do the same, he said, to try and get him to understand. The Raikage just stared at him for a second, a look of disgust crossing his face. Sadly for you, it wasn't my wife. The threat taken and understood completely, the Mizukage nodded his head and began walking away. He and his men jumped off of the cliff before the middle barrier shot back up, leaving just 3 more groups. A clone dragged Samui's body down and cleaned the area for the next event, which was still undecided. Naruto looked at them all, as if he were thinking about what he was to do now. Let's see, he said quietly, tapping his hands on his armrest trying to think of something. Well, I'm not too interested in fighting any more than one Biju, he said going through hand signs. In a flash of light, the Kazekage and B appeared on either side of the arena, both of them stock silent, not looking to play any games. The anger was just bubbling around them. Literally, when they hit the arena, red chakra began bubbling around them. Well, Kazekage, for a man who advocates against the monstrosity of mankind, you know a lot about what that's like, he said eyeing him. The Kazekage didn't respond to his pointless words. Instead, his gourd began falling apart before it produced a tail made of sand. The sand began covering most of his form until the top half of his body represented a much smaller version of the Shikaku. B's form remained the same other than the red silhouette of the Hachibi surrounding his body. His eyes couldn't be seen behind his glasses and his facial expression didn't seem to give much away, but from studying up on the guy, Naruto could tell he was far beyond angry himself. Figuring this was sure to be a good match, Naruto just sat back and snuggled into his seat. Oh, and if you haven't noticed, this seal won't allow you to fully transform, for obvious reasons, he said with a shrug. No stakes in this one. You two just seem angry enough to rip anything to shreds, so have at it, he said. Needing nothing more, B rushed forward with his arm held out. The inside of his elbow met the throat of the sand creature, and contrary to what he expected, he began sinking in. He spun around and ripped the appendage from the sand and kicked him away. The Kazekage hit the wall of the barrier with the sand cushioning his blow. With no hesitation, he got up and rushed the Kyumo Jinchuriki. Throwing his arm forward, the sand extended and missed the slippery man by an inch. In her throne, Ino yawned, drawing Naruto's attention. This is kinda boring, hon, she said honestly. I'm gonna take a nap. Naruto raised an eyebrow beneath his mask, but shrugged his shoulders and went back to watching the battle. The Kazekage was confused when B rolled to his feet, now holding every sword that was on his form at once. There was one tucked in the wedges of each of his coiled arms, one in his mouth, one held by the back of his knee, one in the crook of his neck, and one in the crevasse between his thigh and stomach. He doubted they could be used as such. Expertly, B jumped through the air, missing the tendril of sand that shot at him. He threw 2 of his swords down in hopes of impaling the man inside. He couldn't hurt sand, but if he could get to the Kazekage inside, he could kill him and the Shikaku would die as well and wait to reform elsewhere. When he landed, he rolled forward and picked up the 2 swords he threw. Continuing on, he dodged sand bullet after bullet. Rolling under the final one, he went in to try and shove his sword through. As soon as it came within range, a plate of sand shot up from the ground, blocking it before it even hit the main body. He loosened his grip and kicked the hilt of the blade on his way back. When he landed, he was standing on a thin strip of sand. When it shifted, he fell to his back. He looked up at the wave about to crash down on him. The Kazekage clenched his sand-formed hand down, directing the wave of golden substance to crush the man. Before it hit him, a tentacle appeared out of nowhere, blocking the man's body from the assault. Pulling the sand back, he saw that he now had 2 very big tentacles protruding from somewhere on his back. This meant he was proficient in partial transformations as well. He ignored that revelation and sent out more waves of sand to try and cover him completely. He swiped the tendrils out of his way with the tentacles and rushed forward with the sword still on his form. Clearing a path to the core, he threw one of his blades at his head. Before it came in range again, a sheet of sand popped up. He was thinking of a way around that armor of his. His control of sand meant he was an earth-based ninjutsu fighter. If he attacked with lightning, maybe he could wear him down some. He rushed forward, charging his remaining 5 blades with lightning chakra, and began attack the main creature directly, letting the tentacles keep him safe from the sand. He flipped and slashed at every conceivable angle of the beast, but nothing was getting through. Losing focus, he landed into a sinking pool of sand that began swallowing him whole. He scrambled up, trying to stick his tentacles to anything that would pull him up, but nothing would stick thanks to all the sand. Darui was watching in horror, thinking this may be too much for even B. Seeing him sink into the unexplainable sink, Hole got him worried. B was resilient, but he had just a few hours ago watched a man with the protection of an armor of rock crushed by this very same man. His worries were relieved when he watched as the sand seemed to become much more mud-like than before. Two of B's tentacles shot out from the muddied sinkhole of sand and stuck to the barrier, slings shooting him out of the substance. He remained up high off of the ground with his tentacles sticking to the hard surface of the barrier. While up there, he got his idea. It seemed that water was the obvious weakness, which was good because it was an easy solution. Going through hand signs, he puffed his chest out and shot bullet after bullet of water towards the sand creature. Seeing the danger, the Kazekage used the sand he made from the ground to block the water, while simultaneously making more. He knew the man's plan was to drench all of his sand, leaving him defenseless, but he could work with that. He blocked each of the water bullets in order to protect the sand armor of the Shikaku surrounding his body. He kept them coming plentiful, increasing their size by pumping more and more chakra into each blast. He had to keep moving around the top of the barrier to avoid getting caught by the counterattacks being sent his way. He didn't know any area-wide water techniques, so these water bullets would have to do it for now. The Hachibi was explaining that the weakness of the Shikaku's containers when they were in this state was at the base of the tail. So that would have to be his striking point. They continued in their battle of hit and counter-hit for a few minutes until B noticed that there was nothing left for the Kage to use other than mud, which was too slow and weak to actually be effective. So he swung forward and landed near the muddied creature with his swords drawn again. The mud was wrapping around his ankles trying to hold him in place, but he was just walking through it with ease. It was just like walking through regular mud. The Kazekage played the role, expertly swiping away as he scrambled back. He truly looked like a helpless victim. When B finally began rushing, however, his stoic look returned. B circled him until he got behind him and targeted the vulnerable spot. He went in for the attack, but just when he drove his sword forward, a tendril of chakra shot up and caught his wrists, lifting him from the ground. B struggled, trying to use his tentacles to swipe it away. As soon as he did, two skinnier tendrils of sand shot through the mud, cutting it off. He brought out another which met the same fate. Darui's eyes grew in alarm, not even understanding how that could even happen. It was just sand. B. He yelled out, seeing how helpless he seemed. B was confused as well. This sand was just slicing his tentacles off. That wasn't possible unless that was some kind jutsu or... His eyes grew when the skinny tendrils that were slicing the tentacles rose in front of his face. There was a glimmer from the tips before they drove forward, one going straight through his head, and the other through his chest, the blades of his discarded swords popping out of the back of his head and chest. The swords he so carelessly let sink into the sand at the start of this little battle. No, yelled the Raikage, hitting the barrier with his sword. No. Twice today, he has watched someone die. B. Of all people, he was sure couldn't lose. He stared at the masked man, who began clapping at the outcome of the battle. You bastard. I'll fucking kill you. He yelled, hitting the barrier over and over again with his blade. Not even aware that his son was watching him lose his mind. Naruto ignored the screams for his head from the usually level-headed Kage. He was slowly clapping for the Kazekage, who had let the mud fall of his form as he stared at the Kumo shinobi that fell before his feet. In a flash of light, he was back in his spot, staring at the ground. A clone once again struck the arena of the previous battle before sinking into the ground. Naruto stared across the way at his fellow redhead, who was completely silent. Well, I must say that was a very impressive display there, Kazekage. He said, looking over at his prize. You're a very formidable man. As was the famous Killer Bee. He said, nodding to the Raikage, who was still cussing him out. I'm trying to decide what to do with you. You've withstood each of my tasks and have done so with extreme grace. I'm not sure if that warrants enough respect to let you leave yet. He said, negating the fact that he allowed the Mizukage to leave without ever having to do anything. Have I been unfair with you? The Kazekage looked him in the eyes with pure hatred. He hated everything about him at this moment. Not that he was too fond of him before, but now he was sure he was going to kill him. I have for a reason. He said, sitting up. None of you have noticed yet the true reason I've done this. He said, standing up. I mean, it's not like you all haven't been in these positions before. It's just now you know what it's like to have it happen in real time. He said, pacing around. Out of all of you, who's gone? He asked, looking around as if he were confused. Everyone's gaze met the empty pillars of both Iwa and Kiri. Ah, yes. Iwa. A nation built on the arrogance of their ancestors. It's sickening having such a nation running around, isn't it? They are gone because of their refusal to forgive. They lived on the cusp of revenge. In this experiment, their anger was directed towards Suna. Had she forgiven the actions of the Kazekage for doing what he did when he had no choice, she would have returned to her spot to fight another day and probably would have received an opponent she could actually beat within the given time slot. But Her need for revenge was just too much for her to bear. And she killed in vengeance. Now, Minato was starting to understand. These selections of his weren't as random as he claimed they were. It was a cycle of cause and effect. Now, you may be wondering why I allowed Kiri to leave without so much as stepping foot into the arena, right? He asked, not receiving an answer. Well, it's simple. Kiri is a nation known for shooting themselves in the foot, which is what they did. In this case, it wasn't the Kage of Kiri that represented them. No, Kiri's Kage have been known to disappoint. So of course, I went to the people instead. Aya refused to give up the chance for certain freedom because of her fear of failure on her Kage's part. The Raikage sent him a death glare. He allowed them to kill his wife for a fucking experiment? Had she refused to kill the young lady, rest her soul, he said, looking over to the Raikage, which infuriated him. Then, perhaps they would have lived longer, he said with a shake of his head. Everyone was confused by this. Minato spoke up for everyone. You let them go. Or did you? He asked, now fearing that he had something waiting for them. Naruto put his mind to rest. No, I did, he said, nodding his head. But, I doubt the Raikage will be letting that slide by so easily, he said, looking over to him. You're damn right, he spit out. And as soon as I'm finished with them, I'm coming for you, he said with a deathly look in his eyes. He looked completely insane. Naruto smiled beneath his mask. Oh, of course. And then Suna, I'm guessing, he said, nodding over to the Kazekage, who wasn't affected by the threat. The Raikage didn't express it, but he agreed. And what of you, Kazekage? Is IWA still on that list of yours? He asked, looking over to him. Finally, he pulled his head up, a dead look in his eyes that spoke volumes about his psyche. IWA will fall. Just as Kumo will fall. Just as Konoha. None of you deserve to live, he said ominously. Minma looked over to him in surprise. Kazekage-san, he said, in an attempt to reason with him. He was still angry that Naruto originated from Konoha. Naruto is no longer a shinobi of Kono. I don't care. You'll fall too, he said lowly, no hint of a joke in his dead eyes. Suna, Naruto said, drawing everyone's attention again. The nation that has fought their way out of the disgrace of the sand dunes to mark their place in this world. They take the most beating, but persevere and fight on. Kumo, the nation that holds strong in their belief of power and rule, but remain firm in their qualities of self-reliance. Then, there is you. Konoha. The Kazekage and Raikage both eyed them in suspicion. If there was a reason they were still untouched, then what was it? Oh yes, the nation that everyone loves to hate. You sit atop your throne and scathe, and watch as everyone else tears themselves apart. The definition of a false god. He said. Hold on, Minato said, trying to defend them. We're only unscathed because you haven't chosen any of us, he said, pointing out the obvious. Of course I haven't. There's been no need to, he said, as if he just gave them a huge revelation. Without any help at all. You lot gain the most enemies. Why is that? He asked with a sincere tone, as if he were really asking. Your power, he said with a nod. Minato and Minma looked at each other in confusion. Now he was telling them things they already knew. This isn't news to us. The more power you gain, the bigger the target on your back, we get it, he said, as if he figured out the next cracked out philosophical theory Naruto had coming up. Well, actually it's not that, he said, shocking them. It's actually the opposite. Your false power is what I should have said, he said with a nod. You believe your village is the strongest because of the people you hold within. With individuals such as Kakashi of the Sharingan, the Red Death, the entire Uchiha clan, the Hyuga, the Yellow Flash, the list goes on and on. You have grown arrogant in your seat at the top. Now, you walk around and flaunt your abilities off as if they were just badges of honor or something, he said in disgust. Are you saying we are weak? Minma asked, truly confused by what he was trying to say. On the contrary, Naruto said, now they were truly confused. Everything they said, he would say the opposite. Which one was it? You're strong. But your village as a whole is very weak. With the individuals you have, there is an unquestionable struggle of power that you yourself aren't even aware of, Naruto said. Now he was talking as if he knew something they didn't. How well do you know your people, Minma? Naruto asked. Now he was truly confused. What the hell are you talking about? He yelled out. Your people, Minma, he said, slowing down his speech in a mocking way. How well do you know them? Minato took the initiative and placed his hand on Minma's shoulder. We know them well, Naruto. Far better than you do, he said in a brief moment of arrogance. Naruto chuckled beneath his mask. I would argue that case too, San, he said with a grin. In fact, I'd venture into saying that you are completely unaware of what goes on within the shadows of that great tree of yours. You live in ignorance of a village that does not follow you, contrary to what you may believe. Friendship is a fickle thing, and let's just say I learned that the hard way. What are you trying to say? Minma asked, not liking what he was implying even though he didn't actually understand it. It sounded like he was saying they had traitors in the village, which he wouldn't stand to hear. Naruto just shrugged and walked towards the Raikage prize slot. Well, if you don't get it, that's fine. You will eventually, he said cryptically. Get the fuck away from him. The Raikage yelled, seeing Naruto standing behind his son. That was all he had now, and he'd be damned if he lost him too. Naruto stared him in the eyes and went through hand signs. In a flash of light, the carrier holding the Kazekage's nephew appeared in the center arena. The barrier fell, as did the Kazekage's. You've done well, Gaara. You are free to go. I believe you get the point. Gaara said nothing. He grabbed his nephew and left. Once he was gone, the barrier arose once again. Going through hand signs, the raikage appeared within it. As do you, raikage? He said, breaking the collar from the boy's neck. In a flash of light, the boy was in the barrier, stumbling from the disorientation. The raikage caught him before he fell. He hugged him to his chest and glared up at Naruto. The barrier fell again. The look he was giving him was enough to know that there would be hell to pay if he didn't die here. He turned to leave and stared up at Minato and Naruto. Another monster from Konoha. He shook his head and walked off, letting his statement hang in the air. When he left, Naruto chuckled. Wow, is that what Konoha is known for? Huh, he said as if everything were just normal. Minato stepped up to address him. What now? He asked, looking around at all the empty slots. What do we have to do to get her back? Naruto looked down at the sleeping child in the carrier. He shrugged his shoulders and sent her down to the arena in a flash. The barrier around them fell as well. Nothing. Congratulations for effortlessly surviving, he said. They all jumped down and Kushina picked up Sumire. Naruto and Ino sat on their thrones lazily staring at the group. Well, Naruto was staring at them. Ino was still asleep. Menma and Minato stepped forward, staring off against the two of them, their intentions clear. We're not letting you two go, Menma said seriously. You didn't expect us to just leave, did you? Naruto leaned his head on his hand. Of course not, Otudo. That'd be too easy, he said in a condescending tone. Menma grit his teeth. Before he did anything, his mother stepped forward with the baby in her arms. Naruto, are you not done? She asked him incredulously. Everyone's gone. We're not going to kill you, she said. Naruto chuckled and looked past her. TCH, speak for yourself, he said, eyeing his father. Isn't that right, Tusan? Kushina spun around, seeing he had already pulled his kunai. Minato. Kushina. Take Sumire and Kakashi home, he said with a serious tone, his distraught expression telling her all she needed to know. She slowly shook her head, knowing what he was saying. No, she said lowly. No, you can't do this. You're not going to kill him. Minato, he's our son, she yelled. What if he kills you? Then, I'll probably deserve it. Kushina, it's like you said. This is our fault. He looked up to Naruto, trying to convince himself as well. And we have to fix it. Kushina looked down to Sumire while he spoke. She did say that. Those were words from her own mouth. So what changed now? Nothing did. She was right then, just as Minato is right now. She shut her eyes and kissed Sumire's forehead. She handed her to Kakashi. Then, I'm staying, she said, turning around and looking up at the two as well. Minato was about to dispute it, but she beat him to the punch. We have to fix it, she said, giving him a look that told him she wasn't leaving. Minato sighed and nodded to her. Ino yawned as her eyes fluttered open. Ugh, she said, looking around. Wow, everyone's already gone, she said, smiling over at Naruto. We finally gonna fight the family? She asked, as if this were a story told to her before. Naruto smirked and nodded. Yeah, it seems like it, he said, standing to his feet with her following his lead. Let's give him hell doll face. Chapter 15. Naruto and Ino stepped to the edge of the cliff, waiting for his family come to terms with what they had to do. Naruto watched as Kakashi took Sumire in his arms. The silver-haired man spared him one last look. Naruto, I am sorry we have let you fall as far as you have. In a way, we are all to blame, he said with true remorse in his tone. I wish it could have been different. With his piece said, he began to limp towards the edge. Naruto watched him go for a few moments. So do I. Kakashi, he called out. The silver-haired Jonin stopped his walking for a slight second. He didn't turn around, but he did stop to take those words in. In his mind, those words were said from the mouth of the younger Naruto, the one before this. That's how he chose to remember him, not with that disturbed mask on his face. With a heavy heart, he left them to the battle of their fate, knowing only one side would emerge. With him gone, Minato looked up to Naruto. No one moved. They just remained in their spots, staring at each other. Naruto, he called out hollowly, regardless of any of this, or anything you've done in the past, I am proud of the splendid shinobi you've become. I always have been, he said, getting that piece off of his chest while he still could. To him, and to all of them. They knew this battle would end in the death of either them, or their opponent. There would be no mercy here. Menma spoke up next, having something he wanted to say as well. I don't know if it will mean anything to you, but when we were younger, the only reason I did anything I did was for you. That's why I wanted to start my training so early. I just wanted to catch up to you. Seems like I never did, he said with a hollow chuckle, gulping down the lump in his throat. Kushina didn't have much to say either, but she did have something. She sighed, trying not to cry in front of them. I don't know why you did this. I don't know how much it means to you. But the floodgates were starting to open. Lucky for her, A crack of thunder seemed to kick-start the rain that began pouring down incredibly quickly. This is the life you chose. And no matter what the context, she said with a sad giggle, you found someone who loves you. Someone who lets you see the world. I'm so happy for you, she said, sincere in her words. Naruto still had not said anything. He was just watching them, his eyes tracking whoever was talking. When they had all said their piece, he looked out towards the sea, watching the violently twirling water below, finding it poetically fitting with the situation. Watch me as I sleep and smile when I wake. Before you lay me down again, remember my last words. We will always be as we always were. Complete, even as broken as we are. We will always be complete. Believe me when I say it, because I'll say it once more. We will always be. His words ended there, and he inhaled deeply. He turned towards the group and steadied himself. I know how troubling this can be. Family facing off against family. I've seen this scene plenty of times, he said, garnering confused looks from the three. He shrugged his shoulders. I read it in a book. Many books, actually. It seems a common thing for family to kill each other. These situations make for the best stories after all. As he was talking, he was readying himself for the coming battle by removing his jacket. Maybe it be by some sickening design of humanity to have some disturbed thoughts of killing our own family. He unsealed his sword and strap, placing it around his form. As common as it is, you'd have to assume something along those lines, right? Seeing him getting ready, everyone else did as well, allowing the sounds of the thunder and rain to accent Naruto's words as he spoke. There used to be a methodical way of writing a good book. In fact, I think Jiraiya was the last person to use such a tactic, he said, drawing his sword and swiping it in the air to test its balance. There will never be an author as thorough as that old pervert, he said with a chuckle, bouncing up and down on the balls of his feet. As grotesquely perverted as he was, the man knew how to write when it wasn't all smut and porn. As did Tsunade, now that I think about it. A lot of good authors from Konoha, he said, shaking his head. Anyways, I'm getting off topic, he said, finally stopping. Let's not waste such a beautiful day. Everyone stopped all movement. They stared each other down, no one moving an inch. The rain and the crashing waves eating up most of the surrounding sounds. Minato and Minma held their tri-pronged kunai in reverse grips. Naruto holding his lone sword the same. Ino's swords were also reverse grip, and Kushina wielded hers as a true swordsman. The rain between them falling without mercy gave away no intentions on either of their sides. In the very next flash of lightning, the battle was on. Minma threw his kunai forward and flashed to it, instantly being kicked back by the red head who followed after him. Minato flashed to Minma and grabbed his hand on the way, simultaneously sending a kick towards Naruto that missed him completely. Before Naruto could slice him in half, his blade was parried by his mothers who came rushing in. Naruto flipped to his feet and landed in the arena. Before Kushina could rush towards him, she was drop-kicked and sent flying over the side of the structure, with Ino diving off right behind her. Naruto watched the kunai headed his way become many as they all surrounded him. To his surprise, both Minma and Minato began flashing towards the kunai, kicking up a light show of bright yellow with each kunai they flew to. Evening the odds, Naruto began flashing to all of them as rapidly as they were, his red mixing with their vibrant yellows. Appearing at a tag with Minma, he ducked beneath his swipe at his throat and thrusted his sword forward. Minma flew away just before it hit him. Naruto flashed away as well, leaving his sword standing up next to a tag. Flashing to another one, Naruto jumped, avoiding his father who nearly caught him in the thigh. He flashed to another one and jumped back, avoiding a slash for his throat. On his way back, Minma flashed behind him. Hearing a yelp of pain, he knew his plan worked. The flashes died out as Naruto jumped away from the two. Minato turned to see Minma with a sword sticking through his calf. Naruto had placed it upright. Knowing how carelessly Minma jumps, he knew he'd flash to the tag without thinking. Minma pulled it out and nodded to his father, who nodded back. Minato created a Rasengan and flashed to a kunai close to the redhead. Naruto expected it and jumped up, avoiding the blast. As he did, Minma came lunging at him with one of his own. He felt his father grab his ankle, not only holding him in place, but also placing a tag on him. Naruto twisted his body awkwardly and grabbed onto Minato's arm. He used his down body to pull himself away from the attack from his brother and quickly sent Minato flying with a kick to his chest. Minma recovered from his missed attack and rushed back in. On the way, he scooped up the discarded black sword and threw it as hard as he could. Kushina flipped back along the water, eventually planting her feet onto the side of the jagged rock formation behind her, flipping up that as well. The blade that was thrown at her impaling into the side. Ino rushed forward and plucked the blade from the stone. She chased the red-headed woman, delivering slash after slash. Kushina was an expert with the blade. She blocked each attack the blonde girl threw her way, even managing to maintain enough distance to avoid the attacks on her pressure points. Blocking another slash, she stabbed into the rock beneath her feet and slashed upwards, pulling a chunk with it. With the force of gravity, the rock shot towards the blonde, who had to cut through it in order to stay on the side of the rocks. As soon as she did, Kushina was dropping towards her with both of her feet out. Ino had no time to dodge and took the skyward drop kick that sent her rocketing towards the water. She stabbed her sword into rock and righted herself. Kushina had done the same, and when Ino began rushing forward, she did as well. Ino planted one of the swords into the rock sideways and continued on, apparently wanting to face the woman in a single-bladed battle. The two locked blades for a second, before Kushina used the weight of her gravity against her and forced her back. Ino quickly got her control back and rushed forward, slashing violently at the red-haired woman. Kushina was once again put on the defensive as they climbed higher and higher. Finally getting some room, Kushina cut her chakra and nosedived towards the surprised blonde. She swiped her strike out of the way and tackled her. The two went into a stumble along the side of the rocks until Ino finally got her senses back. She grabbed onto Kushina's ankles and spun violently before throwing her towards the water, falling right behind her. On the way, she plucked the sword she had stuck into the wall out and threw it down after her. When Kushina's back hit the water, she saw the sword, and the blonde headed her way as well. Quickly, a chain flew from her back and knocked the sword off its path. It headed straight for Ino's unprotected form, but she punched the side of the rock formation and threw herself further out towards the sea. Landing on the violent waters, she waited for the red-haired woman to resurface. Her eyes lit up when she saw a glimmer of gold beneath her. She jumped, avoiding the chain that almost impaled her, and she was forced to keep jumping to avoid the many that followed after it. Looking for the source, she finally saw her surface and stand atop the water as well. With a deep breath, she cut the chakra to her feet and used her knowledge of water jutsu to propel her around the rapid currents, trying to flank her. While underneath, she found herself trying to dodge the same chains that had been chasing her earlier. Figuring she'd have a better chance up top, she resurfaced, shooting through the air and jumping away to avoid the strikes. She began circling around the rock formations, hoping to confuse the redhead, or at the very least test her, and see how far these chains could be extended. She weaved in and out of the bottom of the rock formations created just the day before. Kushina saw her plan, but went along with it anyways. Her focus was lost when a booming sound came from the top of the arena pillar. It was followed by the sound of rumbling before something flew from the side of the pillar, splitting the top of it in half. Whatever it was shot out with a trail of smoke. When it finally broke through, it was Minma who splashed down and hit the water. She looked back to make sure the blonde girl was still running from her chains before making sure Minma was okay. She saw him scramble back up to the surface with a grimace, but he seemed fine. "Tusan," he yelled, looking up to the top of the formation. Kushina traced his eyes and saw Naruto rushing the stumbling man with a sword in hand. Thinking quickly, she yelled with effort, tightening her chains enough to completely shatter the rock formations at their base, bringing the rest of it down as well. Naruto was thrown off balance by the sudden quake and noticed that it was starting to lean. He looked out towards the sea and leaped away. Landing on the very violently churning water, he steadied himself and looked back towards the three who regrouped. On the other side of them was Ino, standing on the flattened piece that still remained above water. Their three opponents turned to each other and seemed to discuss something briefly before nodding to each other. Minma and Kushina turned and ran towards Ino, clearly planning on taking her out quickly, then ganging up on him with no distractions. A sound plan in his opinion. He stared off against his father, who began walking towards him. It's a sad day when a father faces his son in battle, especially when death knocks at both their doors, he said, loud enough for Minato to hear him over the sound of the rain and violent waves. Minato shrugged his shoulders, still trying to catch his breath. He took off running towards the redhead in a slow trot before he built up to a sprint. Ino ducked under the lunging blonde Kage and blocked the slash from Kushina, who came up next. She kicked her in the knee, sending her to the ground before rolling out of the way of Minma's stomp that cracked the rock beneath her. She got to her feet and rushed him, picking up her discarded sword and slashing at him. He was forced to swivel out the way, having no kunai left to defend himself. Ino nearly slipped against the wet rock, giving Minma his chance. He punched her in the stomach, hunching her body over and making her drop her blade again. As he did, his mother came flying overhead and gave her an axe kick to the back of her head. Ino's mask hit the ground, cracking in half. She rolled out the way, avoiding Kushina's finishing blow. Getting to her feet, she was kicked in the chest by Minma, sending her tumbling back out towards the water. Righting herself, she stood to her feet and went through hand signs. A ball of flame shot toward the two as if there was no rain at all. It hit the spot they were previously standing. They were coming in two different directions now, and she knew she'd have to make it back to Naruto if she had even the slimmest chance of survival. Just as they came in with an attempt at a high-low attack, she sunk down into the water and shot off with Kushina's chain chasing her. Propelling out of the water, she jumped from right to left, avoiding the chains trying to drag her back. Naruto was only a few more yards away. They worked better together, so if she made it, they had a chance. She was surprised when Minma appeared in front of her, kneeing her in her now unprotected face. She felt the blood rush into her skull almost instantly. With no time to recover, Minma delivered a roundhouse kick that sent her skipping across the water. He ran over, not wanting her to get up. When he thought she was about to, He went for a kick that would have landed had she continued her same movement. Instead, she cut her chakra, slipping down into the water. Minma jumped away, avoiding her as she popped back up with a kunai in hand. He had her tagged so he could expend a little room. Inhaling, he flashed back over to her and tried to punch her in the face. Ino's reflexes were just too quick, and she leaned out of the way and kicked him in his weakest spot. Minma hunched over, cradling his baby maker until he was kneed in the nose in revenge. He stumbled back, and Ino was already rushing him with the kunai until her leg was impaled by Kushina's chain. Arg! She yelled out in pain. Minma quickly righted himself and went to punch her in the face. Ino cut the chakra to her feet once again and sunk down into the water. Kushina yanked her back out, allowing Minma to hit her in the gut. Before he could get another hit in, a flash of red appeared before he was kicked in the chest and sent stumbling away. Naruto plucked the chain from Ino's leg and jumped back. He landed and immediately began healing the injury while keeping an eye on the others. That'll lessen the pain, he said, forcing her to stand back up. You gotta keep fighting, Ino, he said casually as he placed his hand over the Hiraition seal they placed on her. She nodded and looked at the three that now surrounded them. She and Naruto stood back to back, staring them down as well. Again, the battle began with a brief flash of lightning. Minma and Minato ran forward, while Kushina stayed back, trying to catch them with her chains. Ino rolled over Naruto's back, kicking Minma's leg away before he hit Naruto in the side. As he stumbled forward, she jabbed him in the throat and kicked his chest before rolling into him, avoiding the chain that split her and Naruto apart. As the chain came rocketing towards her, she flipped back. Naruto stuck his hand up and grabbed Ino's. Yanking down, Ino kicked out, stopping Minato's run and kicking up the water, hiding his view momentarily. Before it even fell, Naruto's foot has soared through it, catching him on the chin and sending him flying back. Naruto jumped back, pulling Ino with him, avoiding the set of chains that almost impaled them. They landed a ways back, and he began going through hand signs. Ino spewed out some kind of oil that sprayed and clung to the water, and Naruto burned it with a stream of flames. Minma jumped to the side, ignoring the technique, and rushed forward, slashing at the two. He jumped over the kunai Ino threw his way and kicked her backwards. Reaching Naruto, he engaged him in a battle of taijutsu before somehow getting the better of the redhead and kicking him back. Naruto got to his feet and rushed forward with Ino following close behind him. They both jumped, avoiding the chain from below. Minma chased after Naruto, going through hand signs. In a poof of smoke, two more of him appeared next to him. The three rushed forward, throwing punch after punch that refused to land. With his much superior taijutsu abilities, Naruto was able to dispatch the two clones. So caught up in the fight, Naruto's foot was impaled by a chain and he was yanked forward. Acting quickly, Minma formed a Rasengan and slammed it into his chest. It tore through skin and bone with ease, sending Naruto skidding back against the water. Minma watched as his tumble was stopped by a rock he hadn't seen there. Ino ran to him, screaming his name in a panic. He did it. They did it. Ino dropped to her knees and cradled Naruto's bloodied face in her hands. Hey! Hey! You're all right, she yelled out frantically. Naruto! Hey! Desperation and sorrow were clear on her visage. Naruto, please no. Don't do this to me. God damn it, she yelled, slapping his chest. Minato came up next to him and placed his hand on his shoulder. Minma. Finish it, he said, handing him a kunai. Minma stared at it tragically for a few seconds before walking forward. Ino didn't even turn around to look at him. His chest was hurting. In fact, so was his thigh. And his arm. And his head. Turning around, he heard his mom calling his name. At least, he thought he did. She was back there in the distance screaming something. He couldn't make out what it was, but it was something. Yeah, it was definitely his name. What did she want at a time like this? He was just about to end it all. He was so close to ending this whole thing. All he had to do was wake up. His mother's voice finally rang through his head. His eyes opened up. He killed Naruto already. Come on, Minma, Kushina said. They got you with some kind of toxin. Luckily you've got the QB, she said. You probably would have been out for days. Minma blinked a few more times before shaking his head and standing back up. Damn, they got him. Come on, Kaa-san, he said, rushing back in. Kushina followed him back, and they rejoined the fight. Minato jumped away from Ino as she swiped at his chest. Minma came soaring in, kicking her away, and quickly blocked Naruto's strike. Naruto dodged his counter and put him in a chokehold, then he gently pushed him forward when Kushina's chain came flying out of the water. Kushina stopped the strike just before it punctured Minma's chest. They both breathed sighs of relief until Naruto dropped back down and kicked Minma back over to her. He immediately had to jump back when Minato came rushing towards him. He leaped away. It was too late when he realized Minato was leading him away intentionally, leaving Ino alone with those two again. Clever. Staring off against him again, they rushed forward. Minato had one last tri-pronged kunai. He slashed at Naruto, who leaned out of the way of it. He countered with a quick jab to Minato's chin. Minato blinked it off and slashed again, receiving two more jabs before he even brought his arm back. Going for an overhead slash, Naruto stuck his arm up and pushed his forearm up against Minato's wrist. With his body exposed, Naruto kneed him in the gut. Minato coughed up spittle and dropped the kunai, letting it fall behind the redhead. As soon as he let it go, he flashed to it, appearing behind him. Naruto expected it and turned to catch Minato's wrist. When he did, he spun the other way and kicked the man in the chest. Minato was sent skipping across the water like a rock. Naruto flashed to the kunai in Minato's hand and appeared behind him. He stuck his knee out, causing Minato to hit his back incredibly hard. Minato's face contorted in a grimace, and just before he sunk down into the water, Naruto grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and tossed him again. He was sent skidding in the direction of the other three who were still hard at the battle. Naruto looked over and noticed that, even though she was holding her own, Ino was losing. Figuring his father had enough, he began walking that way. As soon as he took that first step, he was kicked in the face. His back hit the water, and he quickly flipped back up to see his father still standing. He was on his last legs, and it didn't look like he had much left in him anymore. Minato wobbled back and forth on his feet, but the fire in his eyes remained. Taking a deep breath, he rushed forward again. Naruto bobbed and weaved his unprofessional strikes with ease. It felt more like fighting a drunken brawler at this point. He grabbed his fist and used the bottom of his palm to push his nose back into his head painfully. Minato stumbled back disoriented by the strike. Before he could right himself, Naruto kicked him in the stomach, sending him to his knees. "You have more fight than I thought you would too, San," Naruto said looking down at him. "I expected nothing less from the yellow flash," he said as he began to step around him. Minato reached out and grabbed Naruto's ankle painfully. He couldn't let him go yet. Naruto could have simply lifted his leg and continued on, but there was something about the action itself that made him stop. He looked down and noticed how he was slowly sinking into the water. He tilted his head, wondering what it was that was keeping him going. He grabbed Minato's wrist and pulled his body from the rippling water. He stared at his beaten expression in wonder. There was nothing left in him. He wasn't dead yet, or anywhere close to it, but he was too tired to continue fighting. He didn't have the reserves for this waterfront battle. "Naruto!" yelled Ino from the distance. Naruto turned that way to see that they had finally subdued her. Kushina had her wrists impaled with her chakra chains, and she was left dangling by her arms. With the sword now in Mima's hands, Naruto stared at them for a few seconds before dropping Minato back into the water. He struggled to just keep his head afloat any longer. Seeing him coming, Mima made his decision quickly and stabbed her through the heart. Her eyes shot open wide and she gasped at the sharp pain. In a flash of red, Naruto kicked Mima away and grabbed onto Ino. The chakra chains dispersed as Kushina ran for the drowning Minato. There was a piece of land shallow enough for him to stand in, so Kushina and Boruto carried him there. It wasn't too far from Ino and Naruto. Naruto offered her absolutely no words of comfort. She was now choking on her own blood, and he just watched her pleading eyes. He was holding her body above water though. Slowly, Ino's breathing began to slow ever so slightly and tears left her eyes. "Shh, Naruto whispered down to her. "You were always but an empty doll. You served your purpose," he said heartlessly, shutting her eyes for her. The others heard his parting words and were absolutely appalled. How cruel could he be? When the life finally left Ino's eyes, Naruto gently pushed her body down. As it filled with water, she began to sink towards the bottom. No parting words said, and no cries of sympathy from the man she claimed to love with all of her heart. Naruto used the water to wash the blood from his hands as he stood up. He began walking over to them ever so slowly. When he finally came within range, he stared across the way at his exhausted-looking father and his angry brother. "Now, a true family deathmatch," he said with a casual tone as if he didn't care in the slightest that his companion had just died. "No more distractions," he said. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Mima asked him with clear anger bubbling in his tone. Naruto shrugged. "Too many things, Otudo. Too many things," he said slowly. "Well, while we're waiting for Tusan to regain some energy, how about a little insight?" he asked, dropping down so that he was just standing in the water and not wasting energy. "Insight into what?" Mima asked. "What more could you have?" He was mentally exhausted from listening to Naruto's ramblings all day. What more could he possibly have to talk about now? "After the attack on the leaf, I went to visit an old friend, if you will. Not really much of a friend, but," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "He's a man who sought more than what everyone believed he did, including myself. For so long I thought him to be a selfish man with nothing but his own interests in mind. Come to find out, you don't truly know who a man is until he's on his deathbed. I've known this all too well. What the hell are you rambling about now?" Mima asked, clearly getting frustrated by his cryptic speech pattern. Naruto smirked and waved his hands across the water. "The people we face in our lives never truly show who they are until they are forced to do so. Could I tell you a little story while we wait?" he asked, not receiving an answer. He shrugged and continued on. "A panther and a tiger. Two unlikely companions found a friendship rooted deep within the confines of secrecy. The tiger was a bit of a wild card. Having been scorned by the world too many times to bear, the striped beast grew spiteful in his thinking. Everything he saw or felt was looked at in the worst possible way. He plotted revenge against those that harmed him in the past. He wanted it so bad, even though he was but a cub. He knew hatred all too well. Then one day he met a panther cub. Even as young as they were, the panther walked with such grace and joy that it made the tiger envious of that carefree life. For the tiger was all alone in the world, and the panther had an entire family that depended on him. The tiger had no purpose, while the panther had the most. When they first spoke, the tiger was hell-bent on convincing the panther that he should not be as happy as he was. Sure, he had family and lots of friends, but where would that leave him when they were gone? Or when his usage ran out? The panther just smiled and told the poor little confused tiger that the world isn't always fair. So, you have to focus on what it does give you, instead of focusing on what it doesn't. From that day forth, the tiger changed his ways. Inspired by the sweet tongue of the panther, he vowed to be more like him, even when his surroundings didn't permit it. True to his words, the tiger cub lived his life, sticking to that belief. He believed it wholeheartedly, and had anyone tried to tell him different, he'd ignore it. The panther and the tiger cubs were inseparable. Slowly, the tiger was drawn into the family of the dark-furred cats, and he was shown the same level of appreciation as the panther cub. He gained a friend and a family just by focusing on the brighter things and ignoring the ugliness of life. He loved every second of being with them, but something about them always felt off. It was just a foreign feeling that he held dormant within his soul for many years. As they grew, the cubs became beasts and started to defend their section of the jungle they called their home, and every creature within it. It was the first time in a long time that the tiger felt he had any purpose at all, so he took it with extreme gratitude. The two grew stronger together, each of them acting as the fuel to the other's fire. That was how they grew. Eventually, their lives began to ever so slightly drift apart when the panther found love. It was an expected thing, of course, but the panther he fell in love with was a somewhat weaker fighter. She could not properly defend herself, and as inevitable as it was in the world they lived in, she was captured by a lion. A lion that everyone hated, for he was the most selfish predator within the jungle. The panther and the tiger went after her, and when they finally caught them, the lion gave the panther an ultimatum. He claimed he wanted to be entertained, so he demanded they fight to the death. In their battle to end it all, the lion spoke of some kind of atrocious betrayal that the tiger couldn't understand. He was babbling on about the darkness of the jungle and how deceitful some of the creatures could be. The stakes were raised when the tiger was forced to fight back due to unknown reasons. As they repeatedly clashed, both going for the kill, the lion finally explained himself. In a way, he told the tiger something that made him realize what it was he was trying to say. He told him, as a child, making a friend is easy, which is why the tactic is so clever. The tiger ended up killing the panther that day, unaware that by doing so, he unintentionally saved a jungle he no longer cared for. When he returned with the news of what had happened, he was ostracized by everyone. Even hearing the story and knowing he had no choice, he became a well-hated individual until he eventually became nothing. A prisoner. Within his own mind, trapped in isolation. For years he remained just as he was. A lone beast, hating the world and thinking up ways to make a difference. But, all those years, he remembered the words of that lion, wondering what they could have meant. He had a hunch, but he couldn't understand why. An end to his isolation came, and he traveled the jungle, in search of the necessary things he needed to toss a stone in the pond. When he retrieved these things, he began his deeds, doing things he would have never thought he'd do. Once again, his name was known in hatred, and he was ostracized by many. He eventually found his way back to his section of the jungle with the band of misfits he acquired and attack his own people. After that, he went and greet an old friend. Well, still not really a friend, but you know. He returned to the lion with that one question in mind. After all these years, the lion remained alive. The tiger demanded the answer to the question that had plagued his mind for so many years as it ate him apart. The lion said he had no issue divulging that information if the tiger was able to defeat him in a fight to the death. After a hard-fought battle of two hated individuals, the lion finally divulged the information. The panther's innocence was a fraud. He had only chosen the tiger as a friend for the sake of drawing him in. The panther's family had a plan. They had been silently recruiting other families to enact a takeover, if you will. You see, they felt that the jungle was not being ruled the right way. The tiger's actual family had been the ones to lead the jungle for the past few years, and their leadership was lax. For they spent too much time on trivial matters rather than taking an actual interest in the needs of the jungle. Unintentionally on the tiger's part, he and the lion prevented a war all those years ago. The lion was responsible for taking the panther's heart, knowing that he would come after her. He was the strongest member of the panther's family, and the key to tilting the balance of power to their favor. That was the reason the tiger was ostracized so profusely upon his return and his tail. Not because he killed their family member, but because he destroyed their weapon, and it'd be years before the next one would be ready. Even the people unaware of the apparent takeover disregarded him as nothing more than a common beast. They hated him, because he prevented a war. Granted, they had no idea, it's just sort of ironic. But there was still one thing bothering the tiger. The lion had been hated by all, so why go through that trouble to save people that would have much rather seen him dead? The lion's reasoning was because he was going to be the one that brought the jungle to its knees, not that sneaky pack of panthers. No, it would be him. The villain of the jungle saved the animals within it. For a selfish reason, but he did save them nonetheless. And that's what you don't yet understand, little brother. All of your knowledge is derived from the likes of these heroically seen individuals. You embody these beliefs of courage, power, and self-sacrifice because you crave endearment, Naruto said. But You have to understand, there's a lot to learn from the words of a man who lurks in the shadows of righteousness. Mima shook his head vehemently. No. No, you're lying, he said, trying to convince himself more than anyone. Minato and Kushina were silent, thinking about what Naruto had said. The characters were obvious, but how could they possibly know if the story were true or not? Minato, having finally recovered some amount of strength, finally spoke up. You believe that? He asked him, looking directly into the holes of his mask. Naruto stared right back at him. Perhaps I shouldn't, given his track record. But I do because of something I remember from back then. Maya. Best friend's last words were what solidified it. He said, looking out towards the water. With a sword through his chest, Itachi's bloodied and beaten face rested on Naruto's shoulder. His onyx eyes looking at the tips of his blonde hair. Coughing out more blood, he grimaced, feeling the sword shaking within his body. With a shaky voice, barely even audible, he leaned into Naruto's ear. Before I go, remember my name. It was the only thing real in this friendship. Naruto's eyes expanded in realization of what that meant. His grip on the sword loosened, until his hands dropped to his sides. Who was this? Who was this man on his shoulder? I'm sorry. The weight slipped off of his shoulder, and with a thud, his best friend was gone. He stared at the wall in front of him. Like a projector within his mind, he played out the scenes of their best moments. The training, the talks they've had, the book he was given on his 12th birthday. He dropped to his knees and hunched over with his hands supporting his weight. A slow trail of blood slipped into his line of sight, and he stared back at his reflection. A tear slipped from his eye and splashed down into the red liquid, causing it to ripple ever so slightly. A slow chuckle caught his attention, being accented by a slow rhythmic clapping. And then there was one. Orochimaru said with a slithery tone as he stood up. Naruto then just realized why he did what he did. He looked up and flinched when the snake Sannin slit the throat of the bound and gagged Izumi. The crying of his sister caught his attention, and he crawled in that direction. Mito, he called out desperately. When he finally looked her way, the crying stopped and her face began to distort into the image of that man. The well-known shinobi of Kusagakure, 100 Transformation Kazan. You did well, Naruto. Orochimaru praised. It was a noble thing you've done today. You'll realize one day, he said before disappearing into the back room, being followed by the rogue shinobi. Naruto was left there in the barrier, next to the dead bodies of his only two friends. What does that prove? Mima asked, not understanding how that explained anything. Naruto sighed and looked back over to him. On my 12th birthday, Itachi gave me a book. It was called On the Nature of Betrayal. A drama that depicted the falsified friendship between a spy and his target. Before I go, remember my name. It was the only thing real in this friendship. He said, quoting the book just as Itachi had all those years ago. I feel a little foolish now. He gave me that almost like a joke between him and his family. Played me for a fool the whole time. All to produce another shinobi of Itachi's caliber and have him join their cause. Mima shook his head again. No, even so. That would have died along with Itachi. He said, trying to poke holes in the story. You said he was the key to tilting the power struggle, so with him gone, there would be no more plan. He argued. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders. You're being played for a fool, Minma. He said, shaking his head. Tusan. You know it as well. Remember that day on the balcony? When you wanted to talk to me after the 3-year training and all that? He asked. Minato stared at the water before him, recalling the conversation. Of course he remembered. When I told you, those two will become something amazing one day. That's a lot how Itachi and I were. Oh yes, Minato was getting the hint. He couldn't voice it, but he knew what Naruto was saying. How do you know all of this? He asked, not understanding where Naruto was pulling all of this information from. Naruto shrugged again. I overthrew a very disappointing leader for his army of shinobi village haters, and he had a very extensive spy network. Dedicated nuke ninja who were woven deeply within the undergrounds of their respective villages. He said casually. I got this information from piecing together the bits and pieces I had. What solidified it was the confirmation of a traitor among the group of traitors. A Hyuga, if you believe it. So, the Hyuga are against us as well? Mima asked, clearly not enjoying the upsetting news. Naruto shrugged as if telling him he would believe what he wished. God, Tusan, you're not believing this right. He screamed at him. Minato had no words for the moment. It was too much to comprehend. I mean, being gone for 3 years, half the village could have turned on them. What would give Naruto a reason to lie? He made it clear before they even started this that he was possibly going to die today. So, why would he lie? I don't know, Minma. He said sadly. Minma stared at him, completely appalled that he would even dare consider it after everything that's happened. Naruto placed his palms on the surface of the violently shifting water and pushed up until his feet resurfaced. He stood back up onto the surface of the water, clearly ready to get back to the feet. Well, believe what you will, Minma. Heed my warning though. The life of a shinobi is shrouded in secrecy. For the sake of your wife and your daughter. Do what you must, even if for a slight chance you think what I'm saying could be true. Don't risk it. He said. The three of them rose to the top of the water too and faced off against him, Minma's features completely distraught by the troubling news. Minato and Kushina stood a little further back behind him, staring at his back. Now, there was even more to worry about. Whether Naruto was telling the truth or not was not yet decided, but they would remain vigilant upon their return. Well, if they returned, that is. Chapter 16. The rain, beating down mercilessly, did not hinder the intense stare-down of the three-on-one standoff. The water they stood on bounced and rippled with the way of the storm. Flashes of lightning closely followed by the booming thunder that could be felt within their own chests did little to calm their anxiousness. With an undetermined or unannounced starting point, Minma created two clones and rushed forward along with one of them, beginning the battle to end it all. He leapt into the air, feigning a straightforward right hook. When Naruto moved in range to defend from it, he spun out of his previous attack and instead went for an overhead kick that was blocked all the same. Naruto pushed Minma up in the air before stepping back, avoiding the chain that popped up. He leapt to his left before his father could reach him. While in the air, he twisted out of the way of the Minma clone that rushed with him. Minma quickly gave chase, using the rapidly appearing chains of his mother to swing on. When he reached the redhead, he threw a string of punches his way that were all blocked before he was kicked away. While in flight, Minato jumped over him, grabbing his hand to stop his tumble across the water before continuing on. Naruto easily dislodged Minma's clone and lunged forward, avoiding the chains chasing him and engaged his father. He threw a right hook that was blocked with a grunt of effort before twisting his body and throwing a roundhouse kick with his right leg that was also avoided. He leaned back before he was caught in the face by Minma, who came flying back in. Now with two to defend, he leapt away and went through hand signs. Two of his clones jumped out of the water. He briefly grabbed the back of their neck before the three split, attacking an opponent, the original rushing for Minma. Kicking out, Minma ducked beneath the strike and rolled to his feet. Naruto spun around and caught the hasty punch headed his way. He kicked him in the side, putting some space between the two. As soon as he did, he went through more hand signs and jumped away, spewing out bullets of air that kicked up the water around them. Minma dodged all of the attacks as he went through his own hand signs. When Naruto landed, Minma threw his hand forward. A huge gust of wind swept the water in front of him away as Naruto sunk beneath the dip and got behind Minma. Knowing he would, Minma turned around and blocked the punch that almost caught him in the face. He attempted to counter with one of his own, but his wrist was caught with Naruto's left hand. Naruto then used his right to push upwards on Minma's jaw, restricting his movements. When he released him, he kicked him back out to the water. With a grunt of frustration, Minma went through hand signs and slammed his hands onto the surface of the water. In a cloud of smoke, two small toads popped into existence. Pa, I need chakra, he said urgently. With a quick nod, the two elderly toads hopped onto his shoulders and built up the necessary nature chakra. Minma's eye color changed to a deep shade of orange, and his pupils shifted into horizontal lines. Two blue stripes appeared shifting down from each of his eyes to his jawline. Naruto watched in interest, not aware that Minma had mastered Sage Chakra. Interesting, he said quietly to himself. With a start, Minma rushed forward, considerably faster than he had been earlier. Naruto sunk into a taijutsu stance and waited for his arrival. Minma reached him and threw a sloppy right hook that Naruto leaned out of the way of. Well, he thought he did until he felt something slam into the front of his mask. He was sent skipping back along the water. Flipping to his feet, he squinted his eyes at the anomaly. Shrugging it off, he opted to blocking instead. Rushing forward, he threw a roundhouse kick that Minma ducked beneath. When he landed, he threw his arm up to block the counter kick that actually shook his arm with the amount of force. With a grunt of effort, he pushed back and ducked the follow-up strikes. When he had a bit of freedom, he kicked him away, briefly disrupting the toad's continuous buildup of chakra. Going through hand signs, he jumped up into the air and spewed out balls of flames that kicked up the water around them. Using the cover, Minma sunk down beneath the water and went through his own hand signs. From the water, two of his shadow clones leapt from the surface, trying to latch on to the ankles of Naruto, who had already spotted them. They were quickly dispelled, the resulting smoke giving Minma the cover he needed as he drove the ball of spiraling chakra forward. Naruto caught his wrist expertly and gently rerouted his attack. Before he could kill the technique out completely, his airborne father came within range and was clipped on his right shoulder. Minato grimaced at the sting in his now injured appendage before he was painfully driven down into the water by the clone he was fighting, who landed on his floating form. Flashing to the tag he placed on his back, he tried to kick him, but his leg was caught with little effort. Shifting his body awkwardly, he spun the other way and actually landed with a brutal roundhouse that took the redhead off his feet. Surprisingly though, it didn't disperse. Did that mean he was fighting the original? Jumping back from the counterattack from the downed enemy, he peeked over to see Minma land a fairly solid strike to his Naruto, which also didn't dispel. With Minma in Sage mode, that was highly unlikely. Drawing his last remaining kunai, he landed and rolled backwards. When he made it to his feet once again, he began running along the water. Jumping from right to left, he avoided the small balls of flames that rocketed towards him, seeming to curve or merge upon him for a short distance. Seeing he was avoiding all of the attacks, Naruto switched it up and dropped back down into the water. Minato skid to a halt, seeing he was no longer being chased. He lunged backwards, however, before the huge water dragon came screaming from the water beneath him. The dragon tailed him for a few seconds before it smacked down in the water nose first, dispersing in a shower that was indistinguishable from the rain. Now, he was faced with the problem of not knowing where Naruto was. In his brief moment away from the battle, however, he looked around amazed at these apparent clones of Naruto's. Kushina even had her chain through the arm of hers. They should have been long gone. That's when he remembered the footage he watched on Naruto and Itachi's Chunin exam battle. These were Naruto's perfect clones, though they seemed to be a lot more durable than they were back then. So, how would they kill them? It seemed normal injuries wouldn't work. Maybe they had to actually kill them. It should be easy as he noticed they were a lot more sluggish than the real one. Drawing his kunai, he crouched down deeper into his stance. His right arm still stung from the hit he took from Minma, but he'd just have to fight through it. He jumped up, feeling the water shift beneath his feet. Sure enough, Naruto popped out and took off towards him in a sprint. Minato slashed and sliced at him, but Naruto expertly dodged the attacks with relative ease. Going for an overhead strike, Minato's wrist was grabbed and Naruto spun around, giving him a very powerful roundhouse that sent him skipping back across the water. Naruto plucked the kunai from his hand before he kicked him and quickly sent it flying after him. Flashing to it, he stuck his arm out, clotheslining the blonde man. Minato picked his face up out of the water and rolled forward and away from his own blade that was driving down to him. Naruto hopped back slightly while he threw the kunai up in the air. Minato flashed to it and grabbed it. He looked back to see Naruto finish a set of hand signs before shooting off a fireball to his unprotected form. He threw his kunai down into the water and flashed to it. Before he could resurface, his ankle was grabbed by yet another Naruto that began dragging him down. Minato tried to get out of the grip but found it impossible. The clone threw kicks and punches his way that he was hard-pressed to dodge given his quickly increasing need for air. Kicking him away, he was alarmed when the other Naruto splashed down into the water headed straight for him. Now, he was truly drowning. His ankle was grabbed again. Thinking quickly, he swiveled down into an awkward position and stabbed the clone in the head. The blood poured out with the rising bubbles for a second or two before the clone dispersed in a burst of even more bubbles. Minato used that cover to swim up and kick the other clone away before he resurfaced, taking a huge gulp of air. He looked around making sure everyone else was still okay. Minma was getting handled a bit, but Kushina was doing alright, keeping her distance and utilizing her chains. He paid for his lack of focus on their battle with a kick to his jaw from the redhead he didn't know had resurfaced yet. He quickly jumped from the water and blocked the next kick with a grunt of effort. He knew how to kill these now. Their brain had to die before they dispersed. So if he were able to even get a fatal strike that would stop their heart, it may take a few minutes, but the clone would eventually disperse. Dodging another attack, he sunk beneath the strike and sliced at his thigh. The attack missed by a hair or two, and he paid for it with a brutal knee to the face. Standing back up, he jumped forward, trying to drop-kick the clone. Naruto leaned out of the way slightly, causing Minato's feet to slide onto the side of his shoulder. Naruto latched onto him and drove down, sinking his head into the water. Minato cut at his ankle, freeing himself. The Naruto clone stumbled back with the injury, grimacing from the pain but fought on nonetheless. Minato jumped up, nearly dodging the second water dragon that came soaring out. Naruto jumped towards his airborne form and hit him across the jaw, and plucked the kunai from his hands again. Minato righted himself and flashed to the seal on Naruto's back, putting him into a chokehold. Naruto tried to reach up and stab him. But then Minato tightened his hold and ultimately snapped his neck with a resounding crack. When they finally hit the water, Minato pushed the body off of him, and it began to sink. With a sigh of relief, he stood back to his feet and rushed for Minma's battle, seeing that he needed some help. Upon his leave, he didn't notice the glob of bubbles that arose from when the clone dispersed from deep down below. Kushina chased the clone around in frustration as it didn't even try to attack her. He just continued dodging her attacks as closely as he could. It was like he was intentionally trying to stay close to them. Like he was examining them. Naruto landed away a bit and crouched down. Kushina stopped, wondering what it was he was doing. He raised his hand and stared at his palm. Slowly, to her surprise, a bladed tip, similar to her own chain, began to rise from his palm before it faded out. He tried it again and got a little more out before it fizzed out as well. Trying it one more time, a chain successfully rose from his palm, a blue hue surrounding it as opposed to the yellow of hers. He could do it. Huh. So that's what it was. He said, standing to his feet. I had read the Uzumaki scrolls within the library when I was younger. I was able to get most of the techniques down, but this one was always lost on me. Seeing it in action has taught me what I was doing wrong, he said, informing her on how he was able to do it. Kushina's eyes grew as in a moment of irony, a blue chain came soaring from beneath her. She jumped back and sent one of her own chains out to parry it. Naruto created one in each hand and rushed forward. He swiped away the multiple attacks from his mother, even using her chains to get to her faster. When he was close enough, he began swinging his own. It was clear Kushina was much more adept at using the technique, however, as she completely demolished him. He jumped back and went through hand signs. The water around Kushina began to swirl into a whirlpool to her surprise. He even learned this technique? It was one of the much more difficult abilities to learn, if not the most difficult. She jumped back and away from it before she was sucked into its current. If he truly knew the technique, then she was in much more trouble than she previously thought. Sure enough, she saw what followed the raging waters as from the violently twisting rapids, water dragons began spitting from its sides. She leapt out of the way of the first attack and noticed the one that attacked her reemerged. This was the origin of the technique of the water dragon itself. These wouldn't disperse on the first attack. They wouldn't disperse unless the user was disrupted. Leaping away from the next strike, she looked over to see that Naruto was still crouched down with his hands on the surface. Two more dragons were headed in the way of Minma and Minato. Before she landed, she heard the cry of another one from behind her. Thinking quickly, she covered herself in her chains and flew into the mouth of the beast. While there, she spun her body violently, allowing the chains to split the water, giving her the time to get out. Going through hand signs, she spewed out an air bullet that flew for the redhead. Before it reached, another dragon leapt from the whirlpool, blocking the attack. She squinted her eyes and continued jumping away from the beasts. Know that going underwater would be suicide. Minato and Minma continuously hurtled away from the attacks of the durable water dragons that continued to attack them while simultaneously dodging the attacks of the original Naruto. Minato knew the technique, hearing Kushina talk about it at one point. But Minma was absolutely amazed. How do we defeat these? He yelled to his father from a distance. Minato actually had no idea with that one. He had never even seen the jutsu in action until now. Jumping from one of the dragons, he leaned back, avoiding Naruto, who came in with a flying spinning back kick. Before he could answer, he was falling towards the open mouth of the other water dragon. Its red eyes pierced his own with an ominous intent. Minato could see its body coil down like a snake ready to attack. He couldn't feel his kunai anywhere, which meant Minma must have a hold of it. When the dragon lunged, he was sure that was it for him, but a chain wrapped around his abdomen and pulled him out of the path of the beast. Kushina pulled him and Minma back far enough that the dragons couldn't venture. The three of them watched as the original Naruto stood on the head of one of them, staring out at them with his clone maintaining the jutsu. There are two of them? Asked Ma from Minma's shoulder. Yeah, one's a clone, Minma said, answering her. Pa looked over to Kushina and Minato with a confused expression. Why is it still alive? I can see it bleeding from here, he said, looking at the clone Naruto's bleeding arm from when Kushina had pierced it. They're not normal clones, Pa, Minato answered, trying to catch his breath. They're perfect clones, so the brain must die before they disperse, he said, giving his analysis. Wow, what kind of technique is that? That's amazing, Ma said in astonishment. They even share the same amount of chakra, she said a bit lower, still examining what she could from the two. Minato was surprised by that. Their chakra is even? He asked in wonder. That had to be impossible. All clones only received a portion of the original's chakra, depending on how much chakra was used. With these being as sturdy as they were, it was unlikely that it would have as much chakra as the original, especially given how many he made. Yeah, and it's monstrous. Much like Kushina's, she said, feeling it a bit more. Yeah, that's our son, she said, informing them a little more on the situation. Pa and Ma shared a confused look before shrugging. They'd seen much stranger situations. Minma noticed how patiently Naruto was waiting. It was almost mocking how lax he was taking this entire battle. Hey, anyone know how to end the jutsu of his? He asked in slight irritation. We have to disrupt the caster, Kushina said, informing them. The clone is maintaining it, and we can't get close because of the nest, she said, trying to find a way to do it in her mind. Nest? What nest? Minma asked. Minato pointed over to the clone Naruto, more directly, the whirlpool in front of him. It's an Uzumaki technique called the nest of the water dragons. It's exactly as the name implies, a nest full of water dragons, he said, astonishing the blonde. Wow, how does he even know something like this? He asked in slight admiration. Kushina shook her head. I don't know. The scroll from Yuza didn't give much direction for it. That's why I never learned it. Naruto's a genius, she admired. Minato nodded. Yeah, well, he said, standing up. We've got to force our way through that mess, he said, going through hand signs. In a huge poof of smoke, Gamabunta appeared beneath them all. The giant toad quickly adjusted to the environment and stuck to the top of the water's surface. Hey, Minato, what the hell do you need? It's raining out here, he yelled, looking across at the horde of water dragons. Sorry, Bunta, Minato said. We need you to get us through that mess, he said, showing respect to his summons. Ugh, the toad grumbled. Was that all? He asked with a grimace. Yes, Bunta, said a familiar voice that sent chills down the giant's spine. That will be all. The giant toad drew his sword. Sure thing, Ma. I didn't know you were here too, he said with a bashful tone. Right on it, he yelled, taking off full speed with the others clinging to his head with chakra. Minma stepped up to his snout and got his attention. Bunta, give me some oil, he yelled, receiving a nod of confirmation. When they came within range, Bunta spewed out a stream of the black liquid that surrounded the group of dragons. Before the toad could jump away, a water dragon leaped from the water and caught his leg. He extended the appendage and sliced the neck off of the spiraling construct of water. When they were out of range, Minma spewed a ball of flames towards the edge of the darkened water. The surface of the water and the dragons were quickly swallowed in flames. It was quickly doused by the rainwater, however, and Bunta rushed forward while the surface was clear of the water beasts. He skid to a halt before he ran into the whirlpool between him and the apparent target. Looking down into it briefly, another group of water dragons burst from the nest, wrapping the toad up, restricting his movement. Minma, Minato yelled, looking down to the kunai. Minma nodded and threw it as hard as he could towards the crouched blonde. Before it reached, it was swallowed by yet another one that then sunk back into the water. With a grimace, they were now completely out of kunai. Kushina was thinking of not only a way around them, but also on the fact that they lost sight of the original. Just as that thought crossed her mind, he landed behind her. She threw her arms up, somewhat blocking the punch that drove her back into Minato, who spun around and caught her. Setting her down, he rushed forward and engaged the redhead while Minma focused on getting to the clone. Bunta, He called out to the giant toad, trying to free himself from the tightly coiled dragons. "Disperse," he yelled. The giant toad wordlessly complied and disappeared in a huge cloud of smoke, leaving the others to freefall towards the water below. Minato dipped into the water and quickly resurfaced before the now free water dragons shot towards him. Jumping around the beasts, he didn't notice Naruto until it was too late. He was very painfully kicked a ways away from the others. Getting to his feet with a grimace at the pain, he picked his head up to look at Naruto, who landed gracefully in front of him. Standing to his feet, he looked past him at Kushina and Minma, who were still trying to get to the clone. "Don't worry about them," Naruto said, walking forward. "They'll be busy for a while." Minato got into a fighting stance and readied himself. "Why haven't you killed us yet?" he asked him suddenly. Naruto rushed him and delivered the first strike that slipped past his head. Minato tried to counter with a hook of his own, but Naruto blocked it with his elbow. "What makes you so sure I could?" he asked him in curiosity, blocking the roundhouse kick and kicking him in the stomach. Picking himself up, Minato shrugged. "Just a hunch," he said, spitting out the glob of blood in his mouth. Standing back to his feet, he rushed forward, ducking beneath the strike headed for his face. By coincidence, beneath his feet he saw his kunai. Sinking down, he grabbed it and shot back up behind the redhead. Naruto turned around as casual as ever. Minato created a Rasengan and threw his kunai forward. Naruto rushed him and leaned his head out of the way of the kunai. When he did, he flipped up with his back to the water and hit his father beneath his armpit, killing his attack off instantly. Minato landed on the water's surface and stared down at his limp arm. He looked towards the other battle and noticed how he couldn't make out any of the figures or what all was happening. Ignoring it for now, he stood back to his feet and turned around, just in time before Naruto came in for a knee to his face. He swiveled out of the way of the flying attack and countered with a kick of his own that was blocked with relative ease. His limp arm being useless for the moment, he was unable to block the kick coming to his face. It sent him skipping across the water like a flat stone. Getting back to his feet, he was kicked in the face and sent even further away. Through the rain, he could see a small island behind him. Shaking his head, he turned around, meeting yet another kick. After the third defenseless attack, Naruto tilted his head and looked at the blonde man. He didn't seem as though he was trying anymore. He was just taking a beating at this point. He slowly walked towards him to see what he would do. Minato stood up and put his one good arm up into a lazy stance. His face didn't seem too tired, but he was breathing fairly heavily. Naruto looked down at the arm he had disabled. Rushing forward, he jabbed him in the nose and grabbed the injured appendage while pushing Minato's face away. When he let him go, he kicked him back. Minato, finally able to see the ground, cut his chakra and sunk down. The water went up to his knees and no further. The fairly small island behind him. Stretching out, he noticed his arm was better. Did Naruto heal it? Naruto was still looking at him in curiosity as he walked closer. Minato again put his hands up into a lazy stance. Naruto stopped in arm's reach of him, his guard completely down. In a sudden and very unexpected moment, Naruto reached across and slapped him. Minato's eyes opened wide in confusion. Minato corrected himself and threw a very sloppy punch his way. Naruto grabbed it with ease and jerked his hand up, snapping his arm at the forearm. Minato muffled his scream before he was kicked back, his back smacking painfully into a boulder behind him. He groaned as he slid down his back and sat on his butt, his left arm clutching the broken appendage in pure pain. Naruto had not moved from his spot. He was just standing there staring at him. "You wanted it to be done away from them," Naruto said in an understanding tone, stepping closer until he was right in front of him. Minato didn't respond, he just looked back at him. No understandable expression on his face. Often when a warrior's life is at its end, he wishes to repent for his sins in whatever way he may see fit. "And you believe by having me do it, you are cleansing your mistakes?" Minato didn't have to say a thing. Naruto read him like a book. It was like he had the answers to his own unasked questions, and he understood them just from their fight. His breathing was still choppy and short, but he couldn't really feel the pain anymore. "I don't know what you would like for me to tell you to get you to understand that I truly hold no animosity to you or Kaa-san. I understand everything that happened, and I don't blame you," he said in a brief moment of sincerity. Minato's eyes glossed over, and he stared out into the distance, faintly being able to see the battle still raging on in the distance. The rain lit up in flashes of blue and red according to their attacks. He could very vaguely make out the figures of Kushina and Minma. "I know," he managed to get out amidst his still very choppy breathing. "But I blame me. I blame you for all of it." Naruto didn't respond, he opted to listen instead. "For everything wrong I've done in this life. Forgetting you has been the one mistake that has plagued my mind for years. There wasn't one night that I didn't think about you, Naruto. What I did to you." He drawled off, his features contorting, signifying he was in tears. "It won't mean much. And I know it won't. But I am so proud of you, Naruto. No matter what you have become, I will always be proud of you," he proclaimed, letting his emotions flow freely. Naruto listened, not sure what he was willing to call that feeling welling up inside of him. Squatting down, he stared at Minato, who had his eyes shut, crying hysterically. Never before had he seen him like this. In his many years of being with the family, he had never seen him even shed a tear, yet this was raw emotion seeping from his being. Seeing movement in his peripheral, Minato looked up to see Naruto's hand covering the mouth of his mask. Slowly, he pulled it from his face and tossed it into the muddied sand next to him. Minato's eyes watered even more. His shaky hand came up slowly and caressed the face of his firstborn child. Memories seeping through his mind in waves of unrelenting bombardments of regret. Ha ha ha. Tusan, let me go. A giggling 3-year-old Naruto called out in joy, trying to pry the tickling hands of his father off of his form. Minato made monster sounds while he unmercifully attacked the boy's sides. Ararjeech. Oh no. He's gonna tickle him to death. He yelled out in a comical voice. When Naruto finally slipped from his grasp, he took off running through their backyard, looking for his previously discarded weapon. Minato gave chase on his knees, putting his hands out wide, continuing with the sounds of the fictional monster he was trying to portray. Naruto giggled on his journey towards the little plastic sword laying discarded in the grass. Finally reaching it, he turned around and pointed it towards his father with an awful attempt at a serious face, for the giggles refused to leave him. Get back, monster! He yelled with a chuckle, losing all bravado in his tone. Minato played the part expertly, putting his hands up and slowly stepping back. Oh, no. Please. I won't ever tickle those people again, he said, trying to suppress his own fit of laughter. Naruto's next line cracked him up completely. I know. Because you already tickled them, he exclaimed, rushing forward with a giggle. Minato laughed at the horrible hero exclamation, fit with bad grammar, and fell to his back, catching the blonde boy as he jumped onto his stomach. He rolled over a few times, tickling him along the way, before stopping with Naruto laying on his chest as if to pin him down. Neither of them were able to fully cut off their incessant laughter, finding the unestablished game to be just too funny. Minato looked down into Naruto's blue eyes in pure wonder. This was his son. Everything from the eyes to the face to the hair. It was like a carbon copy of what he looked like when he was younger, with the addition of whiskers of course, but this was his son. He couldn't believe it. Oh no. A new voice said from the porch. The two looked up to see Kushina holding a piece of paper. She looked extremely shocked and a bit worried. Minato shifted the blonde boy off him gently before standing up. Hey, what happened? He asked, getting to her side, trying to see what was on the paper. To his confusion, it was blank. Naruto looked at the two before shoving a hand in his pocket and turning to go play by himself again. Kushina just shook her head. I don't know, she said. It says here that the brave knight Naruto didn't actually beat up the wicked witch. As soon as she said that, Naruto's head shot back over there in interest. It says she's now an accomplice of the tickling tyrant and that they're both coming to get him, she said as her and Minato gave chase to the once again uncontrollably laughing blonde boy. All these years later. And this is that same face. A lot more tired, and a lot sadder. Minato rubbed his cheek, letting the tears fall freely. No filter for who was around to see him. I'm so sorry, Naruto. He said, I love you. Naruto didn't say a thing. He stared into the crying face of his father, memorizing the wear and tear that life had on such a seemingly happy individual. Goes to show that the saddest ones leave the least clues. With a heavy heart of sorrow and remorse for the man he still calls Tusan. He stabbed him in the stomach with his discarded tri-pronged kunai. Minato leaned forward and rested his bloody chin on Naruto's shoulder, still mouthing the words, I love you, determined to say it for all those years he didn't. You too, Tusan. You too. Naruto whispered, laying him back against the boulder. He grabbed his mask and held it out in front of him, letting the rain wash off the mud clinging to its edges. He stared at the design on the front, remembering why he got it. If the world would laugh at him, then he would laugh right back. What was he supposed to do if it cried for him? Well, that was something new. He tilted his head back and shut his eyes, letting the rain wash off anything that made it onto his face by any unintentional means. Listening to the calming sounds of the thunder and rain, barely realizing that he could no longer hear the sounds of water dragons. Turning around, he looked out to the water, not seeing any flashes or hearing any more explosions. Finally, through the beating rain, he could see his mother and brother running towards the island. Mima must have felt the loss of Minato's chakra signature through his sage mode. Naruto smiled, mentally remarking on how much he's grown. Putting his mask on, he ran a hand through his hair, pushing it back and out of his face. What do you do now, Minma? He asked his question to the wind, watching his brother and mother come into clear view. Minato. Kushina called out slowly, seeing his motionless form against the rock. Her brow furrowed, not yet believing the inevitable. She conjured a chakra chain and swiped it at Naruto, making him jump away. When he did, Minma and Kushina rushed the dead body. Tusan. Hey. Hey, Tusan. He yelled, slapping his face a few times. Kushina leaned in and put her ear to his heart, hoping to hear something. Desperately, she tried hitting his other side as if that were the way to jumpstart him again or something. Tusan. Get up. Minma said, his voice cracking. This was definitely a sight to see had there been any onlookers. Akage in tears. Yet, it happened twice today. Kushina had long since lost composure, yelling out her husband's name in hopes that he would hear her and somehow wake up. Naruto watched from a distance, pondering his own feelings about the scenario, wondering why he wasn't affected. I mean, he still considered these people to be family, yet watching his father die, by his own hands no less, he felt nothing. As if he took the life of a complete stranger. Did that make him a monster? In a book he read one time, that's what the author said. A man that can harm his family and remain sane is a true monster. Well, Maybe he wasn't sane. All this time, he accepted the title of psychopath, because that's what the world decided to label him as. But he didn't truly think he was one. Not until now. He just took the life of his father, and felt absolutely nothing from it. That had to mean something. Ino once told him that he was just a man that enjoyed walking with the insane. A man who could hear the whispers of the demented and decode the babbling of the schizophrenics. Was that supposed to be a good thing? Whatever it was meant to be, it clearly didn't sit right with the blonde Kage who was now pacing towards him with his head down. Why? Mima asked, clear anger lacing his hollow voice. Even knowing this was a possible outcome, he never thought. How could you? Kill your own father? Naruto was tearing himself apart with that question as well. Regardless, it was necessary. Well, it's just like killing anyone else. He bleeds all the same. He replied with a snarky comment. You bastard! Mima yelled out, clenching his hands shut tightly. Naruto watched him, knowing full well what he had coming his way. You're too naive, Mima. He called out casually. All that power you have. And yet you're so weak. You know why that is, don't you? He asked, not receiving an answer. You're too good. Too noble and too kind. Mima didn't seem interested in hearing anything Naruto said as he dropped to his knees, digging his hands in the mud. As I've been saying all day. You and your people have placed you on this pedestal of some sort of omnipotent god. But there is a reason god and human are two different words. 4. It's hard for a god to be omnipotent with useless traits such as kindness and nobility. Humanity's ideals clash too much for a kind god to answer all prayers. Mima still had yet to move, remaining hunched down in the sand. So, I'll say it once more. You're no god. You're just a human. As soon as that left his mouth, his mask was completely shattered by the red-eyed Minma whose features became a lot more feral. Naruto flipped back until he smacked into a set of trees that completely racked his body with pain. With a grunt of effort, he made it back to his feet. As soon as he did, Minma was already on him. Naruto decided being out in open water would be about the worst thing at the moment when dealing with a tailed beast. So, instead, he charged into the cover of the trees, ducking and dodging the attacks of his animalistic brother. Swinging from a tree, he was tackled out of the air and into the ground. Sticking his arm up, he tried to block the right slash at his face, but the force of the hit itself threw him off to the side. As soon as he stood up, he leaned out of the way, avoiding the flying kick that uprooted the small tree next to him. Mima spun around and continued to attack him with nothing but anger fueling the flames of his hatred at the moment. Naruto was hard-pressed trying to dodge all of his attacks, but he miraculously succeeded to some extent, until he was finally able to open Mima's guard to deliver his own strike. His fist connected with Mima's cheek, breaking his own wrist with the contact. Caught in the shock, he was kicked back and partially through the tree behind him. While time permitted, he healed his injured wrist while dodging the various attacks from around him. The rain was impeding a lot of his senses, leaving him blind within the volley of trees. Dropping down quickly, he created a regular shadow clone before taking off, avoiding Mima's next strike. He had a plan, but he needed to buy some time. From there, he did just that, escaping Mima's attacks while keeping him away from his clone. Mima was too far gone to even recognize as an orange hue of bubbling chakra covered his body with a tail sprouting from his backside. Naruto sighed, feeling a bit exhausted at this point. Chapter 17 Finale. Jumping away, Naruto avoided the extended hue of an orange claw that completely uprooted the tree he was hiding behind. Rolling forward, he laid out flat, avoiding the next strike. Quickly, he jumped up before the claw crushed the ground beneath him. While in the air, there was nothing keeping him from harm's way. Mima's fist of chakra punched him full force, throwing him through the heavy foliage, breaking more than just trees on the way. When he finally stopped, he picked his head up, meeting the top of Mima's foot. His body was sent flying again, only stopping when his back impacted the boulder behind him. Before his body even began falling, he was pressed into the wall of stone when Mima came flying in at incredible speeds. He grabbed the front of Naruto's shirt and yanked him from the rock, ripping it before he threw him towards the ground. Naruto was still sent tumbling across the muddied floor for a few feet, coating his now bare chest in filth. With a groan of apparent pain, he made it back to his feet. Spitting out the blood, he got into a fighting stance. Mima was crouched down a few feet away from him, ready to pounce. With a burst that kicked up the mud behind him, he ran on all fours, striking Naruto with a wild slash. Naruto leaned out the way and punched him in his side. Mima ignored the hit and brought the same arm back, trying to catch him with an elbow. Naruto leaned out the way of the strike and gave him 2 quick jabs to his abdomen. Mima took the hits and went a slash at him again. Before he did, Naruto spun around and kicked him in the throat, silencing the roar. Ignoring the attack once again, Mima followed through and hit Naruto across the face. Naruto fell to the ground but quickly found his feet. Dodging Mima's next few slashes, he kicked off of the tree next to him and clotheslined the Kage until they both hit the ground. Mima seemed to anger at the maneuver and righted himself as quickly as he could. Naruto did as well and rushed forward. Mima rushed as well and tackled him back down to the ground, pinning him down. Raising his clawed hand, he brought it down, driving straight through his chest. Naruto dispersed in a cloud of smoke before the real one popped out of the ground and kicked Mima forward. Mima rolled until he was back on his feet. Turning to the redhead, he roared before he sunk deeper into his crouch. Naruto watched casually from a distance as Mima's skin began to peel off, revealing some sort of dark red chakra construct beneath his skin. When it was all gone, there was just a figure of deep red chakra with white eyes that just seemed to squint at him. For tails waved behind him. Naruto did not seem deterred. He sunk into his stance once again and rushed forward when the beast did. To his surprise, he couldn't track him. He was just too fast now. On pure instinct, he slid down, causing Minma to fly over the top of him, slamming into a tree. Now within close proximity, he rushed forward before he recovered. Throwing a punch, his fist burned against the skinless creature. Shaking it out, he backpedaled and went through hand signs. Filling his lungs, he shot out small fireballs towards the beast that just continuously dodged with relative ease. Jumping up, he used the branches to propel himself higher and higher. At the top branch, he kicked back and away from it, dodging the black ball that was heading his way. In his descent, he stared up, mesmerized by the explosion that lit the sky and momentarily stopped the rain. Finished with his amazement at the power of the QB, he flipped back around so that he would land right, but he saw Minma get right underneath him. Thinking quickly, he made another shadow clone and had it throw him back towards the tree. He stuck to it with his chakra and watched as Minma clung to it as well and began running up its side. Cutting his chakra, he began falling towards the figure he couldn't identify properly as his brother. Opening his palm, he formed a Rasengan that quickly developed a small white blade of wind, with it a screeching sound. Minma was too far gone to even recognize what attacks were dangerous or not. He was acting out of pure rage. Naruto drove his arm forward when Minma was in range. The wind-augmented Rasengan plunged into Minma's chest, inciting a roar of pain from the monster. He was thrown to the ground painfully but got to his feet almost immediately. Naruto righted himself after the attack and clung to the side of the tree. He stared down at the beast that was already running back up. Going through hand signs, he held his palm out. As the most useful attack all day due to the conditions, a water dragon formed from the surrounding water and rushed forward. Minma roared and slashed his claw at the head of the beast. It did disperse it, but the influx of water crashing down on him caused him to momentarily take his eyes off of his opponent. Naruto came down and planted both feet into the face of the beast, shooting them both towards the ground. Minma righted himself quickly and grabbed onto Naruto's foot before he could recover. He spun around violently before releasing the redhead, flinging him through multiple trees. Grimacing, he stood back to his feet and dodged the lunging Minma. Figuring he could not just remain on the defensive, he rushed forward creating a horde of regular shadow clones that lunged at the chakra-shrouded Kage. The beast slashed and clawed at them, not knowing which ones was real. They all dispersed in clouds of white, blinding his vision before the next attack came. The real Naruto mingled among the group, holding back and wondering where that other clone was. Seeing Minma mowing down clone after clone, he looked around, trying to think of some kind of plan. With nothing around to use, he resigned to the inevitability of having to deal with this head-on. With a shrug and a chuckle at the situation, he rushed forward along with the clones. The group threw everything they could at the chakra construct until there was eventually only 5 clones remaining along with Naruto himself. They all stood around the bestial creature in their stances. Minma was crouched down with his claws dug into the mud in anticipation. With a roar, he rushed forward, slashing at one that dispersed in a cloud. Spinning around, he met the ball of flames head-on, only shielding his eyes before roaring towards the one who attacked. He rushed forward and destroyed that one as well. The ground beneath him, while mud itself, became much more liquefied and he began sinking in, clawing at the sides and roaring out in anger on his way down. Just before his head was completely submerged, he filled his lungs and let out a completely deafening scream that pushed the mud back around him, allowing him to jump out. When he did, he located the very first Naruto he saw and ran towards him. That one dispersed just as easily before he was assaulted by a dragon made purely of mud that shot towards him and threw him back. With a roar, he got back to his crouching position and quickly disposed of 2 more clones before locking his eyes on another. Rushing forward, he hit this one in the stomach, throwing it back. Seeing that it didn't disperse, the beast knew it was the real one. Rushing forward, it hit the tree out of the way before continuing the chase. Naruto jumped from tree to tree, avoiding the red chakra hue as best he could. When the branch he was about to land on broke, he dropped down to the ground and slammed his hands on the floor. Instantly, a mud wall shot up. Minma was undeterred as he ran forward and smashed through it. When he did, he lost sight of the target. Naruto made his presence known when he hopped down and gave him a brutal axe kick to the back of his head. True to its animalistic ways, the beast shook the hit off and grabbed at Naruto's leg and flung him through the remaining bits of the wall. Before he could get to his feet, he was grabbed again and thrown further through the woods. Naruto landed on his back and stared straight up into the sky. His head was in a daze, and he found himself thinking about what time it must be. It was definitely nearing sundown. Finally gaining his senses, he stood back up to see Minma stalking towards him. His entire body was in pain, but he got into his stance nonetheless. Minma roared again and ran forward. Naruto rolled back and kicked the beast over his head. Minma smacked into a tree, but quickly got back up. He rushed Naruto again. Naruto gently leaned out of the way of the strike, sending the rage-filled creature stumbling past him. When Minma turned around, there was some kind of look of animosity within those eyes of white that bubbled uncontrollably. Naruto was unaffected, he just remained in his stance. Minma roared and crouched down. Opening his mouth, Naruto could see chakra visibly pooling in front of him. He realized this was the technique from earlier. Getting ready to try and end the technique early, he sighed in relief seeing movement behind the beast. Mima was seconds away from swallowing the ball of condensed chakra before the red chakra around him completely dispersed and the ball disappeared along with it. Mima's very injured body fell flat into the mud. His eyes and mouth wide opened in a shocked expression. Naruto sat back on his butt looking across at the clone behind him. He nodded to him, and the clone dispersed, shooting its memories back to him. The seal he slapped on his back would block all contact with the beast for the next 24 hours. The reason it took so long was because he had to create it to where the seal would seep into Mima's skin. Regardless, the clone got it done. Naruto stood to his feet very painfully. He dropped to his knees next to Minma and rolled him onto his back. His hands glowed green, and he placed them over his chest. His breathing was very heavy as he spoke. "Oh no, Hokage. We're not done yet," he said, continuing on. Slowly but surely, the red color of Minma's skin began to retreat. His face settled into a grimace at the pain he was feeling. When Naruto had finally healed him enough, he stepped back, letting the rain wake him up. Minma's eyes opened briefly before he shut them and put his forearm over them to protect from the onslaught of water droplets. Rolling over, he got to his butt and looked around. Finally remembering what happened before he had lost it, he looked over to see Naruto leaning against a tree, trying to heal himself. With a painful groan, he tried to stand before ultimately failing. "Why didn't you kill me?" he asked him with his voice straining in obvious pain. Naruto just stared at the blonde with uninterested eyes. "Had that been my goal, I would have," he said casually in that cryptic tone that Minma despised. Shaking his head in anger and disbelief, he stared right back at him. "Then what the fuck is your goal?" he asked with a sharp edge to his voice. "Huh? Because it doesn't seem to be making any goddamn sense from over here." Naruto spit out the blood resting in his mouth. "My goal is to get you to understand." "Oh, don't give me that shit," Minma quickly replied. "What the fuck is this all for? To prove that you're better than me? Huh? Is that it?" Naruto just stared at him, giving him a confused look as if he had said something strange. "You want to show everyone how far you could get on your own, so you do all this. Killing a Kage, attacking villages, killing your own. Killing my father?" Still, Naruto remained quiet, staring at him as if he were a piece of art that he simply couldn't understand. As if he had a philosophical brain teaser plastered on his forehead that he just couldn't figure out. "Do you even know what you've done? Or are you too fucking psychotic to even understand that?" Receiving no answer yet again, Minma's anger was boiling over. "Do you even fucking care?" Naruto turned and put his back to the tree. He stared at the ground in front of him. For a second, Minma thought he was actually feeling a bit of remorse. But only for a second. Slowly, a smile began to creep its way onto his face. With a chuckle, his mouth opened. "Hey. Hete." He chuckled more. "Heba ha ha." He began laughing. "Ha ha ha." He bellowed out in uncontrollable laughter, lifting his head up and laughing into the sky. Minma watched him with an angry scowl on his face. For the first time ever, he had absolutely no doubt in his mind that Naruto had lost it. He had completely and utterly lost it. He couldn't even get a word in until Naruto's laughter finally died out. What the hell is so funny about all of this? Naruto's chuckles were still present, finding whatever he was laughing at just a bit too funny. When he finally contained his laughter to a degree, he answered him. "Heh, I was just thinking. This would make for a great book," he said in a completely serious tone. Minma shook his head at him. "You're a diseased maniac. Completely insane." Naruto smiled at him. "Oh, but I'm not," he said, stepping away from the tree, somewhat painfully. "No, I'm actually, if you believe me, completely sane. In fact, I'm much more sane than most." Minma chuckled at that, jokingly of course. "Huh, that's the dumbest thing you've said all day. And believe me, there's a list." Smiling at the witty statement, Naruto continued. "No, really," he said. "I am. In fact, I dare venture into saying that. You're the crazy one." Minma shook his head with a grin. This was a new level of deranged he had never seen. "Oh really?" he asked with a condescending tone. "I'm the one who's quite possibly plunged the world into its fourth great war for absolutely no reason?" Naruto tilted his head from right to left. "Well, no, but on the same note, neither have I," he said, pissing him off even more. "When you say, for absolutely no reason, that is a personal viewpoint. Simply because your naive little mind can't comprehend the reasoning, doesn't mean there is none. And you just think you're so fucking brilliant, huh?" he asked in a childish way that made Naruto grin. Brilliant when in regards to the situation, sure. That was not meant to demean your intelligence, Minma. Your naivety has become your greatest weakness, which is why you refuse to believe my warning. Because your warning is misguided. He replied immediately, showing how sure he was in what he was saying. The people of Konoha are good people. Showing distrust to someone is what drives a wedge through the bond we all share, and I know your game plans, he said as if he were right on the money. Naruto just looked at him, waiting for him to elaborate. "Knowing you, it's probably some kind of scheme to make us drive ourselves apart. And I won't fall for it." Naruto shrugged. "In time you will know. In fact, it may be sooner than you think with the coming war about to spring to life," he said. "Those wars have nothing to do with Konoha. We will not attack unless we are attacked, and I will let the other villages know that we are remaining neutral," he stated. "If I try, I'm sure I could get through to the Kazekage before he does something reckless," he said lowly to himself. Naruto just shook his head. "You're foolish, Minma, and your people will pay for it," he said in disappointment. "When I began this venture, I was so sure that you were but a bystander in this cycle they created. A mere ignorant pawn that was unaware of his actions, but now I understand that you are the worst of them all. The worst of who? He asked, not being on the same page as him. The worst of these peacekeepers. You're so much more than naive and ignorant. No, you're a true believer in this theory of order you possess, one that they created. You believe you rule the people with compassion and cooperation, when really, you rule them with fear and tyranny. He explained. I rule the village with only compassion. He tried to defend himself. Naruto sighed. Not those people, Minma. He said, rubbing at his head. I mean the rest of them. The other villages. The criminals outside of your walls. The individuals who would much rather see the village fall. Whether you've noticed or not, they all bend to your will. The will of the Hokage. You rule those people through fear of power that isn't even yours alone. They fear the prowess of the people under your command, but God. If they only knew how divided they truly are. I do not rule those people. I defend the village from them, by any means necessary. Wrong again, Naruto chided. No, you only believe you do. The problem resides in the fact that there are 4 more individuals who believe they do the same. Well, 3 others. He said with a grin. This world has become nothing more than a constant struggle of power. There is no life in a world such as this. Life no longer exists. There is only existence itself, and it's being wasted on people who would rather kill each other over the things they don't have instead of enjoying the things they do. For someone who hates the world, you seem to love life so much. Mima chided. Naruto chuckled. No. I would much rather die than remain in a world such as this. Believe that if nothing else. He said. Mima stared at him, judging the weight of his words. Why would you rather die than see this vision of yours come to life? He asked him, truly confused by his brother's motives. It's simple, Minma. This world is not for me, he said, running a hand through his hair. I don't mean that in a spiteful way, I mean it in a literal sense. He looked around, unable to find the words. I'm a night with no day. An antagonist with no true opponent. Minma was completely confused now. He had no idea what he meant. Bored, Minma, Naruto said, seeing the confusion play out on his face. I have become bored with this dull existence. Excitement ended for me many years ago. Had I the chance, I would have ended myself a long time ago. Sadly for you, I was prevented from doing so, and instead had time to think over the direction this world is taking. I decided to intervene on the cusp that this world may someday become complete again. I don't have to see it for it to do so. So you're content with not even living to see it? Mima asked incredulously. What if it doesn't happen? He asked him. Naruto smirked. Regardless if it does or not. I have started something. Something new. Something much more lasting. He said as he picked up the remaining half of his shattered mask that was conveniently nearby. This mask here, Minma. This means something. There is a reason I never named it, for it will have many names in the years to come, he said with a smile. This served a greater purpose than simply covering my face. No. This mask is something greater. It is nothing more than an idea that order is deadly. The next wearer may have a different agenda, but their purpose will always remain the same. Upset the established order, Wink Minma finally found the strength to get to his feet. His legs were wobbly beneath him, but looking across the way, Naruto wasn't all there either. Just like I'm here to stop you. Someone else will do the same. Because regardless of what you believe, there are good people and there will always be good people, he said, getting into a stance. With his breathing still slightly faster than usual, Naruto stepped forward. Believe what you will, Minma, or believe the truth, he said, rushing forward as fast as he could. Minma rushed as well and ducked beneath Naruto's wild haymaker. He tried to counter with a right hook, but Naruto caught his fist and used his arm to flip him over. Minma landed on his feet and ducked beneath the kick aimed for his head. Backing up, he avoided the follow-up that slid past him. Acting quickly, he flew in and threw a punch to Naruto's unprotected face that actually landed. He tried to follow up, but his next punch was dodged and he was kicked in the knee, dropping him down. Before he could recover, Naruto spun around and kicked him directly in the face, sending him flying back. Minma got back up before Naruto reached him. In a moment of desperation, he tried to tackle him, but as soon as he came within range, Naruto kneed him in the face. His head snapped back painfully and he clenched his eyes shut. Naruto let him recover, standing back and watching him. Minma took the opportunity and shook the dizziness from his head. Blinking a few times, he groaned and rushed again. Naruto dodged his 2 brawler-style punches and jabbed him twice in the stomach. Minma hunched over and used his forearms to block the knee that came up. He recovered and feigned a right hook expertly, setting up for the back kick he landed. Naruto was thrown to the ground, and before he could get up, Minma mounted him and began beating him repeatedly. Naruto seemed to let it happen as he just put his hands out to the side. The hits grew harder and harder as Minma tried to finish the fight right now. Before the next hit could land, Naruto swung forward, hitting Minma at the bottom of his clenched fist, hurting his fingers. Minma's lapse in focus allowed Naruto to hit him in the throat before delivering a headbutt. Minma fell back and off of the redhead. Naruto got to his feet and kicked Minma back down before he could get up. He walked around to the front of him and grabbed his hair. He yanked him up to his feet and delivered a volley of punches into his midsection. Mima once again hunched over in pain. With his head down, Naruto somersaulted and brought the back of his foot down to the back of Mima's head, slamming him into the floor. They both lay there in the mud. Naruto looking up to the still raining sky, and Mima with his face in the brown slush below. Naruto took a few breaths before he rolled over painfully. Surprisingly, Mima made it to his feet just as he did. Naruto groaned and hit him in the gut. Mima took the hit and socked him across the jaw. Naruto came back and returned the favor. Mima roared in anger and swung 2 hits at him that both missed. He felt Naruto sink down and poke his legs, but he didn't feel it until he tried to step forward. Both of his legs gave out and he hit his knees in confusion. While on his knees, he tried for a desperate swing, but Naruto dodged it and quickly jabbed at 2 specific points on his arm. The appendage fell limp to his side. He groaned and hesitantly lifted the other fist. With absolutely no confidence to speak of, he threw it forward lazily. Naruto grabbed his wrist and kneed the back of his elbow, breaking the appendage. "All I ever wanted was for you to understand," he said, staring at his down form. Mima just stared at the ground in front of him, accepting defeat. "That's what this was about. Pulling you from the ignorance you were living in." Mima rolled his head back. "Maybe I preferred it that way," he muttered out. Naruto chuckled. "Hey, of course you did. But change was coming regardless. They would have waited for Tusan and perhaps Kakashi to die off before they made their move," he said, still speaking about this so-called revolution. "You don't get it," Mima said, almost laughing at the irony. Hey, as smart as you are, and you can't figure it out." Naruto just waited, wondering what it was he was talking about. "Konoha is a nation built on trust. We are built on family, companionship. We are not built on this struggle for power like you say we are. The Uchiha clan? They've always been close friends to our family. The words of a traitor will not change the way I view them, especially given his track record." Naruto shook his head. "Mima, I could not get you to understand. You're too strong-willed for such a thing. For a long time, I had thought I shared the likeness to that character in Jiraiya's book. Just because we shared the same name, I thought the book was describing me. In truth, it's you," he muttered out between his pain-stricken breaths. "You have faith in your people. I'm telling you now, Mima. That faith is misplaced, and if you're not careful, those civilized people of yours, they'll eat each other." Mima just shook his head and smiled at him. "No, Naruto. I'm sorry I couldn't get you to understand. You've been living your entire life with a disdain for people. Then, meeting Itachi was like a breath of fresh air to you. Then, when he was taken away, it was like someone ripped that air right out of your body." Naruto looked at him in confusion. "Touching, but wrong," he said with a small chuckle. "No. When he was taken away, it was like giving sight to the blind. I began to see the world for what it was. I began to view everything the way it was meant to be. Not the way they said it is," he said, once again infuriating Minma with that cryptically difficult dialect. "I received one eye that day, and, in a kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king." He let that statement hang in the air for a few seconds, clutching at his sides. Everything within him was possibly broken at this point. Minma remained silent, his mind trying to tell him whether he should believe him or not. There was no solid answer in his heart that he could lean to. If he were to believe this, he would be incriminating Sasuke, his best friend and newly made brother-in-law. What would Mito think? Where would she stand if this whole thing actually came to fruition? He looked up to the eyes of his brother and for some reason, believed him wholeheartedly. It was only when he looked away did he doubt his words. "The people of today, they're weak," he said suddenly. "Thousands of shinobi within each of the villages." "Thousands," he said, accenting it when he said it the second time. "And look what I could do with just a few hundred men and a paper bomb. There were many things I could have done. I could have taken each village's most beloved person and executed them with another nation's headband on. I could have disrupted the order of the mission income. That seems to do it. All those are great and all for starting a war. But that's not what I did," he said. "No. I proved a point. Even the individuals tasked with the lives of thousands are no different than me. A series of bad events, and they're at the doorstep of madness. So, when you call me a freak, or a psychopath, or whatever else you want, I urge you to look across that battlefield at your fellow Kage. Watch that madness play out within their eyes and tell me how wrong I am." Mima sat back on his heels and stared up at the sky. Naruto's true intentions were just unveiled. Over all of the crap they were told, he knew that this was real. That was his plan all along. To prove the point that everyone was just like him. Mima said, seemingly understanding. "Everyone has been telling you that. Possibly since Itachi died. But you're not. Given the circumstances, I would have done the same thing," he said, staring out through the trees. Naruto chuckled and stepped closer to him. Minma shut his eyes, believing this to be the end. Then, in a moment of deja vu, Naruto rubbed his head. "There you go, buddy. Now you got it." With that said, Naruto walked by him, heading out of the foliage of trees. Minma remained in his spot, not that he could move much anyways. Those words, he remembered them so clearly. Years ago, sitting on the couch in between Naruto's legs, Minma stared at the pictures on the page of the book in front of him. Mito was leaning on Naruto's shoulder, looking as well. Then, when all seemed lost, the prince came flying back in, using his shield to block the dragon's furious fire breath. Naruto read. Minma smiled in excitement. The princess thanked him and asked for his sword. When he gave it to her, they waited for the dragon's fire breath to run out before they attacked. The prince let the princess get on top of his shield, and he threw her up towards the monster. With a strike of her mighty sword, she cut his head off. Naruto said triumphantly, receiving dual shouts of amazement from the two 4-year-olds. Yeah, that was so cool, Inai-san. Minma said, turning around to look him in the eyes. Naruto smiled at him and nodded his head. The princess was the best, said Mito with pride. She killed the dragon. Of course, Minma protested. Nah, she only killed him because the prince let her. He yelled in the defense of his favorite character. Naruto smiled at the ridiculous argument, but let them fight it out for the time being as he found a new book to read. It was a much more difficult book with words that Naruto himself probably shouldn't know at this age. Sometime soon, Minma snuck up next to him to see what he was reading. His eyes locked onto the title written in bold letters at the top of every page. Convoluted? He asked, trying to sound it out. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. It says convoluted war, Minma. He corrected him. Minma opened his mouth in a silent oh and a nod. What does that mean? He asked suddenly. Naruto brought the book down to think about that. He knew what it meant. He just didn't know how to explain it. It means difficult to understand. Intricate, I guess, he said, realizing he used an even more difficult word to explain it. Well, what does that mean? Minma asked, noticing this as well. Naruto chuckled and rubbed his head in thought. It means the same thing, Minma, he said with a shake of his head. Hard to understand. Like using big words, he said, giving a rudimentary definition of it. Naruto was actually impressed. He sort of got it. Yeah, he said, staring at him in surprise. He messed his hair up. There you go, buddy, you got it, he said, hearing his mom call them for dinner. Minma smiled and ran off, yelling to his mom that he learned a new word. Naruto shook his head and put the book away. Standing at the edge of a cliff, Naruto gazed out to the sea. It looked so beautiful right now. It resembled exactly what he was fighting for. The chaos of the waves finding unison among the ocean's surface. No one forcing it to be something it was not. No one commanding it. It was free. Hearing footsteps charging towards him, he assumed them to belong to his mother. Turning his head slightly, he was right as he watched her charge him with a sword in hand, ready to end his life. He smiled softly and shut his eyes. Turning back towards the sea, he awaited the blade patiently, each footstep like a timer, counting down the inevitable. He found delight in this moment, almost peaceful for a few more seconds before the end of his short-lived life. His existence was so much smaller than he hoped it would be, but such is life. The footsteps were just behind him now, still charging with conviction and sorrow leaking from the source. Just as the last footstep ended behind him, so did everything else. Naruto opened his eyes, realizing he was not impaled or decapitated yet. Over the rain, he could hear what sounded like snickering. Peeking back slowly, he saw the top of his mother's head, hiding her eyes from his view. What's more, he saw the blade in her hands, trembling as it pointed towards his back. It became obvious that she wasn't snickering to muffle a laugh. Turning around completely, he stared at the woman as her body quaked in a mix of sadness and regret. He gazed at her, remarking within his mind how fragile she seemed in this moment. There was a time when she was without a doubt the strongest woman he knew. Now what was she? A victim to the clutches of pain. Nothing more than a bag of flesh and bone, compacted within the hell that is human emotions. Even after everything I've done. You hesitate, he said in pure confusion. It wasn't exactly pleasant, but he expected to die in that moment. He fully expected to die by his mother's hands. He kidnapped her granddaughter and murdered her husband. What more could he do to warrant hatred on an unparalleled scale? Kushina's face refused to look up, and it was like some supernatural force was pushing her arms back, keeping her from thrusting the sword forward. Tears leaked from her vehemently crying visage. Her entire body shook, and she couldn't make it stop. I see. She couldn't even choke out her words. They refused to leave her mouth. Naruto watched the conflict within her heart play out. Faced with vengeance or redemption, her heart refused to tell her what to do. Such was the struggle of life. I she yelled out in a cry that was so heartbreaking it sounded like a laugh. I can't do it, she yelled out finally. I can't do, she said, opening her mouth in a silent scream. The sword was still pointing at his bare chest as he stared down at her. Her words wouldn't be heard for a long while. Her tears wouldn't allow her the option to speak. She clenched her eyes so tightly, praying that when she finally opened them, this would be all over and she'd be sitting at the dinner table with her entire family, including Naruto. She and Minato would serve the plates and listen to Mito and Minma arguing, while Naruto read his book aloud to the grandchildren, who would listen intently. That's all she wanted out of life. Was she selfish for wanting something so beautiful? Before she knew it, she could feel her sword shake, as if someone were grabbing it. It wiggled and pushed back against her slightly. Her eyes remained clenched and her body continued to tremble beyond her control. The rain beat down on her with a vengeance, but for some reason she couldn't hear it. She couldn't hear anything but a soft thud. It was a really soft thud, resounding rhythmically. Bum bum. Bum bum. Opening her eyes slightly, she saw nothing more than the blade, piercing the bare chest of her son, his right hand wrapped tightly around the bottom end of it, ignoring the way it was sawing into his hand. Her forehead was resting just above where his heart would be. The tears continued, even increasing in its intensity as she held onto the hilt of the blade. Slowly, his other hand came into view and covered her hands gently. He softly removed her hands from the blade, leaving it jammed within his body. He took a timid step back as if testing the waters. Then, he took a few more. Kushina was shell-shocked as she stared at him backing towards the edge. Her eyes met his, and in a flicker of something, she noticed how much more like his old self they looked. Maybe it was the true smile he was sending her way. She wanted nothing more than to reach out right now and grab him. Tell him everything would be okay by tomorrow. Promise him that nothing bad would ever happen to him, and that she would always be there for him. How ridiculous would that be? Naruto smiled once more to her, steadily retreating as he held onto the sword's blade. Goodbye, Ka-san, he said slowly. Just like that, he fell back. Kushina lost sight of him when he disappeared among the edge of the cliff. That would be the last time she heard him call her that, even though she lost the right to such a title many years before. Kushina dropped to her knees and covered her mouth before the scream that rested at the back of her throat was released with the air she took in. She lost him twice, this time for good. Why did it hurt so much more the second time around? Before she knew it, Minma was holding her in a comforting hug from behind, guessing what happened by the blood running down with the rain. He shut his eyes and mourned the loss of his brother, a man who lived his life in the shadows of his own mind and spent half his life being called insane. Even after all this, he still loved him. Truly shows the obscurity of human emotions and how tightly bound they are. That was his brother, and he would never see him again. What's worse, he couldn't even decide how he wanted to remember him, as he was back when he was living in ignorance, or how he truly was. Regardless, he still had family to care for. Getting his mother to her feet, they walked off, the rain covering the tracks of their tears. When they made it to the shoreline, there was a boat Minma hadn't noticed before, waiting for them. He questioned where it came from, but took it nonetheless. Naruto stared up to the surface of the water as he sunk deeper and deeper. The water even looked beautiful from down here. It was just a lot darker. He could hear nothing but the trembling of the water as the rain beat down on top of it. His entire life began to flash before his eyes. Granted, it wasn't much, but it was a taste of life and the feeling of death which he has experienced time and time again. This would be the last time for a long while. His pain was no more. His struggles were gone, and he did exactly what he set out to do. He tossed a stone into the calm surface of the pond they were living in. That first stone would in time incite others to do the same until the world settled back into what it was meant to be. A world of freedom. A world of fairness. A world of chaos. Slowly, his vision began to blur. His eyes began to flutter shut, and he could feel his end. The world was so beautiful, and he couldn't wait to see it once more. His eyes opened again. He was now standing back on the cliff, watching the boat his mother and brother left on as it drifted away in the boat he placed there just a few moments ago. His mask back in place and unscathed. He smiled when the memories of what happened rushed back to him. As emotionless as he seems to be, his clones definitely take on a mind of their own. Even knowing what they are, they tend to get emotional towards the end of their life. He watched his two family members leave, praying they heard his words. The world he sought would spell bad news for them if they didn't. But he knew that regardless of anything he said, Minma heard him. He had a family to care for. Whether he believed him completely or not, that uneasiness was placed within his heart. The roots of rebellion were deeply woven within Konoha's core. When the world was tossed into war once more, Minma would be ready. He had faith in him. As he stood there in the rain, staring out to the blur of the distance, no longer able to see the boat, a slender hand snaked its way onto his shoulder. Ino, with her mask resting on the top of her head, leaned her temple onto his shoulder as they stared out to the sea together. You know, you really should have put more chakra into my clone, she said with a smile. Naruto chuckled and removed his own. Ah, I think you did fine with the amount you had, he said, pecking her lips. She gave him an unconvinced smile and shook her head. Yeah, okay, she mocked slyly. Naruto just shrugged at her unconvinced demeanor. Well, Dr. Yamanaka, he said, turning her and placing his hands on her hips. Ino smiled and wrapped hers around the back of his neck. I've got a bear-skinned rug date waiting for us wherever we go, he said, making her smile. Just say where, and we can spend the rest of our lives watching this madness unfold. Ino looked around in thought before she just shrugged. Let's just get in the boat and drift away. Wherever we land is where we stay, she said. Dangerous, poetic, and reckless, but I love it, he said, leaning forward and pecking her lips gently. Let's go lose our minds, he said, receiving a giggle from her. One more thing, mister, she said, taking his mask from the top of his head. She took hers off too and used a piece of ninja wire to tie them off through the eye holes. For the next psychopaths who happened to find love, she said, kissing the forehead of Naruto's. She then tossed them to the ocean, allowing them to drift away with the waves, leaving the next wearers up to the direction of destiny. 1 year later. True to his plan, the world fell apart. When the remaining Kaguya returned to their villages, they found them already reminiscent of war zones. Apparently, they had been attacked by unmarked shinobi and a few rogues. It was unexpected and left them all crippled. This did not deter the Kaguya from taking the actions they sought to term. It only forced their hand even more. The first to attack was Kyumo, who went for the One Nation and scathed throughout the whole ordeal, Kiri. While they fought, Suna went for Iwa, who in turn went for Konoha upon receiving the deceased body of their Kaguya. Konoha was quickly targeted, and they were crumbled even faster due to the impromptu civil war they were thrusted into. The clan split and went their own ways, finding refuge in hiding. Menma and his family, including his mother and sister, went along with a few of the other clans, finding strength in a few numbers they could actually trust. With the fall of Konoha, there was a rise in power among only Kyumo, as everyone saw it as the second best and most likely to hold the top spot. So, in a joint effort of Suna and Kiri, Kyumo soon fell as well. With them out of the way and Iwa essentially left in ruins, the last two remaining shinobi villages tore themselves apart. Kiri was the first to fall, but Suna was not far behind. Every individual present that day held a new level of respect for the monster that sent them down this path. Naruto Namikaze became an infamous title, and the mask he wore was the new standard of a monster. His deed was recounted and exaggerated in many different ways by almost everyone who had attended. It spread throughout the elemental nations with a vengeance, picking up steam as it went along. Within just a year, it became almost an old folktale, an implausible tale of psychological warfare on an unparalleled scale. There were a few attempts to establish some kind of set civilizations, but as if it be by Naruto's design himself, they were all thwarted by individuals who did think like him. Individuals who believed he was right in his thinking. Chaos was a new thing to them because in this way, everyone was equal. There was a lot of violence and bloodshed, but there was also a lot of unquestioned companionship as people found themselves within the clutches of the hell around them. It was a world of freedom for all. As for the two pioneers of such an age, they resided within a hideout in Rice Country. Their appearances drastically different from the way they used to be. Naruto had dyed his hair back to blonde, and Ino cut the red tips off. They looked far similar to how they did years ago, when things were worse in a way. They lived a simple life as new parents, making their own food and watching the world tear itself apart, just as they knew it would. Crazy to think that it all started with a book or two. A young boy who read a lot gained the will to change the world he knew was killing itself. Witnessing the so-called false gods was the fuel to his rage, and their ignorance the match. He tossed the first stone and knew for a fact he would not be the last. The end.